Chapter 901, Memory Thread. Saying goodbye to Pierce, Yvonne didn't mean to delay at all. The next day, he set up the red loyalty curse in this mansion, and ordered the Granger family to stay in the manor at ease during this time and not go out at will. "Are you leaving tomorrow, Yvonne? So soon?" Hermione said reluctantly. "Well, it is a very urgent matter. It will probably take a week or two. I should be able to come back before school starts," Yvonne said hesitantly, searching for Thunderbirds and finding out the whereabouts of Grindelwald. "It will take 10 days and a half months soon." "Okay." Hermione raised her lips and stretched her tone. It was clear yesterday that they had agreed to take time to go to London together for a good stroll. However, the little witch also understood that what Yvonne could do so eagerly must be a very important and even extremely dangerous thing, so she did not object to it, but stepped forward to hug Yvonne. "Be sure to pay attention to safety." "Ha, it's not something dangerous," Yvonne explained in a whisper, but Hermione obviously didn't believe it very much, staring at him intently, as if she wanted to see something on his face. Yvonne scratched his head and quickly turned off the subject. "By the way, I put the Ravenclaw crown in the bookcase in the alchemy room. If you need it, you can wear it at all times. But remember, don't stay up late to read." Yvonne reached out his hand and nodded the little witch's forehead, saying warningly. Hermione pouted and looked at Yvonne with dissatisfaction. She didn't stay up all night, but occasionally fell asleep after reading a book. "If I encounter something that I don't understand while reading, can I contact you through the magic mark?" Hermione asked, and she suddenly realized that although she and Yvonne need to be separated for a long time, they are actually at any time can be interconnected. "Of course, no problem, as long as there is nothing else, we can talk all day long," Yvonne responded with a smile. The little witch snorted with a blushing face, annoyed that she wanted to hammer Yvonne on the shoulder. Yvonne cleverly avoided, but the smile on his face was somewhat reduced, and he continued to speak cautiously. "But if I happen to have something important, I may temporarily cut off the communication function. Although the magic mark is easy to use, it can sometimes cause unnecessary troubles. Therefore, he usually cuts off the communication function temporarily during the battle to avoid distraction. As for your alchemy course, just use this." Yvonne put his wand on his temple, and after a while he pulled out a trace of white mist, and was dragged into glass bottles one by one. "This is memory thread," Hermione guessed, looking at the mist in the bottle in surprise. "Yes, this is my memory of learning alchemy and making alchemy creations. You can browse it with a penis." Yvonne nodded, sinking one of the memory threads into the pen, indicating that the little witch can do it. "Give it a try." Hermione eagerly immersed her face in the meditation basin according to Ivan's instructions. About 3 minutes later, she raised her head again, looked at Yvonne, and said excitedly. "Oh my god, how did you come up with this method? Use memory to learn. Is the effect okay?" Yvonne asked curiously. "It's amazing," Hermione said with a smile. In the world of memory, she can clearly see every step of Ivan's making magic items, which is much better than just reading those alchemy books. The most important thing is that the memory can be browsed repeatedly, just like a tireless teacher rehearsing in front of her over and over again. Hogwarts should have added this to the usual course. Hermione vowed, so that there is no need to worry about losing some important knowledge in class because of distractions. It's not as simple as you think. Only an excellent Pantheon can extract his own memory, and this thing is very private, not many wizards are willing to share it with others. Yvonne said dumbfoundedly. It was the close relationship between him and Hermione who dared to do this. Even so, Yvonne still had a weird feeling when Hermione looked at the memory just now. After making a study plan, Yvonne took advantage of the last half of the day to take Hermione to stroll around London, relax for a while, and then went to the Muggle airport alone in the early morning of the next day. Ready to fly to France? Although he had travelled to France through apparition several times when he was learning alchemy from Nicole Lemay before, they were all teleported according to specific coordinates. Now that coordinates have been erased and Yvonne has to use some less magical ways to solve travel problems. Fortunately, after years of development, Muggle transportation is very convenient. It only takes more than an hour to fly from England to the destination. After getting a forged ID through the Ministry of Magic, Yvonne passed the verification very smoothly, and got on the plane to enjoy the feeling of being a Muggle. After leaving the airport, Yvonne stopped a taxi to the mysterious seaside town. The driver is a bald man in his 40s who looks very rich, but a bit too stubborn. He enthusiastically shared his life experience with Yvonne, a tourist college student along the way, and complained about the recent awfulness. "The weather is overwhelming. It's been 2 weeks, and there was no sun for a day, and it rained every day, this weather," the bald man said annoyedly. His home is in this small town. If it rains for a few more days, he felt that his furniture was going to be moldy. Listening to the other party's words, Yvonne couldn't help but turned his head and glanced at the window. The outside world was raining non-stop, and the sky was densely covered with dark clouds. The whole town was shrouded in a silent and depressive atmosphere. If this situation lasts for half a month, it is indeed very problematic. No wonder the spies of the Ministry of Magic think that a trace of Thunderbird can be found here. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, the UU reading www.uugonshu.com taxi gradually slowed down and stopped at a remote hotel entrance. This place seems to be some years old, the house number looks very old, and the advertising stickers on the outer wall are all fell off. If conditions permit, you'd better change your place to live. The law and order in this area has not been very good. The bald driver hesitated and reminded. Thank you for your suggestion, I will pay attention to safety. Yvonne paid and got out of the car, and said freely. He felt that this place was very suitable for wizards, secluded and secretive. I don't listen to persuasion. The middle-aged driver mumbled, then he stepped on the accelerator and quickly disappeared to the end of the street. Chapter 902, This is Magic, They Are Wizards. Yvonne waved his magic wand to separate the rain from the sky, then adjusted his clothes, opened the door of the hostel and walked in. As soon as he entered the door, a warm air rushed up, and the flames of the old-fashioned fireplace on the right wall were burning, blocking the outside cold and humidity. Yvonne looked around and found that the hotel is a 3-story structure. Presumably to increase some income, the first floor was transformed into a small restaurant. Although it hasn't arrived yet, many people are already sitting on the long tables by the stove, probably all the tourists who live here. The owner of the hotel is an old white man with grey hair and glasses. He is now leaning on a chair at the front desk, looking intently at a newspaper in front of him, without even hearing the door opening. What caught Ivan's most attention was that the 2 weird men in long robes in the dining room seemed incompatible with the surrounding muggles at first glance. Wizard? Yvonne frowned, and quickly confirmed the identity of the other party. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Normally, after the wizard entered the muggle realm, he would be exposed to a little disguise, at least not so conspicuous. You know, this is not a place like the Broken Cauldron Bar. Most of the tenants are muggles who don't know magic. But curiosity returned to curiosity, and Yvonne didn't mean to come up with it. The 2 wizards were definitely not the people he wanted to meet. Their ages and appearances were very different. The newcomer Yvonne didn't want to have more troubles. This is that France is not England, not to mention that he still has important things, there is no need to make trouble for himself. Considering that there was still about half an hour before the agreed meeting time, Yvonne went to the front desk to ask for a lunch, found a low-key position and sat down. After thinking about it, he went out of the wastebasket. Pull out a white paper towel and place it on the corner of the table. This is the contact code that Pierce told him, saying that it was specifically requested by Rolf. Yvonne really wanted to complain about this. A good meeting, how did it look like an undercover joint? Yvonne shook his head secretly, picked up the hard baguette and gnawed 2 bites, and listened with interest to the muggles around to talk about parents, and he recovered some of the feeling of being an ordinary person. Really, don't believe me when I say it. When I was climbing the mountain 2 days ago, I saw a monster the size of a house with 3 pairs of wings and golden feathers. It's just a pity that I didn't take it down. Just as Yvonne was gnawing on the French stick, a voice came from the right. Yvonne turned his head and looked over, and saw a muggle with a round hat sharing it with a few friends enthusiastically. My own weird experience the other day. It's just that not many people believe in his remarks. What age is it now, if there is such a monster that can be hidden? I was arrested by the army for an exhibition. I dare to assure you that everything I say is true. It has rained every day these days, and it must have something to do with that monster. The muggle with a round hat blushed and shouted loudly. Come on, Cole, there is nothing new in your story. A white woman said with a sneer. Last week, someone said that a few magical wizards came from the town, and they took a short stick and fought in the alley. It turned out that it was just a few tricky gimmicks. Hearing the dispute between the people, Yvonne found it very interesting, especially when he glanced at the middle-aged muggle with the round hat a few more times, wondering whether to find the other person to inquire about Thunderbird. Suddenly, Ivan's brows frowned, and his gaze suddenly focused on the 2 wizards in long robes, and he felt a wave of magical power from them. The next moment, the white woman who was still talking about juggling suddenly fell to the ground, and the chair behind her just disappeared inexplicably. Who did it? The woman got up from the ground in desperation and turned her head back annoyed. She thought it was the wicked guy who sneaked over and took her seat, but the strange thing was that there was no one behind her, so she looked for it. Less than half a chair. Anne, your chair seems, as if it disappeared by itself. The muggle named Cole said in a shocked tone. He just witnessed the chair underneath the others being brushed and disappeared. You said my chair disappeared on its own? Absurd. Annie yelled angrily, but her voice trembled slightly, and she somewhat doubted whether she had encountered some spiritual event during the day. The muggles next to him were dubious, but soon there was another scream. Snake. A 2-meter-long green snake sprang out from under the table, bowed and spit out the snake's letter, and wanted to bite. The small hotel suddenly turned into a pot of porridge. Only Ivan, who was sitting in a remote corner, could see clearly that the two wizards were playing tricks. Being used as a joke by several muggles, he was upset and teased. He still barely understands it, but now it's a bit too much to really intend to hurt people. Thinking this way, Ivan took off the half of the French stick in his mouth and threw it lightly on the ground. After landing, the long French stick quickly twisted and transformed into a snake mongoose, jumping out of the blind spot of everyone's vision, biting the snake's tail very flexibly, and pulling the snake body and jumping out of the window. In just 1 second before and after, the originally flaunting snake was taken away by an animal that ran out from nowhere, and everyone was a little confused for a while. The two wizards who were disturbed looked at Ivan with unkind expressions, but before they had a seizure, the door of the hotel was knocked open. What broke in were a few aurors in grey costumes. After seeing the incoming person, the two wizards suddenly changed their faces, and they didn't care to teach the little devil who stirred their interest, and they were ready to run away as soon as they pulled out their wands. But it was too late, and the aurors attacked the moment they saw them. Expelliarmus, accept your weapon. Petrificus, all petrochemicals. Stupefy, fainted. A series of 7 or 8 spells quickly hit the two wizards who couldn't dodge. www.untilnovel.com. The battle was over after only a few seconds. The muggles in the hotel opened their eyes one by one, watching this battle that was beyond common sense and was enough to make their worldview collapse. Magic, this is magic, they are wizards. Annie screamed loudly. The lead auror was obviously very experienced, and he didn't panic at all. He directly cast a confusion spell, and the 7 muggles who were present sat back to their positions dizzy. Immediately, the remaining aurors were very proficient in casting oblivion spells on each muggle, making them forget those things that shouldn't be remembered, and using the restoration spell to restore all the tables and chairs that were destroyed during the fight. Chapter 903, Inquiry and Pendant. After fixing the yelling muggles, the lead auror quickly turned his attention to Ivan, looked at him carefully for a while, and questioned him. Tell me your name and purpose, wizard. Most people don't come to this remote town deliberately at such a special time. Besides, you just acted on them and ruined our original plan. You need to know we have been following them all day. The auror's expression was very unkind. They finally caught 2 mice and were trying to see if they could catch a big fish. As a result, Ivan entered the door with his front foot, and this happened in the hotel on the back foot. He even suspected that the wizard in front of him, who looked only 17 or 18 years old, was one of the accomplices of the two wizards. I think you have misunderstood, sir, this riot has nothing to do with me. It's just that these two wizards wanted to tease the muggles in the hotel on a whim. Ivan didn't panic at all and replied with ease. Tau. If you don't believe me, you can cross-examine these people. Having said this, Ivan suddenly paused, suddenly remembering that the two were very secretive when they were casting spells. It seemed that the muggles couldn't ask anything, let alone wash their suspicions. Fortunately, at this moment, the female auror who had just walked over after casting the curse recognized him at a glance and said in surprise. Ivan? Why are you here? Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Ivan turned his head and glanced, speaking of a witch with bright silver hair, and a beautiful face with a different charm. Furong. Ivan was a little surprised. He didn't expect to meet an acquaintance when he first arrived in France, or under such special circumstances. But after the surprise, Ivan quickly reacted, looking at the standard robe worn by the witch, and said with a smile. I haven't seen you for more than a year, you have become an auror? Congratulations. It's just an internship. I haven't formally joined the job yet. Furong shrugged and said modestly, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitched. More than a dozen of their graduates in this period applied for the auror, but only she was chosen alone. Ahem. The lead auror coughed slightly and interrupted the conversation between the two of them. He looked at Furong who was inexplicably chatting with each other with dissatisfaction and asked. Do you know him, Ms. Delacour? Is it possible that you are Buzzbardens, alumni? No, Ivan is a student of Hogwarts in England. We met at the Triwizard tournament. Furong explained, and then asked in surprise. Captain Bruno, haven't you seen Halls in the newspaper? Bruno froze for a moment. Of course he had heard of the Triwizard tournament last year. It's just that Boothbatten College lost terribly, and the limelight was robbed by the two warriors of Hogwarts. Even the mainstream media reported vaguely, alluding to the warriors of Hogwarts secretly cheating, so he didn't pay much attention to that match at all. Since you are a student of Hogwarts, why do you come to France? Why come here in the small town? Bruno did not relax his vigilance just because the wizard in front of him was somewhat famous, and he showed no mercy. Questioning. If you have read any British newspaper, you should know that I skipped a grade and graduated from Hogwarts this year. As for the purpose of my coming here. Ivan hesitated for a moment, feeling that there was no need to conceal it, and said truthfully. Let's put it this way, I am very interested in the research of magical creatures, so I took the initiative to apply to be Mr. Rolf's assistant to study and catch thunderbirds together. It is my certificate. Any questions? Mr. Bruno. Yvonne took out several pamphlets given to him by Pierce from his suitcase and put them on the table. This time he was not smuggled here, but was hired by the International Wizarding Federation, even though he was an apprentice. Name. Bruno glanced suspiciously at him, took up the documents on the table and checked it carefully. After confirming that it was true, he casually asked a few questions about the habits of thunderbirds and habitats. Seeing Ivan's answer, the answer was fluent. Only slightly lowered his vigilance. Yvonne was also relieved in his heart. Although he was not afraid of these aurors, if the other party really wanted to embarrass him, it would be really difficult. I can't just beat up these law enforcement officers for a little thing, right? But France is not England. It would be bad if it caused a series of diplomatic problems. After dispelling the suspicion of Yvonne, Bruno strode to the two unconscious wizards, pulled one of them open and pulled out a silver triangle pendant from the inside. Ivan's pupils, who peeked at this scene, shrank, because he was very familiar with the style of the pendant. It was the Deathly Hallows. No, it should be said that it was a symbol of a saint. More than 50 years ago, Grindelwald was obsessed with the power of pursuing the Deathly Hallows, and often used this symbol to refer to himself, so that his followers often carried similar things. Captain Bruno, take the liberty to ask, are these two criminals who have escaped? Yvonne asked tentatively. This is not something you should take care of, kid. Bruno looked at Yvonne very vigilantly, staring at him for a while before speaking. I'll give you another piece of advice. This town is not very safe lately. When you see a stranger, remember to stay away and don't just make trouble. Do you understand? I will pay attention. Yvonne said in a calm tone, and even if he put out his plan to obtain information from Bruno, it would be even more useless as far as the mind-trapping mind was concerned. The captain of the Aura was very vigilant. He was obviously a veteran. If he took the initiative to start a seductive mind, he might be noticed by the other party. www.mtlnovel.com. Then there would be no way to explain it. Bruno naturally saw that the wizard in front of him didn't listen to his words at all, but he reminded him that he had done his best, so he didn't say anything, and waved his hand to signal the Aurors to take the captured prisoners and leave here. Before leaving, Furong glanced at Yvonne apologetically. She was just an apprentice Aura and had no right to speak, let alone stand up to help Yvonne. After the Aurors left together, the 7 muggles in the hotel were relieved from the confusion curse one after another. They continued to eat and eat in a daze, as if the commotion that had just happened was just an illusion. No one noticed that they were sitting. The 2 people beside them have been taken away. Seeing this scene, Yvonne was somewhat aware of why many wizards would consciously be superior to others. To some extent, muggles are the playthings in their palms, even if they are played with, they don't know anything. Chapter 904, Rolf's Commander. With emotion, Yvonne didn't get too busy to tell the truth to these muggles. Sometimes knowing too much can only increase worries. After a riot, the next meeting was much smoother than Yvonne had imagined. Just after one point, the people he was waiting for appeared at the entrance of the hotel on time. Rolf entered the door and looked around. After seeing the napkin Yvonne had placed on the corner of the table, he walked over here. Hello, Mr. Commander. I'm Yvonne Halls. Yvonne stood up and stretched out his right hand, actively greeted him, while looking curiously at the 19-year-old wizard. No matter the dress or the temperament of the other party, he was different from any wizard he had ever seen before. Probably because of the fact that he has been in the mountains and the wilderness all the year round, Rolf's physique looks very strong, his brown hair is unkempt and messy, his skin is dark brown, and his trousers and clothes are still covered. Contaminated with a little clay, the scavengers who don't know where they are. Nice to meet you, Mr. Halls. Rolf stretched out his hand and shook Ivan's hand, and sat down comfortably on the opposite position. I have seen your deeds in the European Times. It says that you are the most talented wizard in England, and you have defeated several Aurors in the exam. That's ridiculous, I can't say that the most talented is the most talented. At best, I just spend the time of other students playing around on learning. Yvonne said very low-key. Rolf had an inexplicable desire to complain, but in the end he held it back, cleared his throat and asked. Also let me ask, why did you suddenly think of coming over to be my assistant? Rolf is very puzzled about this. A talented wizard like Yvonne should apply for the Aura after graduation or find a clerical job in the Ministry of Magic for promotion. How could he go to France in a whimsical way? Come to be his apprentice. Most importantly, he didn't apply for support from England or the International Wizards Federation at all, but Pierce suddenly forced someone over, who was a minor wizard who had just graduated, which made Rolf somewhat dissatisfied. The target Thunderbird this time is a particularly sensitive and magical creature. You must be very cautious in tracking and catching the opponent. Bringing a layman may actually do bad things. Yvonne naturally recognized Rolf's concerns and immediately explained. Mr. Commander, I have always been interested in all kinds of magical creatures, and I have learned a lot of related knowledge. This time I heard that a Thunderbird appeared in France, so I took the initiative to apply to join the capture operation. Please forgive me if I can ask for your consent in advance. As he was talking, Yvonne suddenly paused, and his left hand jerked into the sleeve on the right, grabbing something with a duckbill like a black guinea pig from it. After this round and round magical creature was caught by Yvonne, he was not afraid of life at all. Instead, he blinked his eyes and looked at him very innocently. Is this the test you plan to give me? Mr. Commander? Yvonne asked jokingly, grabbing the black guinea pig by the tail. Rolf looked at the sniff in Ivan's hand, his complexion suddenly became very embarrassed, he took sniff over in annoyed manner, flicked the other's head with his index finger in annoyance, and then looked at Yvonne quite a bit. Said with a guilty conscience. Ah, yes, I want to test your vigilance and see if you are suitable for this industry, Halls. So it seems that I should have passed. Yvonne did not reveal Rolf's meaning, but instead pointed to the large black guinea pig with a duckbill through this, and said. Sniffing, the scientific name is Mud and Thunder, it is a kind of magical creature that can dig the ground and like to collect treasures. The magical part is of level 3x. It usually inhabits the territory of Great Britain. It has a gentle personality and can detect gold coins or treasures from far away. There is a space pocket on the chest, and black fur is an excellent material for making extended backpacks. Yvonne gushed about the habits, habitat, and ability of sniffing, including the value of fur and blood. When talking about these magical materials, Yvonne also took a look at the sniffing habit. Under Ivan's kind gaze, the sniff that tried to get rid of his crimes shivered, and the forepaws held Rolf's thumb tightly. Rolf was very speechless and stuffed the sniff into his chest pocket. Now that he knew he was afraid, why did he go early? However, Ivan's ability to narrate the various characteristics of sniffing in such detail made Rolf a little different from him. This at least proves that the other party is not a simple layman, at least an amateur who has done related homework. If you can follow the instructions, multiple assistants are not bad. It's just that Rolf doesn't understand why his pet suddenly ran to Yvonne. Although Sniff has the habit of collecting treasures, after all these years of training, it has been able to restrain his own. By nature, similar things have never happened in the past 2 years. Or does it mean that the other party has unimaginable treasures? Will Sniff ignore his commands? A few thoughts flashed in Rolf's mind. Although he was very curious, he didn't mean to ask more, but seriously told Yvonne about the details of the mission. He arrived in this town 3 days ago. After several days of exploration, he has initially grasped the approximate scope of Thunderbird's activities and formulated a decoy plan based on this. I bought a live lamb in a nearby village, and tomorrow morning I will apply a special spice to its fur www.mtlnovel.com and put it on the nearby mountain. This spice can to attract Thunderbird's attention, all we have to do is to wait for the Thunderbird to finish hunting and follow it to find the location of the nest. Rolf said concisely. Then why not just add some powerful anesthetic potion and pour it directly? Should this save a lot of things? Yvonne asked in a puzzled way. How easy is it? It must be Thunderbirds, a lively prey, to be fooled. Rolf shook his head, then turned to look at the dark clouds outside the window, and said solemnly. And I suspect that this Thunderbird is probably in an injured state, with intense mood swings. Only in this way can we explain the weird weather this week. Yvonne nodded. Before he came, he had this doubt. Normally Thunderbirds are not so irritable. The bad weather in the haunt area usually lasts for a day or two and then disappears. This time it did not stop for a whole week. It was indeed very strange. Chapter 905, Rolf's Animagus. With a thought, Yvonne suddenly remembered the 2 wizards who had been arrested just now, and couldn't help but ask. Who do you think will be attacking Thunderbird? I don't know, maybe it is a group of morally corrupted poachers. After all, an adult Thunderbird's corpse can sell for thousands of gallons on the black market. It is hard to keep others unmoved. Rolf sighed quietly, similar things he had seen his father travel the world many times, so that some rare and magical creatures were almost wiped out by these bastards. However, Yvonne did not agree with Rolf's point of view. First, the Thunderbirds were transported to France, and then Grindelwald's minions were haunted nearby. It was hard for him to believe that this would be a coincidence. But if it has something to do with Grindelwald, it doesn't make sense. What can the other party do with Thunderbird? You won't be like yourself, collecting Thunderbird's blood and fusion bloodline, right? This idea just emerged from my heart and was eliminated by Yvonne. With Grindelwald's magic level, I don't have to wait until now if I want to rely on the fusion of blood to improve his strength. The other party is not able to rely on the system to solve multiple bloodlines like myself. Conflict issues. In short, this mission may be very dangerous. In addition to Thunderbirds, we might also meet with those poachers. So while resting this half day, you'd better think about it carefully. The real battle is not a joke. Rolf exhorted very solemnly. Although he has seen reports in the European Times that Yvonne defeated 3 Aurors, he thinks it should be mostly showcasing now. After all, Yvonne Halls looks too young in front of him. Even if the magic level is really high, his experience in combat must be seriously inadequate. In a formal battle, it is not whoever releases the powerful spell that can win, and the opponent will not be so stupid as to wait for you to prepare for a duel. No, Mr. Commander, I have the ability to protect myself, and I am ready to fight. Yvonne said in a flat tone, but there was a sense of irresistibility in the words. Well, since you insist on thinking that way. Rolf nodded and didn't advise him any more, just thinking in his heart that he would look at Yvonne more when the time comes to avoid any danger to the other party. After initially agreeing on a plan for catching Thunderbirds, Yvonne and Rolf went to the hotel owner to book 2 rooms and begin preliminary preparations. Rolf is responsible for making the special spices that attract Thunderbirds, and Yvonne has taken over the task of making potions. This time they have to spend at least half a day in the wild. If they don't want to be bitten, it is best to need some potions to expel mosquitoes and conceal their bodies. Considering that there may be some unexpected situations in the mission, Yvonne also prepared an improved blood fusion potion in advance, and then only needs to collect some Thunderbird blood to perform the blood fusion ritual. The next morning, Yvonne took the potion that had been brewed and opened the door and walked out of the hotel, while Rolf had already been waiting at the door with a half-sized goat. Probably because of the confusion curse, the goat appeared very well behaved, without a leash, just following Rolf at the same pace. The potion you want? Yvonne took out 2 bottles of reagents backhand and threw them over. Rolf stretched out his hand to take it, and then he unplugged the bottle of the reagent and smelled it, confirming the efficacy of the drug before putting it away. The guinea pig-sized sniffer came out of Rolf's chest pocket with a yawn, as if he sensed the breath of treasure, looked around in a daze, and screamed when he saw Yvonne. And then hissed back into the bag, leaving only his tail and half of his outside. Yvonne touched his nose. Is he so scary? Rolf was dumbfounded and stuffed his sniffing tail into his pocket, then he pulled Yvonne and drove a rented muggle car towards the towering mountain forest to the west of the town. I didn't expect you to drive a car. Yvonne said unexpectedly. Sometimes using muggle transportation can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. Rolf shrugged and explained. Although the wizard's apparition is easy to use, if you want to ensure that the destination is accurate, you can usually only send it to the place you have visited before, so sometimes these convenient means of transportation can be of great use. Just chatting all the way, Rolf drove down the mountain road all the way into the mountainside, found a fairly flat clearing and stopped. I imposed a muggle expulsion curse at the foot of the mountain. During this time, no irrelevant people will bother us. Rolf opened the door and got out of the car, explaining, pulling the goat from the trunk. Out, and took out the prepared special spices and smeared them on the goat's fur. Yvonne tried to smell it, but didn't smell anything, probably only Thunderbird could recognize it. Do you want to help? Yvonne asked, pulling up his sleeves. Of course, 2 people can save a lot of time. Rolf did not refuse Ivan's help, and asked him to help hold the goat so that this thing would not move. It took about 5 minutes for Rolf to get everything done, and finally he waved his wand to lift the confusion spell he had imposed. The poor goat just woke up and saw the 2 wizards staring at him fiercely. They ran away in fright, rushed into the dense forest, and quickly disappeared in front of them. The next thing we have to do is to follow it, not too close and not to lose it, and wait patiently until the Thunderbird appears. Rolf took out the previous 2 bottles of potions and poured them into his mouth. www.mdlnovel.com. Then the figure was distorted and deformed. Yellow fluff quickly emerged from the top and bottom of the body, and the nails of both hands became slender and sharp. After a while, a sturdy leopard appeared on the mountainside. The sniff that had been in his pocket also fell out, but the little guy quickly crawled along the fur to the top of the leopard's head, stubbornly tugging a few hairs. By the way, how is your sneaking ability, Halls? Rolf adjusted to his deformed body, then turned his head and asked. However, looking behind him, Rolf unexpectedly found that Ivan's figure had disappeared without a trace. Just as he was surprised, a voice came from mid-air. I think it's pretty good. Rolf looked up suddenly, and an owl slowly flew down from the sky and hovered in front of him. Chapter 906, Thunderbird shot down. I didn't expect you to be an animagus. Rolf said in surprise. It's not a big deal, aren't you the same? Yvonne waved his wings and landed on the leopard's head, and replied. How can it be the same? Rolf rolled his eyes. He had suffered a lot in order to become animagus, and Ivan's transformation was a flying creature, and his concealment and detection ability were better than his transformed leopard. The only drawback is that the combat effectiveness is a bit low. But while feeling sigh, Rolf did not forget the business. Since Yvonne is an animagus, it becomes much easier to hide his figure, so there is no need to worry about bad things because of exposure. By the way, Halls, when Thunderbird appears, remember to listen to my orders. Don't act privately. If you are unlucky and run into those poachers, don't force it. I will judge the other person. The number and combat power decide whether to abandon this operation. Rolf reminded very solemnly. Yvonne gave him a weird look, but finally nodded. Well, you are a professional, then do as you say. After reaching a consensus, an eagle and a leopard rushed into the dense forest together. After the delay, the half-sized goat had already run away. Even if Yvonne had the advantage of high-altitude vision, he couldn't find the other side's footprint in this complicated jungle. Fortunately, Rolf, who has experienced many battles, is like a real leopard, leaning on his body while sniffing the breath of the prey while advancing fast, successfully positioning himself in just a few minutes. Got the goat's position. Rolf did not continue forward, but deliberately kept a short distance, using the low roar to drive the opponent to the top of the mountain, so that Thunderbird could find the trail of the goat more easily. Yvonne followed slowly, not daring to fly too high, so as not to become the first target of Thunderbird's attack. This chase and escape continued for more than half an hour. Rolf undoubtedly calculated the goat's physical strength very accurately. When he reached the top of the mountain, the other party was already tired and paralyzed in a clearing. What shall we do next? Yvonne slid down in midair, looking at the poor and helpless goat, who could only bleat and barked, and asked. Wait. Rolf Barra said with his paws, covering his body in the dense bushes, lowering his voice. We need to be patient with Thunderbird. As long as we can calm down, this plan will be half successful. Half? What is the other half? Yvonne was very curious. Look. We'd better pray that the Thunderbird could not successfully capture the prey during this period, otherwise it might choose to stay in the lair, so we will be busy today. Rolf explained, his face turned very calm. In these years of research and exploration of magical animals, there are many examples of making sufficient preparations in advance, but ultimately failing and returning without success, so he has been watching it very openly. Yvonne nodded, knowing the same truth, and landed directly on the low branch next to him. Taking advantage of the free time to rest, Rolf was rarely interested, and shared his thrilling adventures with Yvonne in a low voice over the years, and by the way popularized all kinds of knowledge about survival in the wild. The waiting time was longer than Yvonne expected. They hid from morning until midnight without seeing the shadow of Thunderbird. The half-sized goat regained its vitality, and was leaping about on the grass leisurely, lowering its head from time to time to gnaw a few bites of grass, looking very leisurely. Yvonne turned his head and looked at Rolf, and saw that he was lying in the bushes, squinting in a false sleep, very composure. Upon seeing this, Yvonne turned his body upside down, hung upside down on the branch, and began to close his eyes to cultivate. In the early hours of the morning, the bewildered Yvonne was awakened by a harsh thunder. Just when he opened his eyes, he saw several lightning flashes in the dense dark clouds, and the golden light spots could still be vaguely seen in the clouds. Thunderbird? Yvonne suddenly shook his head, and came out of the confusion, and immediately cast his gaze to the grass in front of him. The half-sized goat was obviously aware of the danger, and wailed in horror, and rushed into the woods like crazy. Yvonne subconsciously flew out to chase, but Rolf's voice rang from the previous step. Don't move, the sheep can't run, it's not the time to shoot. Rolf woke up long before the Thunderbirds arrived, and was staring at the goats and the movements of the Thunderbirds just like Yvonne, but he didn't take any action, because he was very aware of the Thunderbirds' hunting habits. Sure enough, shortly after he spoke, a lightning flashed out of the clouds and struck the goat's path. The dazed lamb was so frightened that he staggered and fell directly to the ground, and then just lay down. The ground was trembling and the body was motionless. Yvonne held his breath and turned his gaze to the sky. Now that the prey has lost his fighting spirit, the hunter should also be on the stage. A golden bird flew out of the dark clouds. It was like a beam of light. It swooped down from the clouds with a few swoops. With its sharp front paws, it tightened the half-large goat with one swoop. Caught. Yvonne finally got a glimpse of this Thunderbird. It looked the size of a muggle car, covered with pure golden feathers. The most peculiar thing was that it had 3 pairs of wings, the largest one extending more than 5 meters, azure lightning can still be seen on the tail feathers. After the successful hunting, Thunderbird seemed to have no intention of enjoying food on the spot, and once again fluttered its wings and flew away. Chasing. But remember not to get too close. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, our goal is to find its lair, don't act without authorization. Rolf said loudly, and ran out of the bushes the next moment. Get out. The leopard's speed is already extremely fast, coupled with the magical blessing, enough to allow Rolf to keep up with Thunderbird's movements. Ivan's actions were not slow, and he followed Rolf closely. After flying for about 10 minutes, a towering cliff in the distance appeared in front of the two of them. Thunderbird did not continue forward, but kept hovering over the cliff. A cheerful smile suddenly appeared on Rolf's face. It seems that Thunderbird's lair is here. However, before he was happy for long, Rolf noticed that something was wrong. because Thunderbird had not returned to his lair for a long time and looked very anxious. Just when both of them felt a little strange, several brilliant spell beams suddenly blazed from the cliff, and the target was the Thunderbird in the sky. Chapter 907, Forbidden Air Circle. Suddenly under attack, Thunderbird's reaction was not unpleasant. It quickly dodged, and then let out a burst of angry screams. The pure golden wings shook with all their strength, and a few strong lightning blasted past. However, this was an inevitable blow, but it failed to play any role, and was easily disintegrated by the invisible barrier that rose in midair. Thunderbird's scarlet golden pupils stared at the 5 wizards below, and felt a great threat on the person who was in the lead. Almost instantly, Thunderbird made a decision, abandoning the lamb that had just been captured, and turned and fled. It's a pity that the assailant was clearly prepared, and the forbidden air circle set up in advance was instantly activated, and the Thunderbird suddenly seemed to have received a heavy blow. His body became extremely slow, and finally fell staggeringly. Watching this scene, Yvonne was very anxious, but as a flying creature, he was also inevitably affected by the forbidden air circle. In the end, he was forced to fall on Rolf's back. Leopard ran with himself. Damn it, how could those poachers move so fast? Rolf scolded angrily, his running speed increased again, and he wanted to get there before those people got it. I'm afraid it's not a poacher. Yvonne thought silently in his heart. He just flew high in the sky and saw the appearance of those people, and the wizard headed by them made him feel inexplicably familiar. Rolf didn't know the information, and hurried to the location where the Thunderbird fell. However, when he arrived, Rolf realized that the battle was over long ago, with bright red blood and a dozen golden feathers scattered on the ground. Damn it, let's take a step. Rolf transformed back into a human form, picked up a feather on the ground, and hammered the sand on the ground angrily. On the side, Yvonne was not surprised at all. Even if he was as powerful as a Thunderbird in front of that person, he couldn't hold on for too long, let alone the other party made sufficient preparations this time. Did you see those poachers in the sky just now? How many of them are there? Rolf asked through gritted teeth. 5 people in total. Yvonne said concisely. There's more to fight. Rolf secretly added up. Although there were more people on the other side than them, he and Yvonne were not exposed, and they were still in the dark. If 1 or 2 people can be solved by a sneak attack, then the 2 sides can fight. Yvonne saw Rolf's plan at a glance, and immediately poured cold water. I saw Grindelwald among them. Just relying on the eyes of the heterochromatic pupils, even if the opponent is several decades younger, Yvonne can recognize it. What are you talking about? Rolf was stunned, then took a breath and stammered. Green. Devo? Are you sure you are not mistaken? How could he suddenly come to France? In fact, I received relevant information before coming. Grindelwald has been active in France recently, but no one knows what he wants to do. Yvonne explained. This is difficult. Hearing Ivan's words, Rolf's brow suddenly wrinkled. The news that Grindelwald had escaped from the prison of Numungard, he had naturally seen it in the European Times, but Rolf could not have imagined that he would run into such a legendary dark wizard one day. The catastrophe more than 50 years ago, he had heard his grandfather tell it many times, so he knew exactly what the name Grindelwald represented. This was definitely not a wizard they could contend. Thinking of this, Rolf planned to persuade Yvonne to abandon this mission and follow it alone to see if he could detect some important information. Now the degree of danger in this place has exceeded his imagination. Once encountering a battle, Rolf guessed that he would not be able to take care of Ivan's safety at all. However, when he turned his head and prepared to persuade him, Ivan's voice came first. Mr. Commander, you'd better go back and notify the people at the Ministry of Magic immediately. The next battle may be very dangerous. I am not sure that I can protect your safety. Ivan's expression was very serious. There is no joking at all. Yep. What? Rolf looked at Yvonne dumbfounded. Shouldn't this be what I said? Rolf was startled by Ivan's sudden sneer, and he couldn't react for a long time. After a reminder, Yvonne ignored Rolf, took out a blank reagent bottle in the wizard's robe pocket, and waved his wand to collect all the blood scattered on the ground. Almost enough, right? Yvonne shook the bottle and muttered to himself, so that the materials needed to fuse the blood have been gathered, and his main goal of coming to France was also perfectly achieved. If he is more cautious, he should stop now, find an undisturbed place to perform the 6th blood fusion ceremony, spend 10.5 months familiarizing himself with the newly acquired power, and then consider consulting Grindelwald. Decisive victory. But Yvonne was really curious about Grindelwald deliberately lurking in France, and what was the purpose of catching this Thunderbird with great effort. It must be very important to let the other party put aside the affairs at hand and do it in person. Realizing this, Yvonne immediately decided to follow up and take a look. Anyway, it's no better than before. You don't need to rely on bragging about your strength to stabilize your rule. It really can't be beaten, and it's a big deal. After making up his mind, Yvonne did not delay any longer, and changed his body shape from an owl to a vigorous cheetah. www.mtlnovel.com, sniffing the remaining scent of Thunderbird blood, rushed all the way to catch up. Rolf witnessed Yvonne turning from an owl to a cheetah. He was stupid. Could Animagus still have two forms? However, it is obviously not the time to consider this. Seeing Ivan's leaving figure, Rolf hesitated, and finally gritted his teeth and turned into the form of a leopard to follow. Even a minor wizard like Yvonne can put aside life and death, so what is there to be afraid of? The sniff on Rolf's head is using that small little brain, seriously considering whether to jump off the car halfway. The Thunderbird's terrifying power makes it memorable, but it is so powerful the magical creature was easily subdued by the enemy, and the hidden creatures could instinctively make it have the urge to run right away. It's just that this thought was quickly dispelled by another instinct, because it smelled a scent that couldn't be rejected in front of it. That was the smell of a lot of precious treasures. Chapter 908, Terrible Thunderstorms and Space Nodes. At the same time, in a clearing deep in the jungle, after the two wizards had arranged their protective magic, they looked at the wizard headed and spoke. Mr. Grindelwald, the circle you need has been set up. Very well. You did a good job. Grindelwald stepped forward and patted the shoulders of the two of them, said admiringly, and then looked back at the captured Thunderbird. Just after suffering a violent beating, Thunderbird no longer had the arrogant appearance before, and looked very miserable. A long wound stretched from the chest to the left wing, and crimson blood constantly seeped out from the wound. The tail feathers are dyed golden red. In order to prevent Thunderbirds from escaping, the wizards even used transfiguration to make several huge chains to securely bind the opponents. Coupled with the weakness curse and the protective magic placed around them, the Thunderbirds escaped, even it's hard to move a few times. It's not too late, you guys prepare, we will start now. Grindelwald said. The four wizards looked at each other, blessed themselves with an iron armor curse on their backhands, and then cautiously retreated to the far corner. Although vent your anger, let me see your strength. Grindelwald stared at the huge Thunderbird in front of him, gently waving his wand to lift the weakening spell previously imposed on the opponent. The Thunderbird, which had regained its mobility, stared at Grindelwald bitterly. Its golden pupils were full of anger. It raised its 6 wings high and made a piercing squeal. The magic power flowed, dozens of times. The stout lightning fell from the sky suddenly. The flickering arcs gathered together and instantly aroused a thunderstorm. The shock wave swept in all directions with a huge roar, and the dangerous and swift lightning spread like a spider web. Although the four wizards that had long been expected had done enough protection in advance, they were still inevitably affected, and the strong iron armor curse broke almost instantly under the mighty power of nature. Fortunately, at this time, the prearranged protective magic worked, and solid magic barriers rose from the ground, like 4 walls separating the thunderstorm area. Seeing that the terrifying thunderstorm failed to break the final protection, several wizards couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and then looked at the figure in the middle of the thunderstorm with worry and admiration. Several magical fluorescence flashed across Grindelwald's body. After the dense lightning entered his body, he quickly fell silent. The cloak that was draped like a silk fabric also looked incredible, directly giving the terrifying heat caused by thunderstorms to isolated. Grindelwald stood quietly in the middle of the thunderstorm looking for the hidden space node. Under the influence of such a terrifying thunderstorm, some hidden traces of magic would be revealed. The strength is not enough. Grindelwald opened his eyes suddenly, raised his old wand and pointed it at Thunderbird, saying, "Drill my heart and cut my bones." Thunderbird let out a painful wailing, continuous lightning fell from the dark clouds, arousing thunder, the flashing arc became more and more dense, and fine cracks appeared on the originally strong magical barrier. The four wizards hiding outside only felt a tingling scalp, praying that the magic barrier could be firmer, and unconsciously stepped back a few steps. A smile appeared at the corner of Grindelwald's mouth. After the thunderstorm intensified again, he could already clearly feel the connection point between the two spaces. At this moment, Grindelwald accurately lifted the old magic wand and pierced it at the position of the node, as if punctured a blister. The scattered ripples spread in all directions. Not long after, a width of about 3 meters high, the passageway appeared in front of everyone. The horrible arc gradually subsided, and the continuous triggering of lightning made the already injured Thunderbird into a state of weakness. More importantly, it has found that its various methods are ineffective against the wizard in front of it. Instead, it was used by the other party to achieve something kind of purpose. The magical barrier shrouded around shattered at this moment, and the wizards cautiously gathered around and asked Grindelwald for instructions on the next task. "You stay here, don't let other people come in," Grindelwald said directly, and then strode into the dark magical passage. What he was going to was the residence and burial place of an alchemist master. There must be all kinds of dangerous magic traps inside. There is no need to lose manpower for nothing. After Grindelwald left, this was temporarily opened up, and the unstable passage was slowly closed. Such a terrible thunderstorm, what exactly does Grindelwald want to do? According to this, in the dense forest hundreds of meters away, Ivan mumbled to himself as he watched the falling lightning in the sky in astonishment. He didn't think that the captured Thunderbird could make such a fierce resistance under Grindelwald's hands, so he said that this must be intentional by the other party. Or in other words, the other party caught Thunderbirds to create this thunderstorm. Ivan silently thought of www.mdlnovel.com again speeding up, and there was such a big movement in front of him. Even if he didn't smell the smell in the air, he could know where the Thunderbird was. However, the closer I got, the more familiar Ivan the surrounding woods became. When did he seem to be here? Just as Ivan was thinking about it, the figures of the 4 wizards in front of them had already appeared in front of them. Grindelwald didn't seem to be there, and Ivan confirmed the information at first glance, but he was uncertain whether the opponent had left, or that it was a trap. Thinking of the thunderstorm just now, and looking at the bleak scene plowed by lightning and shock waves ahead, Ivan quickly determined that this was probably not a trap, otherwise there was no need to make such a fancy. After a moment of delay, Rolf had chased him from behind. He leaned down and hid in the bushes, glanced at the 4 wizards not far away, and said, "I have 1 person and 2 on the right. No need. Just hide it." Ivan refused Rolf's help and jumped out of the hiding place while speaking. The speed of the cheetah was astonishingly fast. With the blessing of magic power, only an afterimage could be seen. The nearest wizard didn't even have time to react, so he was slapped and flew out. The enemy attack, it's a wizard. The wizards who can follow Grindelwald are naturally elite. Although the attack only happened for an instant, some people found out what was wrong at the first time. A normal cheetah can never run so fast, let alone slap a person into the air with a paw. So the only possible attacker is Animagus. Chapter 909, 3 Hallows. Reducto, bone to pieces. Petrificus, all petrochemicals. The other 2 wizards were not slow to react at all. They drew out their wands in a panic and pointed them at the cheetah that popped up. Several spell beams flew past them in an instant. Facing the attack of a few people, Ivan did not evade, his body disintegrated into a ball of flames, and the light beam that flew directly passed through his body. What kind of witchcraft is this? The wizards who witnessed this scene couldn't believe their eyes, but before they understood what was going on, the flames ran into them. A violent explosion sounded in the dense forest, and the raised fire light blasted the 3 people out in an instant. Then, the scattered flames gradually gathered together, and Ivan's figure soon reappeared in the clearing. Amazing! Rolf walked out of the hiding place, looked at the mess on the ground, silently put the wand back out, couldn't help but sigh. He now somewhat believes that the headlines of the Eurodaily newspaper are not bragging. When the opponent graduated, he probably really defeated the 3 elite warriors. Crackling! The sound of an electric arc suddenly came over. Ivan turned his head and took a look, and saw that the Thunderbird on the right side tied by an iron chain was lying low on his body, making a deep chirping sound. This is a feeling. Threat defensive posture. Come and appease it. Ivan said to Rolf, and then strode to the wizard who had been slapped by him just now, grabbed the other's collar and forced him to look directly into your own eyes. Scenery. The wizard originally planned to resist, but he was dizzy with a claw on his head, and his mind sank completely when he met Ivan's eyes. A large number of broken memory fragments quickly poured into Ivan's mind. After scanning the other party's impressive memories over the past few months, Ivan's face suddenly became very ugly. He already understood why Grindelwald came to France. Suddenly the other party was looking for Nicolas May's residence, or to put it another way, Grindelwald came for the Resurrection Stone. This is the last of the 3 sacred artifacts. Once Grindelwald succeeds, Ivan doesn't know what will happen, but it will definitely not be a good thing. It's just that Ivan is somewhat puzzled. How did Grindelwald know that the Resurrection Stone is in the safe house of Nicolas May, and how to determine the location of the space node? You must know that before his death, Nicolas May was fully prepared in order not to be disturbed, and even erased the coordinates in his mind. It is not imprudent. Grindelwald has no reason to know these 2 intelligences. Correct. Could it be that Dumbledore said it? Ivan thought for a while and thought it was impossible. Dumbledore had no reason to betray his old friend. Did you find anything? Rolf walked over and asked. Grindelwald entered the residence of the alchemist Nicolas May. I have to stop him. Ivan said as he walked toward the position where Grindelwald stood in the wizard's memory, closing his eyes to feel the scene. The traces of magic remaining in the space. Since the passageway entered was only opened once a few minutes ago, and the method was very rough, the remaining magic traces were very obvious. Ivan could clearly sense it, and there was no need to make many preparations in advance like Grindelwald. After a while, Ivan opened his eyes again and waved his wand swiftly, and the dark space channel emerged. Are you going to go in like this? Halls? Now that we know his purpose, we'd better notify the people of the Ministry of Magic to deal with it. Rolf exhorted, although Ivan's strength exceeded his expectations. But Grindelwald is a well-known dark demon after all, just relying on the 2 of them to break in is no different from dying. It's too late, Nicolas May is my teacher. I will never sit back and watch Grindelwald destroy his cemetery and residence. Ivan said decisively. If he had the idea of watching and running away when he was chasing before, then now there is only the belief that he must stop the opponent. In addition, Grindelwald has been in France for at least 2 months. Who knows if there is any other eyeliner in the French Ministry of Magic, and this time Grindelwald has already succeeded. Thinking of this, Ivan stepped in without hesitation. Of course, before leaving, did not forget to tell Rolf to look at the dark wizards who had passed out. Rolf waved his magic wand to conjure a few ropes to bind the dark wizard, but the sniff lying on his shoulders was grabbing his paws and looking anxiously in the direction of the space passage. It smelled the smell of treasures. Do you also think we should help? Rolf comforted Sniff, muttering to himself. He was also very worried about letting Ivan chase after him alone, but he might not be able to help much with his strength. Wait, it doesn't seem like there is no chance. www.mtlnovel.com. Rolf suddenly turned his head and glanced at the Thunderbird next to him. When he was in the forest just now, he had seen thunderstorms from him. How horrible it is, this is definitely a big deal. Not to mention that the Thunderbirds are very fast and can take them on a run in a crisis situation. After thinking about it again and again, Rolf vigorously waved his wand and broke the iron chain that bound Thunderbird. Before he was healed and soothed. He had already gained Thunderbird's trust initially, so he was not worried that the other party would attack him. I know you don't like wizards so much, but we are going to deal with the person who attacked you, so we need your help. Rolf approached patiently step by step, gently stroking Thunderbird's golden feathers, and finally tested written on the back of the opponent. It probably understood Rolf's words. Thunderbird did not drive Rolf off his back, and sparked a few flashes of lightning to expand the channel that was about to be closed, and then flapped his wings and took Rolf to drill together. Go in. Accompanied by a period of space conversion, when Ivan came back to his senses again, a wide courtyard came into view. Unlike the previous few visits, this place has been severely damaged. The decorative knight statue at the door has been broken into several sections, and the alchemy creatures trimming the flowers and plants have only one piece of debris left. Obviously they have all resisted heroically, but they failed to stop the enemy's invasion. A big hole was punched in the wall of the house in front, and the faint blue fire was constantly licking along the edge. It took Ivan 2 or 3 seconds to suppress it, so as not to burn the whole house. I squeezed my wand and ran in quickly. Chapter 910, Repeated Room. As soon as I stepped into the door, Ivan realized that it was wrong, because the scene in the room was completely different from what he had imagined. Inside was a boxy room, except for the walls, there were only 3 doors corresponding to 3 directions. He stayed in Nicole Lemai's house for several months and had never seen such a room before. Is it a special defense mechanism? Ivan thought silently. However, time was limited, and Ivan did not dare to delay too long. After spending more than 10 seconds of observation, he tentatively opened the door on the right. There is a long aisle in front, and at the end of the aisle is another door. Ivan walked in quickly, and after opening that door, he suddenly realized that this was another door, nothing but a door. Room. With an inexplicable premonition in Ivan's heart, he tried to choose another door and opened it as before. As expected, there was a narrow aisle in front of him. After trying this for several minutes, Ivan's brows frowned and tightened, and he found that this place seemed to be an endless loop of space. No matter which door he opened, the scene behind it was the same. Had it not been for the annoying magic traps and guards in some of the rooms, Ivan would have wondered if he had returned to the original point. After running around for a while, Ivan forced himself to calm down, and now no matter how anxious it is, it will not help, but it will only be a waste of work. What is the law? Ivan looked around the room of about 30 square meters in front of him, and stared at the 4 doors, front, rear, left, and right for a long time, trying to find some clues, but no matter how you look at these doors, they are exactly the same. Could it be that there are no rules at all, everything is random, and whether you can go out depends on luck? Or is it that Nicole Lemay did not set up a so-called exit at all in order not to be disturbed after death, intending to consume the enemy in the repeated room? Many thoughts flashed in Ivan's mind one by one. If this were the case, wouldn't he be unable to get out? Of course, there is a more extreme cracking method, which is to blow up these rooms directly and see if you can find the exit. However, in this way, it is likely to cause the independent space created by Nicole Lemay using magic to completely collapse, burying everything together. As long as you cast a spell, it will inevitably leave traces of magic power. Ivan muttered to himself, trying to close his eyes to sense. The free magic power gradually covered the entire room like tentacles. Under the magical induction, Ivan discovered that all the rooms were illusory magical creations, and they were connected to each other by some kind of power. Realizing this, Ivan tried to enter the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rooms again, and soon discovered their subtle differences. This difference is not on the surface, but on the level of magic. In an easy-to-understand language, his place is like a huge maze, and magic gives each room a different number. If he can figure out the order in which these numbers represent, then he will be able to find the exit. Position. Realizing this, Ivan regrouped and explored the countless rooms and corridors. As a result of the practice of panic and occlusion, Ivan's memory is far superior to ordinary people. He can clearly remember every door he has opened, and constructed a three-dimensional image of the entire maze in his mind. Just when Ivan opened the 42nd door, the living room in memory finally appeared before his eyes. Ivan, who was tortured by the maze to the point of collapse, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, a warning sign suddenly surged from his heart, and the knight statue with only half of its body on the ground smashed with a long sword without warning. The heavy stone sword slashed horizontally, unimaginably fast. Ivan only heard a harsh whistling sound, and the long sword was already close in front of him, cutting his whole person in half from the shoulder. But the strange thing is that there was no blood flowing out of the cut wound, and Ivan's separated body quickly disintegrated into flames, and gathered again. Reducto Ivan, who had avoided the attack, waved his magic wand backhand, and a brilliant spell beam instantly blasted the knight statue to pieces. The magic guard left by the teacher is really merciless, Ivan said with emotion, and looked around. There are also traces of invaded here. There are broken statues and destroyed magic traps everywhere. The spiral staircase leading to the second floor blew up half of it. This means that Grindelwald has passed here, and Ivan's heart suddenly lifted up. While praying that the magical protection left by Nicole Lemay can withstand 1 or 2, he climbed the stairs at the fastest speed and looking at the figure of Grindelwald. Several rooms on the second floor were empty. The beds and cabinets inside disappeared without a trace. Probably Grindelwald used some method to erase all irrelevant things in order to find the resurrection stone. Ivan can only cast his gaze into the room at the end of the corridor. Nicole Lemay once told him not to open www.mtlnovel.com, but now he can't care about that much anymore. Pushing open the door gently, the room was very dark, but the space was wider than expected, and it looked like a solemn auditorium at a glance. The golden red torches on both sides burned blazingly, extending to the high platform at the end of the room, where 2 pure white coffins were placed. Needless to say, Ivan also knew that the coffins must be Nicole Lemay and his wife. And Grindelwald was standing under the high platform at this moment, staring at the diamond-shaped crystals inlaid on the opposite wall, but he did not rush forward, because there was a cleverly set up magical barrier, even for him. As tricky. Shenfeng Wuying. Ivan didn't mean to say hello, taking advantage of the gap in Grindelwald's distraction, silently cast the spell. Raising his hand is the ultimate move. www.mtlnovel.com Getting cash. Follow the VX public account www.mtlnovel.com Get cash. The invisible and invisible magic blade slid through the air and pierced Grindelwald's brain directly. Just before the hit, the latter keenly tilted his head, and dodged it dangerously. The blade of magic power directly hit the magic barrier behind, but it failed to make any ripples. Ivan Halls. Grindelwald turned his head, looked at Ivan who walked in step by step, and said indifferently. I didn't expect you to come to France. Of course I will be here. Nicole Lemay is my teacher, and this is his cemetery. Ivan's tone is very unkind. Compared to the so-called resurrection stone, he is even more angry that the other party disturbed Nicole Lemay's sleep. Chapter 912, Mighty Grindelwald. Grindelwald didn't seem to be surprised by this. He lightly tapped the wand in his hand and said slowly. I didn't want to disturb here, but it's a pity that your teacher took away something that didn't belong to him. Resurrection stone. Ivan turned his head slightly to look at the diamond-shaped crystals inlaid on the wall, and immediately confirmed Grindelwald's intention. I am afraid that the maker of the resurrection stone would have died long ago. Naturally, there is no such thing as the owner. Since Principal Dumbledore chose to give the resurrection stone to Master Nicole Lemay, this thing is his possession. Ivan added. Send? I'm afraid it may not be. A sarcastic smile appeared on Grindelwald's face. Ivan was taken aback for a moment, and then took a deep look at Grindelwald. To be precise, of course, Dumbledore did not give the resurrection stone to Nicole Lemay, but only asked the other party to repair it, but this information should only be dead. Nicole Lemay, Dumbledore, and I know it. Could it be that Grindelwald really got this information from Dumbledore? I don't intend to be hostile to you, Halls, nor should we be enemies. Grindelwald approached step by step and said in a low, hoarse voice. You and I said that the power you have should be used in more important places. Such as ruling Muggles? Or controlling the world? Ivan asked with a sneer. The correct way is to let more suitable people stand in more suitable positions. Grindelwald corrected. Clashes will come sooner or later, even if the wizards are not malicious, our existence is a substantial threat to Muggles. Ivan didn't say a word, and these 2 or 3 sentences couldn't shake his mind. Grindelwald's expression was obviously regretful. It's a pity that you chose the wrong path. That's right. This place is probably also suitable as your cemetery. If you can do it, try it. Ivan's patience had reached its limit, and as he spoke, he raised his wand and waved it vigorously. Serpent Sorsha, oolong out of the hole. Facing Grindelwald, Ivan did not dare to be careless. The alchemy device on his right wrist lit up slightly, and under the blessing of huge magic power, a terrifying python with a length of 90 feet was winding from the tip of the stick rushed out and bit at the opponent with his mouth long. Grindelwald didn't panic. He didn't see any movement, and wisps of blue flames appeared in front of him, and finally condensed into a huge fireball and plunged into the python's mouth. The next moment a violent explosion sounded over, and the violent shock wave instantly extinguished the burning torch around it, and even the solid stone base cracked a series of fine cracks. In the smoke and dust in the sky, the huge python was directly blown off half of its body, and the scarlet blood was spilled like raindrops. Suddenly, a white spot of light faintly flashed in front, and within a moment of effort, it flew in front of you. The illusory white behemoth stepped on the mist, and the spiral-shaped horns on top of its head were facing. That is the shadow of the unicorn. Grindelwald knew the difficulty of this magic. The old magic wand in his hand was shocked, and the blood drop suspended in the air turned into a thick rope as if it had been guided, tightening the shadow of the unicorn. Tightly bound. But this is not without a price. The rope formed by the blood bead is almost consumed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Without waiting for Grindelwald to cast the spell again, 3 invisible and invisible magical blades struck from the smoke and dust. Although they can't be seen by the eyes, Grindelwald can easily control the magical blades under the induction of magic. Trend, easily avoided. After a few short encounters, Grindelwald, who had been passively defending, suddenly spoke. If your power is only this, then stay here today. Grindelwald lifted his wand lightly, and a large amount of faint blue flames emerged from the tip of the wand. In just a few seconds, it turned into a sea of fire and surged forward like a wave. Ivan's face was dignified, and the magic wand in his hand quickly swiped, and a barrier made up of dense white flames rose out of thin air. 2 fierce fires of different colors collided and melted and swallowed each other, and the heat wave stirred the ground. Layers of stone and bricks were peeled off, and the whole house shook. Under the blessing of the old magic wand, the intensity of the fierce fire released by Grindelwald was simply terrifying. For the first time, Ivan had a disadvantage in the flame competition, and could only continue to cast spells to maintain this layer of protection. Crimson dragon scales gradually appeared on Ivan's face, and the power of the technique was also improved to a certain extent, but even such a blue sea of fire was still advancing a little bit. However, this did not seem to be the limit of Grindelwald, and the beam of 3 spells in a row quickly pierced through the heavy flames and shot over. Ivan's complexion changed slightly, and his body collapsed into a flame and barely avoided the past, but his heart sank. Grindelwald's power is probably stronger than he expected, so he feels completely suppressed. I experienced it the last time I fought with Dumbledore. After losing a steady stream of magical support www.mdlnovel.com, the protection constructed by white flames was breached almost instantly. The turbulent heat wave swept through, and countless fierce mimicry behemoths were like ecstasy messengers in hell, howling in the continuous sea of fire. All curses are over. Ivan stepped back, but the wand was pointed forward, an inexplicable force spreading in all directions centered on him, and for a while suppressed the momentum of the blue sea of fire. But Ivan knew that this was just a stopgap measure, and Li Huo directly surrounded him in a ring under the control of Grindelwald. It was obvious that the opponent wanted to block his retreat. At this critical juncture, a golden bird suddenly broke in. After seeing Grindelwald's figure in the fire, it waved its wings and issued an angry scream, and several sturdy lightnings also smashed towards it. Grindelwald. Grindelwald, who had planned to siege Ivan to death, was forced to stop, and instead blocked the Thunderbird attack. At the moment Grindelwald was distracted, Ivan weakened his maintenance of the end of all curses, and poured most of his magic power into the wand. Descendium, left and right separation, Ivan yelled sharply. With the blessing of huge magic power, this magic that is so simple that a little wizard can easily master it, shows unimaginable power. Several deep cracks were like spider webs, and with Ivan's pointing, they continued to spread on the floor tiles, and almost instantly the floor under Grindelwald's feet collapsed. Chapter 913, The Sixth Blood Fusion. Beeb. The angry Thunderbird would naturally not give up this good opportunity to fall into the rock. A flickering thunder light appeared on the tail wing, and a powerful thunderstorm immediately condensed, smashing Grindelwald into the bottomless abyss. Without Grindelwald's control, the fierce fire's offensive suddenly slowed down, and under the constraints of the end of all curses, it was quickly suppressed. However, before Ivan could breathe a sigh of relief, the entire second floor shook, and the floor under his feet quickly cracked, spreading cracks almost all over the entire floor. Here is going to collapse. Quick, this way. Rolf rode the Thunderbird towards Ivan's side, stretched out his right hand, and greeted eagerly. Although Ivan possessed a certain amount of air combat ability, he did not refuse Rolf's kindness. Once he grasped his opponent's hand, he used his strength to climb onto Thunderbird's broad back. Thank you, Mr. Commander. Yvonne patted Rolf on the shoulder and said gratefully. Don't be so dismissive, just call me Rolf. Rolf laughed and said, pointing to Thunderbird under him. And I didn't do anything, mainly because of it. Thunderbird screamed loudly twice, demonstrating his existence. Well, thank you too, Lord Thunderbird. Yvonne said helplessly. At the same time the two were chatting, most of the floor tiles on the second floor had collapsed, and through the deep cracks, the scene downstairs could be vaguely seen. Rolf hoped that Grindelwald would be smashed to death by the falling bricks, so that they would be completely safe. It's a pity and hope that these falling wall bricks solidified in midair before they hit the ground, as if they were held by a huge hand, quickly gathered and spliced together. In just 3 or 4 seconds, a rock giant with a height of 9 meters appeared in front of the two of them. Is Grindelwald's polymorphism so good? Ivan's expression was extremely solemn. He only knew that Grindelwald had a high level of knowledge in black magic, but he didn't want the opponent's skills in polymorphism to be equally terrifying. I just want to come to Dumbledore. Now is not the time to think about this. Rolf's scalp numb, because the rock giant on the opposite side has already waved his palm and patted it. There are many obstacles. Rolf gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. A magic barrier emerged. However, in front of the rock giant, this layer of protection was as thin as paper. Torn apart. An electric arc burst out of Thunderbird's body, his speed climbed again, and he flew dangerously from under his huge palm. Rolf lay on Thunderbird's back, feeling the strong wind from above his head, and experiencing the feeling of death. Think of a way, Halls. Rolf said anxiously. The tentative defense just now made him understand that Grindelwald's strength is not something he can resist. The difference between the two can be compared to sniffing. And the dragon. The only thing he can rely on is the wizard in front of him who is several years younger than himself. I'm thinking about it. Yvonne glared at Rolf angrily, hesitated and decided to take a gamble, otherwise the resurrection stone would definitely fall into Grindelwald's hands. After making up his mind, Yvonne directly took out the 2 bottles of potions in his pocket, and started the final process of blood fusion potions on Thunderbird's back. Nicole Lemay's cabin is not too big. The Thunderbirds are restrained everywhere in such a small space, and they can't give full play to the advantage of speed at all. They are surrounded by danger under the attack of the giant rock. Grindelwald probably didn't want to delay any longer. The faint blue fire ignited again, emerging in all directions to further compress Thunderbird's hiding space. Rolf was almost desperate, and Yvonne next to him filled the adjusted potion in one breath. The cyan liquid gradually enters the stomach along the throat, and the taste is more special than the rest of the blood fusion potions. There seems to be a slight arc in these cyan liquids, and the hairs of Yvonne all stand up, and his mental perception also changes. Be more sensitive. But this is not good. After all, he is currently in battle, and he can perceive the dangerous aura from all directions, which will make him calm and distracted. Most importantly, this new force was quickly resisted by other forces in the body, and the originally constructed balance was instantly broken. Ivan's complexion was red and white, and his magic power spread out uncontrollably. Such an abnormality naturally attracted Rolf's attention. Are you okay? Halls. Rolf asked eagerly. He thought that Yvonne was playing a potion like a blessing potion. This is the time when only great luck can help them escape to heaven. Who knew that Yvonne was about to explode just after drinking it, so much so that Rolf began to wonder if the other party was too anxious to take the wrong potion. Yvonne didn't answer. He focused on controlling the magic riot. The protection mode was activated the moment he drank the potion, but the conflict between the 6 bloodlines was too intense. It's suppressed. When Yvonne was struggling to calm down the first wave of magic riots, the faint blue flames had already burned before his eyes. It's over. I didn't expect that I would die here. Rolf sighed with a wry smile. He once caught the terrifying rune snake, slept in the dragon's den, and escaped from the devil of death several times. Catch, but probably can't hide it this time. It's not over yet, the battle begins now. Yvonne suddenly stood up straight from Thunderbird's back, facing the sea of fire, his expression unchanged, and holding his wand flat. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Wind. At the same moment Yvonne spoke, a gust of wind appeared out of thin air in this room of only a few hundred square meters, blocking the sea of fire, and even wrapped fierce fire towards its original owner. Grindelwald's calm complexion finally changed. He waved his wand into a huge golden shield, and the huge rock giant also retreated. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention to it, you can receive the last benefit at the end of the year. Please seize the opportunity of the official account. Separate left and right. At this moment, Ivan's voice sounded again. As if uttering the law, the ground in the direction of the magic wand split into an abyss, and then the sky full of fire was torn in half, and the golden buckler was torn to pieces after only resisting it for a second. Everything in front of you was forcibly separated, even the wall behind. Fortunately, Grindelwald escaped for a while, and the rock giant who was suffering for him was divided into two parts from head to toe. After a while, it turned into a pile of rubble and collapsed. Grindelwald gave Yvonne a jealous look, then reached out and put on the cloaked hood, and the whole person disappeared in this room. Just left? Yvonne frowned, and Grindelwald had escaped his magical induction. But this thought was thrown aside by Yvonne as soon as it came up, and it was immediately determined that this should be the effect of the invisibility cloak. After all, Nicolas has set up a lot of protection magic in this independent space in order not to be disturbed after death. Any creature is prohibited from using space magic. Only when the control node is found in the correct position can he leave here smoothly. Chapter 914, Deathly Hallows Resurrection Stone. When the invisibility cloak appeared in the enemy's hand, Yvonne then understood the difficulty of this thing. But one thing made him feel a little puzzled. When the invisibility cloak was with Harry, as long as he put on his figure, it would be obscured, and Grindelwald seemed to be able to control it freely. As time passed bit by bit, Yvonne spent half of his mind on suppressing the magical riot in his body, and the other half focused on dealing with a possible surprise attack by Grindelwald. Just when Yvonne and others were a little impatient and prepared to use a wide range of magic to force the opponent out, a strong sense of warning suddenly spread from the right side. Thunder! Yvonne turned his head and quickly waved his magic wand. A blue lightning bolt formed at the tip of the wand and smashed to the right. The speed of lightning is unimaginable. Grindelwald just raised his wand to cast a spell, and the flashing arc hit him first. Grindelwald's face became very ugly. He hadn't thought that the other party had the ability to see through the invisibility cloak, and he ate the magic abruptly. Fortunately, the invisibility cloak provided him with good protection, isolating most of the power of lightning, but otherwise, he could still feel the numbness caused by the current passing through his body. Yvonne was not forgiving, and he was 100% confident in his perception of danger. His wand was shocked, and several shadowless magical blades flew out. Grindelwald's wand was lightly picked, and a large number of rubble debris immediately gathered together to form a solid rock barrier, which barely resisted Ivan's offensive. Rolf just watched Yvonne fight an invisible transparent man. He couldn't help him. He could only hold Thunderbird's back tightly to prevent himself from falling from the sky. Wait, what about sniffing? When he was free, Rolf suddenly thought of his pet and partner, and hurriedly looked around, but he didn't see him. This made Rolf anxious. He was very worried that his partner would die in the aftermath of the battle. After looking around for several times, Rolf finally breathed a sigh of relief. Because Sniff was still alive, he was now entrenched on the brick wall of the second floor, wondering how to pass the protective barrier in front of him. Realizing what Sniff was doing, Rolf almost didn't get angry. There was a fight here. If they couldn't deal with Grindelwald, all of them would be finished. Sniff was still thinking about stealing treasures from the grave. Yvonne on the other side is also very uncomfortable. The protection mode has been over half of the time, but his attack on Grindelwald has not made much progress. This is different from the last time I fought against Voldemort. Yvonne can clearly realize that with this special state, although he can smoothly suppress Grindelwald, he can't defeat the opponent. If this continues, once the protection mode is over, it will be difficult to defeat Grindelwald. Remaining matters of protection mode, 12:15. The system reminder sounded in his mind, and Yvonne raised his magic wand to determine the outcome with a single blow, and the alchemy device on his right wrist suddenly lit up. With the continuous supply of magic power, a powerful thunderstorm had formed in an instant. Grindelwald's complexion became very dignified. He almost urged the old wand to the extreme, and a palpable black fluorescence gradually appeared on the wand. Rolf didn't care about sniffing at this time, and the magic brewed by the two made him feel like a catastrophe was imminent in the preparation stage. In the next second, Yvonne and Grindelwald cast spells at almost the same time, and the two forces collided. An astonishing explosion then sounded in this room of no more than a few hundred square meters. Hundreds of flashing electric arcs violently shot in all directions, and the terrifying shock waves sent all tables, chairs, fireplaces, and gravel ruins away. Rolf dragged a lot of Thunderbird feathers so that they were not blown away. After finally getting through the fiercest aftermath, Rolf hurriedly raised his head and looked in the direction of Grindelwald, making such a terrifying attack. Even the legendary wizard should die, right? However, Grindelwald was still standing. It seemed that the injury was not serious, but he was forced to escape from the invisibility state, and the silk-like cloak on his body became very dim, probably for a short time. Unusable. Yvonne was also looking at Grindelwald. The reason he didn't pursue it was because the large-scale mobilization of magic power just now almost caused an imbalance in the body's power. After this moment of delay, the powerful blessing brought by the protection mode has disappeared. The two of them just stared at each other and didn't dare to act rashly, but the house seemed to be crumbling under the aftermath of a series of wars. The surrounding walls were cracking, and huge stones were constantly falling from the roof. Is this going to collapse? Rolf looked uneasily. If Thunderbird hadn't reacted quickly, he was almost hit by a falling stone, and then Ivan's answer made his heart sink to the bottom. No, www.ntlnovel.com may be worse. Yvonne glanced at the cracked wall. The outside was not a courtyard but a dark and deep space turbulence, which proved that it was not this room that was broken, but an independent space constructed by Nicole LeMay. Then what should we do? Do we want a temporary truce? Rolf was obviously aware of this, and said very anxiously. He had tried it just now. It is impossible to use apparition in this independent space. Once the space is caught in the turbulence, so don't they all have to die here? Yvonne did not answer. Even if they wanted to leave now, Grindelwald would probably not agree. Once a flaw was revealed, a storm-like attack would follow, and he would not just sit back and watch Grindelwald leave. Click. A crisp sound suddenly broke the tacit understanding between the two. As the entire space was cracking, the magic barrier guarding the coffin also shattered. The most excited one was Sniff. It was waiting here with fire and lightning. When the magic barrier disappeared, it rushed in with its paws, stepped on Nicole LeMay's coffin, and died. He clung to the diamond-shaped spar and laid on the wall. However, before it was happy, a huge adsorption force pulled it to fly. Sniff and fly. Yvonne keenly seized the opportunity to sniff and steal the resurrection stone, and directly cast a spell to pull it over, lest this thing be snatched by Grindelwald. It's just that the latter's reaction is not slow at all. Under the swing of the old magic wand, the half-flying Sniff freezes in mid-air. The front and back two powerful forces sandwich it. Sniff only feels that his body is going torn apart. Chapter 915, The Coffin is Flying in the Sky. Squeak. Sniffer was forced to utter an unpleasant scream. Under the joint pull of the two magical powers, its body kept flying up and down like a millet, but the four claws still held the resurrection stone in his arms tightly. When the form was deadlocked, Rolf summoned the courage to draw out his wand and shouted at Grindelwald. Except for your weapons. The crimson light beams flashed across the dark room. If it were normal, Grindelwald would not appreciate such a weak attack, but at this moment, he was fully focused on confronting Yvonne, but he could only be forced to retreat and evade. However, it was just this slight distraction, and Sniff flew to the other side and fell into Ivan's hands. Good job, Sniff, you made a contribution this time. Yvonne said with great joy, but the movement on his hand was not slow. He forcibly snatched the resurrection stone from under Sniff's claws and stuffed himself in the pocket. Sniff, who was glad that he was able to escape, had a dumbfounded look. The treasures it had obtained through all kinds of hardships hadn't covered the heat, so it was gone? Just before it protested, Yvonne, who turned his face faster than turned the book, returned it to Rolf. Go over there, Thunderbird. Yvonne did not dare to delay for a moment. After winning the resurrection stone, he directed Thunderbird to move to the coffin of Ellie May and his wife. Grindelwald naturally couldn't tolerate the resurrection stone being snatched by Yvonne in this way. He waved his wand furiously, and the faint blue fire scattered on the ground immediately condensed and turned into fireballs and shot towards the opponent. Wind. Yvonne held his magic wand and shook slightly, and a strong storm suddenly hung in the house, detonating all the fireballs flying in the air. The house that was crumbling in the harsh explosion completely collapsed, and the deep darkness gradually eroded into the house from outside, and both Yvonne and Rolf felt a sense of imminent disaster. How do we leave here now? Rolf said solemnly. Wait. Yvonne slowly uttered a word. Wait? What are you waiting for? Rolf is very confused, and this space is about to collapse completely after waiting. Yvonne concentrating on it, staring at the two coffins that had collapsed in front of the house, and waved his magic wand to lift them up with magical power. The deep gloom has spread to their sides, and the two can vaguely hear the roar of the space cracking. It's now, get ready. Yvonne shouted loudly. What are you going to prepare? Rolf asked eagerly. Run. Yvonne yelled, and collapsed into a large group of forest white flames. He immediately wrapped Rolf beside him, Thunderbird under his feet, and the two coffins together. Don't resist. I'll take you out. Rolf only heard a sound in his ears, and then he felt a whirl of heaven and earth, endless flames occupying all of his vision, and it took a long time to calm down. When Rolf came back to his senses again, he found that he was no longer in the broken room, the azure blue space came into view again, and the gentle breeze that passed by slowly eased his tense emotions. The only thing in common is that they are still standing on Thunderbird's back, and the coffins of Nicole LeMay and his wife are also suspended on both sides. We came out. Rolf sat down on the bird's back, his hands and feet soft, he almost thought he was dead just now. How did you do it? Halls. Rolf turned his head and asked curiously. He remembered that the unique space could not be operat. A respectable professor once told me that at the moment when the independent space collapses, the people inside will leave that space for a short time, and all the protections will fail. If you can grasp the opportunity, you can successfully escape. Yvonne said with emotion. Rolf gave him a stunned look. Just listening to Ivan's explanation can understand how dangerous this method is. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a dead end, but Van Ivan's reaction is slow for even half a second. They will be torn to pieces by the turbulence of space. But it was the professor who taught such strange knowledge, but it saved their lives. Rolf's face was a little weird, but before he could continue to inquire, his attention was attracted by a few screams coming from below. He sat on the Thunderbird's back and looked down. The towering buildings suddenly came into view. Only then did he realize that he and the others were riding the Thunderbird over the city, and their whereabouts were already covered by some muggles. I found out. Where is this? Shouldn't we appear in the jungle that we entered? Rolf frowned and asked strangely. We are in Paris, France. Obviously, there is also a node that can enter that piece of space here. Yvonne slowly explained, his expression was not so unexpected. Can get it. When he was studying alchemy at École Lamay, once he opened the window to see the streets of Paris. Speaking of www.mtlnovel.com, we might be in trouble. Rolf had some headaches. They finally got rid of Grindelwald, but they came back to the door again soon after the trouble. It is not a trivial matter to be seen by so many muggles with the traces of magic, causing large-scale riots. If it is more serious, they might go to jail. Rolf can only hope that this time he and Yvonne will stop the Grindelwald conspiracy and will be able to defeat the Merits. At the same time, in Paris, in front of the Arc de Triomphe, hundreds of muggles all looked up at the big golden bird flying above them, shocked and unspeakable. God, what kind of bird is this? It actually has 3 pairs of wings. The coffin flies in the sky. Look, there are still people on the bird's back. I said, there must be wizards in this world, this must be witchcraft. The muggles were all agitated. Some even took out their cameras and wanted to record the magical scene. A few muggle police officers in uniform even pulled out their pistols, but didn't know whether they should be launched. Attack. Land, hurry down, and go to that roof. Yvonne also realized that it was wrong, and hurriedly directed Thunderbirds to stop on the roof of a building. After flying like this, the muggles in the city might be able to see them. Thunderbird was very obedient and stopped as instructed. Yvonne put down the 2 coffins, and then waved his wand to set a muggle expulsion curse around him, lest some muggles who didn't have eyes ran up. Just when Yvonne had done all this, a dozen French aurors had arrived and surrounded them. Chapter 916, Do you know how big a basket you have stabbed out? Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. Rolf decisively raised his hands and surrendered the moment he saw these aurors, shouting constantly in his mouth. Yvonne glanced at him speechlessly, but didn't say much. The investigation of Grindelwald still requires the cooperation of the French Ministry of Magic, and it is not suitable for him to engage in evil. But their good attitude didn't have much effect. The aurors were obviously unkind. The leader of the auror, Bruno, suppressed his anger and roared. Do you know how big a basket you have stabbed? At least tens of thousands of muggles in this city have seen you flying in the sky riding a thunderbird. Some people even took pictures of you, send it to your relatives and friends. To this end, the Ministry of Magic must send hundreds of aurors to complete your absurd behavior. Rolf shivered at Bruno's roar. Fortunately, he was also a person who had met the world. He was not intimidated by the aggressive appearance of the other party, but said with a smile. Please calm down, Captain Bruno. In fact, this situation is completely beyond our expectations. Are you trying to say that you were catching thunderbirds and performing official duties, and you hit and flew over Paris by mistake? Bruno interrupted Rolf's words with a sneer. This reason is not very reliable. The report he heard was that 2 wizards were riding thunderbirds very arrogantly in circles over Paris. Now, the well-behaved appearance of this thunderbird does not seem to be untamed. Just as Bruno waved to greet the aurors to take the 2 back for interrogation, Yvonne suddenly said. Gellert Grindelwald, you have been searching for his whereabouts recently and arresting his followers, right? Yvonne had this guess when he saw the sacred symbol in that hotel before, and after meeting Grindelwald, he was 100% sure. Bruno was visibly stunned, and the words that had reached his lips were swallowed back. He took a deep look at the 2 of them, and then sternly asked. What do you know? Where did you get the news? Captain Bruno, we will suddenly appear in Paris and cause such a big mess, all thanks to Grindelwald. Rolf shrugged, and then said from beginning to end what happened last night to this morning. Again. However, when talking about them entering the cemetery of Nicole Lim, Yvonne took the conversation. While telling the story, he deliberately ignored the robbing of the resurrection stone by him and Grindelwald. Rolf could of course hear that Yvonne was concealing something, but he was very wise not to expose it. Compared with the French Ministry of Magic, he dared not offend the young but terrifying wizard in front of him. It's just that the 2 people's rhetoric did not win Bruno's trust. After all, this sounds like a very mysterious adventure story. You accidentally found Grindelwald in the process of chasing thunderbirds, and then you broke into Nicole Lamay's cemetery and fought against each other together, and managed to escape before that space completely collapsed. Bruno looked at Yvonne and Rolf, and his words were full of doubts. How do these two hairy boys compete with the legendary dark wizard like Grindelwald? He even suspected that Yvonne and Rolf accidentally discovered the space node near the town, and then sneaked in with the newly tamed Thunderbird, trying to steal the treasures inside, and ended up opening the coffin. At the time, I accidentally touched the magic trap and was teleported to the sky above Paris. This is more in line with what he saw. Bruno's distrust was almost all written on his face. Rolf was very helpless, knowing that he had no choice but to turn his head and look at Yvonne, wanting to see how this magical wizard would respond. Captain Bruno, if you have any doubts about this, you can try it yourself. Yvonne replied indifferently. Try? How to try? Bruno narrowed his eyes and asked strangely. Of course, with a magic wand. Yvonne said with a sneer. That's how it happened, Mr. Minister. 5 minutes later, in the French magic headquarters, Bruno stroked his still aching chest, making a report weekly. So you 14 aurors couldn't resist even a minute in front of an underage kid? The French minister gave Bruno a fierce look. It seems that the aurors of the Ministry of Magic have been in peace for too long, and they have forgotten how to fight. Bruno opened his mouth, his stomach full of grievances and nowhere to vent. This is not because they usually neglect training, but because the opponent's strength is too strong. All the magic they released during the battle, Yvonne could easily crack and return it. Bruno suspected that even if there were 10 aurors, the result would not change. After warning Bruno with his eyes, the French minister looked at Yvonne and Rolf and said kindly. You reading www.uugonshu.com. Mr. Scamander, and Mr. Halls, you did a great job this time. On behalf of the wizards of the French magic world, I thank you for your help. Wait for the aura I sent to capture the 4 saints back. Verifying your achievements will naturally give you corresponding rewards. There is no need for rewards. I just want to know how you will deal with the teacher's coffin. Yifan said non-committal. He didn't think the other party could give anything very precious. On the contrary, the kind attitude of the other party always makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Yvonne calling Nico Lime a teacher, the French minister frowned, and then emphasized. Nico Lime is the best alchemist in France, a legend who has lived for more than 600 years, the pride of all France, and his coffin should be buried in the French National Cemetery with the highest standards. Yvonne nodded. This arrangement was considered appropriate. Originally, he planned to bring the 2 coffins back to England for burial, but he would be more willing to be buried in his hometown if he wants to come to Nicole Lime. While they were talking, an aura opened the door and walked in and whispered a few words in the ear of the French minister. The smile on the latter's face immediately gathered, staring at Yvonne and the others. Said groaningly. The people I sent didn't find the 4 saints you mentioned in that dense forest. It's impossible. They don't have magic wands and they have wounds on their bodies, and they will never be able to break free from the restraint magic I applied. Rolf said eagerly. Yvonne was also a little surprised, but the expression on his face was still calm, guessing. It seems that your movements are a step slower, probably Grindelwald rescued them ahead of time. Chapter 917, Conflict. Listening to Ivan's words, the French minister turned his head to look at the auror, seeking advice from him. It's possible that our people found traces of fighting there. The auror replied truthfully. If that's the case, take it so. The French minister nodded. Yvonne is very dissatisfied, this is obviously true. Then we should talk about business now. The French minister easily skipped the incident, cleared his throat, and said very solemnly. As early as more than a month ago, one of my subordinates discovered that Grindelwald was active in France. According to the confessions of the arrested believers, Grindelwald came here to find a very special treasure. While speaking, the French minister paid close attention to the faces of the 2 of them, trying to see something from them. With a thought, Yvonne understood that what the other party was talking about was the Philosopher's Stone, but he didn't show it on the face, instead he didn't know it. Rolf on the side is also pretending to be decent. He has followed his father around the world in the past few years, dealing with all kinds of people, and his expression control is very natural. The French minister stared at the 2 for a long time, but could not see the panic or guilty conscience on their faces, but he also understood that the 2 wizards in front of him were extraordinary and wanted to dig out of their mouths. The truth may not be so easy. Thinking of this, the French minister gave Bruno a wink, then looked at Yvonne and others, and said sharply. I don't know what treasure Grindelwald is looking for, but no matter what it is, it should be the collection of Master Nicolas, and it should also belong to all of France. Anyone who dares to hide privately is against all the French wizards. I will ask you one last time, except for the 2 coffins, did you bring out anything else from the tomb? The French minister asked seriously, with a very tough attitude. Grindelwald ran all the way to France, and it must be an extraordinary treasure that he had to search for and obtain. As the minister of the French Ministry of Magic, he would never allow such a thing to be taken out of the country, whether it was Grindel, Woe or anyone else. It's a pity that Mr. Minister, we don't know what this treasure is, or you can ask Grindelwald if he took it away. Yvonne said sarcastically. He didn't plan to hand over the sorcerer's stone that he finally grabbed to the opponent. What's the difference between giving it to Grindelwald directly? You must know that even the North American Ministry of Magic, which is recognized as the strongest in terms of overall strength, Grindelwald can come and go freely, not to mention the French Ministry of Magic. Moreover, the Resurrection Stone has never belonged to France, nor does it belong to Knockoff Alley. According to legend, it is believed to be a British sacred artifact. Before, it was a family heirloom of the British Gunter family. It's just that Yvonne didn't bother to explain, because the Minister of Magic in front of him had already decided that he would leave Knockoff Alley's relic in France, and he would probably ignore the so-called English legend. Rolf was not as calm as Yvonne on the side. He keenly noticed that there were more and more auras in this room, and surrounded them faintly from all sides. More importantly, this is where the magic headquarters is located. Who knows how many kinds of protective magic are deployed? If there is a conflict, Yvonne Halls may be able to escape safely, but he will probably be arrested. The atmosphere on the court suddenly became very dignified. Bruno and others also appeared nervous. Compared to the minister, he really saw the strength of Yvonne Halls. Despite the fact that they are more numerous now and also occupy a geographical advantage, but he is not 100% sure that he can subdue each other. Since you insist that you didn't take anything from Nicole Lemai's tomb, I will believe your words for the time being, but I also need to give an explanation to the wizards of France. The French minister slowly said. What are you going to let us do? Rolf asked. It's very simple, it's enough to prove that you are telling the truth. The French minister emphasized. Of course, it must be proved by our people. Prove? Yvonne paused for a while, then he understood the other party's meaning and said coldly. Do you want to search, or just search our memory? Of course it is memory. This is the fastest and safest way. The French minister said solemnly. No one knows what the treasure looks like. It may be sparse in common things like bracelets and pendants. The wizards use all kinds of strange methods, and the body search may miss that thing. In addition, before Yvonne and Rolf stayed in Paris for a while, it is entirely possible for them to hide things temporarily. Only verifying memory is the safest measure. Although the memory of a wizard can be changed, only a few people can master the mind of deity and occlumency. This is purely talented magic. The probability that the two people in front of them are masters of détente is infinitely close to zero. While several people were talking, a young aura in his 30s walked out of the crowd. www.mtlnovel.com. The French minister immediately looked at the man and spoke. Let me introduce this. This is Mr. Iris, an excellent Pantheon who has served in the ministry for 10 years. He was the first to discover the whereabouts of the followers of Grindelwald, and the Ministry of Magic was able to control these people. Trends, you can trust his professional ethics. Hearing this, Rolf was forced to calm down, but he was already panicking. He tried his best to avoid looking at the young auror, and used his eyes to signal Yvonne to think of a solution. Yvonne motioned Rolf to stay calm, and then he looked at Iris. At the first sight of the meeting, he saw that this was a very special wizard. He was very handsome, but his face looked pale. Scary. The most important thing is that he can't perceive any mood swings from the other party. Obviously, the other party's occlumency has extremely high attainments. Sorry, Minister, I always think that memory is the most private thing of wizards, so I regret that I can only reject your proposal. Yvonne said slowly, he is not afraid of being searched for memory, but Rolf does not similarly. Once you are taken by the deity, you will probably show up. Then can I think that you have indeed stolen the treasures from the tomb so that you are afraid to prove it to us? The French minister asked aggressively, and the surrounding auras also pressed their hands on their wands. No wizard would be willing to show his memory to a stranger. If you have to slander me, then I can't do anything. Ivan's tone became very unkind, and he gave Rolf to him. A wink made him ready to run away at any time. Chapter 918, Stalemate. Rolf smiled bitterly to himself. He was just coming out to catch Thunderbirds. He thought it was just an ordinary capture mission, but inexplicably fought with Grindelwald. Now he is forced to fall out with the French Ministry of Magic. This is too unlucky. So it seems that you have made up your mind to fight against the wizards of all France. The French minister snapped. Bruno and the Aurors pulled out their wands directly. Seeing that the battle was about to start, a smile appeared on Eris's face, and he looked at everything in front of him playfully. However, at this moment, the closed door was opened. The sudden sound of pushing the door made the smell of gunpowder in the room fade. The French minister turned his head very annoyed, and glared at the Auror who opened the door rashly. He had specifically ordered not to disturb them at this time. Your Excellency, the Minister of Magic of England, Pierce, and the Director of the International Wizarding Federation, Connor, are looking for you. They said there is a very urgent matter, and they will meet with you now. The Auror who entered the door responded cautiously. The French minister frowned and glanced at Yvonne and Rolf suspiciously. He didn't believe that there would be such a coincidence, so the other party must be directed at these two people. Take them to the living room, and tell them that I have important things to deal with now. The French minister immediately made a decision, intending to force Yvonne and others to submit, and wait until the evidence is obtained and everything falls to the ground. But they were already outside the door. The aura opened his mouth, and was pushed open again when he was about to open the door of the office. "Old friend, long time no see." Pierce greeted happily, who walked in quickly, completely ignoring the ugly face of the French minister, and extended his hand enthusiastically. "It's been a long time since I saw Pierce and Director Connor." The French minister smiled reluctantly, and shook hands with Pierce very reluctantly, and at the same time gave the aura a fierce look. The latter is very helpless. Both Pierce and Connor are distinguished figures. No one dared to offend them. These two brought people in under the name of discussing important matters. They and others simply can't stop it. "By the way, why don't you come to tell me in advance? I can arrange the time, now I still have very important things to deal with." The French minister tactfully evaded. "That's right, we also have important matters to discuss with you." Pierce took the conversation with a snake and stick, and then said in surprise as if he had just seen Yvonne and others. "Halls, why are you here?" "Minister Pierce, this is how things are." Yvonne replied freely. "During the process of catching Thunderbirds, Rolf and I accidentally discovered Grindelwald and followed each other into the teacher's tomb. After that, some accidents occurred during the battle, which caused us to be teleported to. The sky over Paris caused a lot of riots." Yvonne explained the story concisely and clearly, without worrying that Pierce would not understand it. Because long before the dialogue with the French minister, he had already used the magic mark to pass on what happened here to Pierce, so that the other party would bring people there by such a coincidence. "I'm sorry, Minister, it seems that our people have caused you some little trouble." Pierce glanced at the French minister apologetically, then changed his voice and spoke again. "But it's about Grindelwald. I think Your Excellency Halls and Mr.'s commander have done well enough. We can't ignore their achievements because of an uncontrollable accident. Of course, if you can't deal with the riots in Paris and need some manpower for reinforcement, the Wizards of England are happy to help." Pierce warmly suggested. "No need, we can handle it by ourselves." The French minister had a black face and bluntly rejected Pierce's proposal. "Even if it is difficult, they must never let the British wizards read jokes. It's fine if you can handle it. If that's the case, then we'll go back first." Pierce waved to the two Ivans and wanted to take them away. "Wait." After all, the French minister was not fooled by Pierce, and stopped Yvonne and others. "Besides the riot, there is one important thing they haven't been able to explain clearly. As far as we know, Grindelwald entered the tomb to obtain a treasure. I now suspect that this thing is on them. This is absolutely impossible. You must have misunderstood the minister." Pierce shook his head, looked at Yvonne, and said. "In fact, His Excellency Halls is the proud disciple of Master Nicolas. He has no reason to steal any treasures in the tomb." "Really? Why don't I know when Master Nicolas accepted a new student? Who can prove this?" the French minister asked questioningly. "You reading www.uuganshu.com. I can prove it. The late Principal Dumbledore talked to me about this, and I can guarantee Hall's identity." Pierce said affirmatively, and then looked at Connor aside. "Director Connor, what do you think?" "Well, I also heard the President of the Federation talk about this matter. He is a good friend of Master Le. Connor responded succinctly. Yvonne looked at Connor in amazement. In fact, the director of the North American Magic Congress suddenly appeared here, and also deliberately helped himself to speak, which really exceeded his expectations. Others didn't know, but Yvonne knew very well in his heart that Nicolas did not disclose the fact of the apprenticeship in order to prevent Voldemort from finding the location of the safe house. So apart from the dead Dumbledore, no one else knew of this information, which is why he didn't use his identity to explain it just now. As for showing the Philosopher's Stone for proof, it's even more impossible. If the French minister beat back and said that he had stolen the Philosopher's Stone from the tomb, then he could not argue. The face of the French minister was uncertain. Although Pierce and Connor's words were true or false, although the conclusion was not made yet, he could see from it that the two men were determined to defend Yvonne Halls. It's nothing more than an England, coupled with the joint pressure of North America and the International Wizarding Federation. Even if he is the French Minister of Magic, he needs to weigh it carefully. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a female auror standing back in the crowd secretly raised her hand and pointed it at Yvonne Halls with a wand hidden in her sleeve. But before he had time to cast the spell, he was stopped by a hand that stretched out from the side. Chapter 919, Are you sure to beat Grindelwald? The auror was startled at first, but when she turned her head and saw the person coming, her tension relaxed, and then she seemed a little unwilling. Iris shook his head insignificantly, indicating that the other party is not a good time to do it. This little episode failed to attract the attention of others present. Under the joint pressure of Pierce and Connor, the French minister no longer had the same tough attitude as before, but still gritted his teeth and insisted on searching Yvonne and others to prove that they did not take any treasures in the tomb. Pierce naturally refuted the other party's rude request without hesitation, and emphasized that they should not treat the two heroes who dared to fight Grindelwald so harshly. After a fierce argument, the French minister reluctantly chose to let go. Without definite evidence, he really had no reason to force Yvonne and Rolf to stay. It's not worthwhile to have guilty with England and the North American Ministry of Magic for a possible treasure. Since the matter is clear, then we will leave first, Minister. Seeing that the other party was finally softened, Yvonne also secretly relieved. If not necessary, he is not willing to use violence to solve the problem. Although he can completely beat all of these people with his strength, and then force the other party to admit their mistakes, once the hands are refreshed, there will definitely be endless troubles. After all, this is different from the time in England. The reason why he dared to kill Fudge in full view was that on the one hand, he took advantage of Voldemort's identity, and on the other hand, he laid out ahead of time, controlled the media, and obtained nearly half of the pureblood family. The recognition of this, coupled with Pierce, the executive director's backlash, minimized the impact. No matter how much France is said to be a great power of magic, simply relying on strength will not make them succumb, but will only arouse stronger resistance, otherwise the minister would have surrendered to Grindelwald. How could he send people everywhere to arrest the others' believers? If he acted recklessly this time with the French Ministry of Magic and even caused a wizarding war between Britain and France, then Grindelwald would be able to wake up with a smile if he didn't dream at night. All the way out of the door of the Ministry of Magic, Yvonne looked back at Connor and spoke. "Thank you for your help, Director Connor. I just told a few truths. Even without me, I believe Your Excellency Halls can solve this little trouble by himself," Connor said with a smile, seeming to have forgotten the unpleasantness of the last time. "When I got to the back of my head, after a little greeting, I brought the topic to business. The intelligence personnel I sent to France before received some very strange information. There is news that Grindelwald's image has changed so much that the Aurors almost thought they had confessed to the wrong person. Your information is correct. When I met with Grindelwald this time, he has completely recovered his youthful appearance, and his strength is probably more difficult than ever," Yvonne said very carefully. With Ivan's confirmation, Connor's face suddenly became very ugly, but he still forced to calmly look at Yvonne and asked. "The question is, how exactly did he do this? I remember the report that Secretary Pierce submitted to the International Wizarding Federation said that Grindelwald had suffered a very difficult black magic during the battle with Voldemort. It should be in a strange state now. It's very simple, just die once, isn't it all right?" Yvonne muttered to himself. "Die, once?" Connor was stunned. At first he didn't quite understand Ivan's words, but then he realized something and immediately took a breath. There was only the most evil in his mind. That kind of black magic can reverse life and death. Only in this way can we explain Grindelwald's weird situation," Yvonne said with a slight headache. When he learned that the other party had arrested the North American vice-chairman, he suspected that Grindelwald might use Voldemort. The same method is resurrected once, so as to get rid of the trouble of being corroded by black magic. This also means that the other party may have made a Horcrux. It was already difficult to defeat Grindelwald, and now there was an additional prerequisite, which was to find and destroy the Horcrux that did not know where it was hidden. Connor was even more deeply worried. He knew that the power of the North American Ministry of Magic might not be able to compete with Grindelwald. "Are you sure to defeat Grindelwald?" Connor asked deliberately. "It's difficult, and even if Grindelwald is defeated, no one can stop him, unless you find a place where you can't use apparition." Yvonne shook his head and said directly. Connor nodded. Not surprisingly, if Ivan's age was enough to defeat Grindelwald, that would be a shocking thing to chin. However, judging from the fact that Yvonne broke into Nicole Lemai's tomb this time and played against Grindelwald, he can still retreat. Even if his strength is not as good, it is probably not far off. UU reading www.yunsha.com is now the only wizard who can compete with Grindelwald. It is precisely because of this that Connor, after learning that Yvonne was made things difficult by the French Ministry of Magic, hurried over to show his favor, in order to make up for the little unhappiness between the two before. Facing Connor's initiative, Yvonne was naturally willing to accept that with enemies like Grindelwald, if they were to regenerate, they would only let the opponent find a chance to defeat them one by one. After some discussions, North America and the British Ministry of Magic reached a preliminary agreement. The two sides shared the latest information about Grindelwald and cooperated against the powerful Dark Wizard. And Yvonne also got the assurance from Connor that if there is any major action that requires him to go out in person, the International Wizarding Federation will grant him the status of the top executive officer in this mission, and there will be a few directors or more. Apart from high-ranking officials, all wizards need to follow his instructions. Of course, this force can only be used against Grindelwald. If Yvonne ordered them to do something illegal, these Aurors would definitely not listen. After discussing the general framework of cooperation, Connor hurriedly left. In order to win over Yvonne, he was forced to agree to many harsh conditions and needed to report to a higher level. When Connor walked away, Yvonne suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Pierce, and asked. Who is the wizard named Ellis just now? Is there any information about him in England? When he was in the minister's office before, he felt that Iris was a bit wrong, and Yvonne could even vaguely smell a faintly dangerous breath from the other party. This is also one of the reasons why he didn't take the initiative in the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 920, The Resurrection Stone might be placed with him first. Yvonne touched his chin. There are not many people who have the ability to make themselves feel dangerous. But maybe, after all, I just merged with Thunderbird's blood, and my perception of threats is much stronger than before, so my previous experience can't be used as a comparison at all. Iris. Pierce groaned for a while, then said. I've heard of this man. He is quite famous in France. He not only graduated from Booth Barton with honors, but also became the director of the Department of Mysteries before the age of 30. I heard from those intelligence agents that it was this Iris who discovered the activities of the followers of Grindelwald some time ago. Several betrayers were found in the French Ministry of Magic some time ago. Now they are still interrogating prisoners, winning that one. The minister's trust. Pierce gushed. In this way, France also has capable people. Yvonne raised his eyebrows and said unexpectedly, but it is right to think about it. It is normal for France to have one or two outstanding geniuses. Then what shall we do next? Do you plan to stay in France? Pierce asked. No, let's go back to England. Yvonne shook his head. He had just snatched the resurrection stone from Grindelwald, and now he needs to be wary of the other party's retaliation. And the process of this battle also gave Yvonne a deep understanding of the power of Grindelwald, so next he needs to make a handy wand as soon as possible, and then find a way to figure out the secret of the 3 Hallows of Death. Perhaps the story of the 3 brothers is not just a legend, otherwise there is no way to explain why the invisibility cloak can exert more powerful abilities in Grindelwald's hands. By the way, Minister Pierce, I have sent someone to stare here recently. I have a very bad premonition. Yvonne solemnly reminded. Pierce naturally agreed. At the same time, in the minister's office, the French minister, who was scandalized by Yvonne, was furious and vented all the depression in his heart on his subordinates. For more than a month, they sent hundreds of Aurors to search for clues in Grindelwald. As a result, they even failed to find out that the other party planned to sneak into Nicole Liem's tomb to steal the treasure. This is simply a shame. If it hadn't been for those 2 foreign wizards to accidentally destroy each other's actions, they might have been kept in the dark when Grindelwald had achieved his goal and left France safely. The French minister's roar lasted for more than an hour, and when the Aurors came out of the office together, they all showed bitter expressions. They were all ordered to die. Within 2 weeks, they must be all the saints are pulled out. When the crowd gradually dispersed, Iris returned to the lounge alone. Just as he was about to enter the door, he suddenly seemed to have noticed something, looked towards the end of the empty corridor, and spoke. Come out, Allison, I should have said that there is nothing important, and it is best not to come to see me alone. Your current identity should have nothing to do with me. As the words sounded, the figure of a witch appeared out of thin air in the quiet aisle. Don't worry about Green. Sir, most of the Aurors in the Ministry of Magic have been sent to Paris to deal with the Muggles, and the rest will not notice here. The female Auror replied freely, and then hesitated. After a while, he continued to ask. It's just that I don't understand why you just stopped me from doing Yvonne Halls. That is a good opportunity. We can provoke a battle between Yvonne Halls and the French Ministry of Magic, and wait for them to lose. Then start to clean up the mess and take the treasure back by the way. Allison was really unwilling to sit back and watch Yvonne Halls just leave. They spent so much time and energy in order to seize the resurrection stone, but in the end they were taken away by the opponent. You look too high at the minister, Allison, there are people from North America and England. Even if there are some conflicts, they will probably be gone. Maybe you will be exposed because of it. This will seriously damage our follow-up plan. Iris said slowly. The most important thing is that he can't figure out the strength of Yvonne Halls, and he is not completely sure that he can stay here. Once Yvonne Halls successfully escapes, then all he has done in France in the past few months the preparation is all in vain. Then why don't you just cast a spell to control the minister and let him act according to your will? Isn't it more convenient? Allison asked puzzled. The Imperious Curse is not as powerful as you think. The Minister of Magic is always under the gaze of a caring person. If I impose the Imperious Curse on him, it just happened during the confrontation between Yvonne Halls. I'm afraid it has been exposed on the spot. Iris explained patiently, and then reminded him. Also, don't forget, what we need most now is an unsuspected identity, only in this way can we get in touch with that thing smoothly. Allison nodded. www.mtlnovel.com. The original impatient mood also calmed down. Seeing the witch understood what she meant, Iris said again. In fact, this time we are not without gain. Yvonne halls caused a lot of riots in Paris, involving tens of thousands of muggles. It may not be easy to calm down completely. If there are more troubles, I believe the International Wizarding Federation will be forced to convene that meeting and invite representatives of various countries to go together. If nothing else, they will definitely bring the key with them. This opportunity is only once, and we must not reveal our identity before that. So you might as well put the resurrection stone at that Yvonne halls, and get it back in the future. Iris said decisively. A week passed in a flash. After returning home from France, Yvonne had a rare and peaceful life for a few days. The expected revenge did not come, as if Grindelwald had given up this thing. This made Yvonne a little puzzled, and the other party ran all the way to France and broke into Nicole Lemai's tomb. What he had to get should be very important. Yvonne is even ready for Grindelwald to come to England to fight with him, so this week he has been desperately researching new wands and practicing his newly acquired abilities. The result is like a punch to cotton. The whole of England is basically can't find the shadow of Grindelwald. It's not a bad thing at all. After staying at home for a few days and confirming that Grindelwald will not come to trouble in a short time, Yvonne set off to Diagon Alley, ready to meet the British master of rod-making Austria. Lavender. Chapter 921, Ollivander Wand Shop. On Saturday afternoon, in the wand shop in Diagon Alley, Ollivander was sitting behind a long table looking at the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Suddenly, dingling bells rang from the door, and Ollivander raised his head subconsciously and spoke. Welcome to the Ollivander Wand Shop. Ah, Halls, what a rare visitor, why are you free to come to me? After seeing the visitor clearly, a smile suddenly appeared on Ollivander's face, and he walked out from behind the long table enthusiastically, put aside the Daily Prophet in his hand at will. I was still reading a report about you. It has been 1,000 years. You are still the first student to graduate from Hogwarts early. This will definitely be recorded in the annals of history. Ollivander was quite moved. Said. You're overwhelmed, Mr. Ollivander. In fact, many talented wizards are capable of graduating from Hogwarts early, such as Principal Dumbledore or Voldemort, but they usually choose to continue in school. No more advanced studies. Yvonne said very modestly. Yes, but they have extraordinary talents. They are all legendary wizards who are enough to make a name in English history books. Of course, I think you are no exception, Halls. Ollivander stared at the half-sized man in front of him. The wizard said wandering thoughts. I still remember the scene when you came here 6 years ago to pick up that magic wand, as if it was yesterday. The you and unicorn hairs are an impressive combination. They are opposed to each other and can bridge each other's shortcomings. From then on, I knew you would be able to make a great achievement. Know that the U wand never chooses a mediocre or timid owner. Their owner is usually either a hero or a demon. Ollivander said intentionally. The magic wand of the mysterious man is made of yew wood. With the tail feathers of the phoenix, it can be said that it is easy to perform powerful magic, but because it is too extreme, it also indicates that the owner of the wand is easy to go on an evil path. The wand of Yvonne Halls is even more special. The core of the wand is the unicorn hair that represents loyalty and justice. It neutralizes the unique magical properties of yew. It can be said that the whole wand is both good and evil. Existence, becoming a hero or a demon are all within the mind of the holder. Yvonne touched his nose. He suspected that Ollivander, an old man, might have guessed something based on the strange situation in the past few months. But Yvonne also knew that Ollivander was not a pedantic person. On the contrary, this guy didn't care whether the person using his wand was good or evil. He only cared whether the opponent was famous enough and whether he could become a capital to show off his wand skills. Thinking of this, Yvonne coughed lightly, skipped the topic directly, and instead waved his magic wand to shut the door of the store, and then spoke. Mr. Ollivander, is it convenient to have a private chat? I have something very important to discuss with you. Come with me and talk inside. Ollivander nodded. Although Ivan's act of closing the door without consent was somewhat offensive, he was only interested in seeing it. The two of them entered the alchemy room in the back room. Yvonne looked around, probably because of the expanded space. It looks surprisingly large. There are various alchemy utensils on the table, and the cabinets on the four walls are long and narrow boxes were placed one after another, almost all piled on the ceiling. Let's talk about it, Mr. Halls, what is wrong with you coming to me on purpose this time? Is it possible that the wand is damaged and I need to repair it? Ollivander asked curiously. No, that wand has been well maintained, but I think it may no longer be suitable for me. Yvonne said slowly. Why do you say that? Ollivander frowned and looked a little unhappy. Ivan's words were undoubtedly questioning his beliefs. The yew wand is your personal choice, it is definitely the one that suits you best. I was not the one who picked it out. Ivan thought silently in his heart. He still remembers that when he was in the first grade, in the system display, the fit of the wand was only more than 70%, or if it wasn't for the wrong hit later. By accidentally fusing the blood of the unicorn, he had already replaced this wand. But Ivan couldn't confide this secret, so he could only speak out. Because my opponent has an extremely powerful wand, if you want to defeat him, you must replace an equivalent wand. Speaking of this, Ivan is also a little helpless. In the past, he relied on various alchemy equipment to increase combat power to crush the enemy. This time, he experienced the embarrassment of a poor equipment. I have to remind you, Halls, the most important thing about a magic wand is not whether it is strong or not, but whether it fits its owner. Only in this way can the wizard be able to exert the full power of the magic wand 100%. The powerful wand of the hand. www.mtlnovel.com will lose the duel in the wizard. Ollivander consoled with all his heart, trying to get Ivan to dispel the idea of replacing the wand, and then proceeded quite proudly. Ollivander's wand shop has been in business for more than 2,000 years. The craftsmanship in making wands is definitely the best in the world. Each wand I've sold may have its own bias, but the overall ability will never be weaker than a wand made by anyone else. Really? What about the Elder Wand? Ivan suddenly interrupted Ollivander's words. What? Ollivander didn't react for a while. Elderberry Wand. You can also call it Death Wand or Fate Wand. Ivan emphasized. You mean the magic wand in the British legend that can make the master invincible? Ollivander looked at Ivan in surprise. We should all know that it is not just a legend. Ivan raised a few notes. It exists, and it is now in the hands of a dangerous person. Ollivander paused, and said slowly after a while. You just mean Gellert Grindelwald. There are not many people who can be called dangerous by Ivan. The most likely one is Grindelwald, who has recently made a lot of noise because of his escape from prison, and the Dark Lord Grindelwald who has disrupted the entire Europe. Yes. He is trying to provoke a dispute between wizards and muggles. Ivan said concisely. I just fought him a few days ago, and I was very impressed with the power of that wand. It is definitely not the same as the wand in my hand. Chapter 922, The Physique of Wizards and Wizards Cannot Be Generalized. Are you still alive? Ollivander looked at Ivan in surprise, and almost couldn't help but confide in his heart. Grindelwald is a legendary dark wizard who has been famous for a long time, and he has an old magic wand in his hands. His combat power can be imagined, but Ivan actually said that he could fight Grindelwald. How did this make him not shocked? Give you a cash red envelope. Ivan saw Ollivander's surprise, but didn't mean to explain more, but continued to ask. It seems you know something about that elderberry wand. No, I just happened to hear some of these legends. Ollivander shook his head and replied. Ivan stared at Ollivander suspiciously. He didn't believe that the facts would be as simple as the other party said. Ollivander was uncomfortable being stared at by Ivan, and finally said with a wry smile. Well, I admit that I had some thoughts about that wand a few years ago, because my wand skills have been inaccessible a long time ago, so I want to find the Elder Bone Wand and study it. But it's a pity that I rummaged through the historical data and couldn't find its whereabouts. It was only confirmed from many records that this wand is real. But there is still news that is not true or false, that is, the old wand once landed on was in the hands of the staff maker Grigovish. I only know so much, and I will never hide anything from you. Ollivander said frankly. Ivan nodded. Ollivander had no possibility of lying under the perception of sensation, and the British wand-making expert in the original time and space did not know anything about the Deathly Hallows, and only studied the old some historical data about the magic wand. If you want me to make a weapon that can match the Elder Bone Wand this time, then I can only say that I'm sorry I can't do it. Ollivander said straightforwardly, even if no matter how confident he was, he wouldn't think that the wand he made was comparable to the legendary elderberry wand that made his master invincible. Why? I believe that the old magic wand was also made by a wizard. It can't really be like the legend. Is it related to death? Ivan questioned. Of course there is no of death in this world. I guess the wizard who made the old magic wand used some kind of alchemy that has been lost. In addition, the magic world 1,000 years ago is no better than it is now. You can easily find many precious magic materials. Many magical creatures in the magic world are about to become extinct. Ollivander said with a sigh. So, the magic world is really inferior to one generation. Ivan shook his head helplessly. Not only the magic wand, but also magic items such as time converters are broken. There is no way to repair ordinary alchemy. Can't say that, the development of the magical world has always been forward, but those unstable forces are not needed. Ollivander said slowly, but the words revealed a little regret. Suddenly, Ollivander looked at Ivan expectantly as if thinking of something. If you say, you can steal that wand and let me study it, maybe I can crack its secret. Ivan rolled his eyes. If I can steal the old wand from Grindelwald, what do you need to do? I can't bring the old wand to you, but I have brought a brand new wand material, which is definitely stronger than any core you have used. Ivan said confidently. Brand new material? I have to say first, not everything with magic power is suitable as a core. Ollivander said dubiously, not having any hope of what Ivan was about to take out. Although his wand shop generally only sells 3 core wands, unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings, in fact, in order to improve his skills, he has tried almost all materials that can be used as cores, but this material is the most stable, more suitable for most wizards. You can try it yourself, Mr. Ollivander. Ivan reached into his sleeve and took out the ebony wand made before. Ollivander took it over and looked at it. On the surface, this wand was unremarkable and even made a little rough, and it was absolutely impossible to sell according to his standards. It's just that Ivan is staring at his side. Ollivander is not good to behave too casually, when even after serious tasting, the slender knuckles gently swept across the stick body, a fine magical fluorescent stool appeared on the wand. After carefully examining it for a while, Ollivander's original inattentive expression gradually became dignified. After he pondered for a moment, he raised the wand in his hand and aimed at the experimental target on the left to tentatively release a magic. Diffindo, torn apart. The gorgeous spell beam flashed in mid-air, and this kind of basic magic was extremely powerful under the blessing of the magic wand, and it directly exploded the experimental target to pieces. Weird, really weird. Ollivander's brows frowned. The wood is ebony, 12 inches and a quarter long, but the core of the rod is the tail feathers of a phoenix. No, no. I also felt a cold magic, then it must belong to the basilisk. And dragon heartstring. Ollivander was pacing in the alchemy room like a dream, but his eyes were staring at the magic wand in his hand, and he was muttering something from time to time, forgetting Ivan beside him. Don't guess, the core is my hair. Seeing Ollivander's thoughts were almost magical and without a clue, Ivan proactively announced the answer. Nonsense. Ollivander said with staring eyes. Although wizards are also magical creatures, the magical power of their hair is very weak, far inferior to those powerful magical creatures. If they are used to make magic wands, they will only be weak and pitiful. And I have felt the characteristics of many magical creatures in this magic wand. You must have merged several cores together in some way. Ollivander said excitedly, but he hadn't waited for Iraq. Whenever he responded, he retorted himself nervously. No, that's not right. In that case, this magic wand would have been exploded because of the conflict of magic power. The constitutions of wizards and wizards cannot be generalized, Mr. Ollivander. Also, the magic of magic is far beyond your imagination. Ivan took the wand from Ollivander's hand and faced each other. Cut it off, and inside was a hair that was stained red by blood. It's impossible. Ollivander was stunned, his right hand trembled and pulled his hair out of the broken wand, and after looking at it carefully for a while, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Ivan scorchingly. It's like looking at a treasure. Chapter 923, The Making of a New Wand. How did you do it? To accommodate so many powerful forces in your body? It's incredible. Ollivander was very excited to pull Ivan's sleeve, and asked, even reaching out his hand to pull it out himself. Take a hair down and observe it carefully. Ivan dodged silently, then stared at the opponent coldly, reminding him. I naturally have my method, but this is not what you should know, Mr. Ollivander. Ivan's words were like pouring cold water on Ollivander's head, which made him wake up all at once and understand his current situation. Ah, of course, every wizard has some secrets, which are worthy of respect. What were we talking about just now? Isn't the material of the wand right? Ollivander said nonchalantly. Anyway, I have shown you the sample. If you are not confident, I can change another person. Ivan said straightforwardly without being polite with Ollivander. In fact, he originally planned to find the German rod maker Grigovish. After all, the other party had held the old wand for a period of time, but this guy has been missing for several months, and I don't know whether it is Grindelwald or Voldemort. Dry. No. You should believe me, Halls. Ollivander has the best rod-making technology in Europe and the world. With this magical hair, I will be able to make a wand comparable to that elderberry. A powerful weapon. Ollivander said proudly, and then eagerly looked over Ivan's head. But before that, we have to understand the characteristics of this material. It will take some time and a lot of raw materials. Ivan touched his hair, looked at Ollivander's eager gaze, and vaguely regretted coming to the other party, but after careful consideration, Ivan finally agreed, because he wanted to make a perfect one. The magic wand, these tests are required. In order to avoid being bald, Ivan intends to personally participate in each experiment and subsequent magic wand production, so as not to waste these precious materials. Ollivander seemed very reluctant. After all, This meant that he needed to show Ivan those unique secrets, but he really couldn't resist the temptation to make the strongest wand, and he was even more unwilling to turn his head to find other systems. And she. Ever since, the two reached a preliminary agreement. In the next few days, Ivan stayed in Ollivander's wand shop and explored the production of new wands with each other. In the professional field, Ollivander has shown great enthusiasm. It only takes less than half an hour a day to solve the problems of eating and going to the toilet. The rest of the time is devoted to the research of new materials. I only sleep for an hour or two when I am extremely tired. In the end, Ivan, who still couldn't stand it, brewed several bottles of powerful tonic potions for him, so that Ollivander would not suddenly die during the study. Such high-intensity research work has also caused Ivan to be forced to pull off hundreds of hairs in just a few days. If he hadn't consciously changed places every time, a small piece of hair would have been vacated on top of his head. Up. The most important thing is that nearly 1,000 milliliters of fresh blood was put in to prepare a special solution for processing the core, so in just a week, both Ivan and Ollivander looked like they were squeezed dry. Such efforts are naturally also fruitful. Ollivander used dozens of different woods to make wands to test their compatibility, and finally made 27 finished wands. The strength of each wand must be extraordinary, and the stability has also been solved under Ollivander's tireless research, and there is no need to worry about the sudden explosion of the wand during the process of casting a spell. The only fly in the ointment is that this kind of stability is based on sacrificing a certain amount of power. After countless attempts, both of them found that all the wood is not compatible with this special hair. We need something more powerful as the rod body to carry this power. Ollivander said firmly. What materials are you going to use? Do you need my help? Ivan asked. It is about the production of the new wand, even if it is precious, he will ask Pierce to find them. Of course you have to, or you have to help. Ollivander rubbed his hands and looked at Ivan with a hesitant expression, as if he didn't know whether to say it or not. It wasn't until Ivan frowned and waited impatiently that Ollivander spoke carefully. I think, it's great to use your bones. My bones? Ivan was stunned, and then his face went black. Ollivander hurriedly explained. The reason why these woods cannot perfectly hold the core of the wand is because your hair and blood contain a variety of conflicting forces. From this point of view, you want to make the strongest wand. You.ukansha.com. The stick body must also be something in your body. And bones are the most suitable material, with sufficient strength. I heard that in Africa, many wizards like to use human bones to make magic wands. Ollivander talked about the benefits of using bones as a stick body. Ivan on the side was horrified and shivered, but he had to admit that Ollivander had such a little truth. Don't hesitate, it's just a bone. Drinking a bottle of bone spirit will grow out. It's so convenient and not troublesome at all. Ollivander was so excited that he couldn't help but wish to cast a spell on Ivan right away. Root bones come out. This is not a troublesome question. Ivan opened his mouth and wanted to complain, but Ollivander's words were like the temptation of the devil. Think about it, Halls, how powerful a wand made from your blood, bone, and hair would be. Okay, let's try. Ivan thought and thought again and again. For the so-called strongest wand, after all, he made up his mind. Under Ollivander's strong suggestion, he cast a spell to draw a bone of his left hand. Out. Ollivander took it gently, as if he had obtained an incredible treasure, stroking it carefully, and then twitchingly said that he still needs to find the most possessed one from Ivan's body. Magic hair, this is perfect. Ivan's whole body was broken, but thinking that he had drawn his bones, he didn't care about those few hairs anymore. Ollivander was not at all polite, picking and plucking hundreds of hairs again before finally found a satisfactory core, rushed into the laboratory happily. Chapter 924, Human Bone Wand. The production of the new wand took longer than Ivan expected. For 3 consecutive days, Ollivander kept himself in the alchemy room, and even did not eat or sleep. He relied on nourishing potions. Maintain. The operation of the magic wand shop has long been thrown aside. Even though it is the peak period for new students to buy magic wands, Ollivander has put up a notice to temporarily close the door to thank customers and postpone the purchase of magic wands until the day before school starts. Had it not been for Ivan and Pierce to say hello, the Ministry of Magic would have thought Ollivander had been kidnapped by someone. It continued until the morning of the 4th day when a crackling sound suddenly came from the closed alchemy room. Ivan, who was about to have breakfast just getting up early, was shocked, but before he could go in and check it out, his face was disgraced. Ollivander walked out of the alchemy room. What happened? Mr. Ollivander? Ivan asked hurriedly. Without taking care of himself for nearly half a month, Ollivander looked like a wandering old man scavenger, but his expression was extremely excited. Quickly, how about the effect of a try? Ollivander didn't have time to explain, when even squeezing a grey-white wand into Ivan's hand, he urged expectantly. Ivan lowered his head and glanced at it subconsciously. It was a wand about 13 inches long. It was grey-white and hard in texture. Ivan held the illusion that his arm was extended. Under Ollivander's constant urging, Ivan held the wand and gently waved it in the direction of the target. Reducto, bone to pieces. A dazzling beam of light was excited from the magic wand and hit the human-shaped target, bursting out a fierce fire, and instantly tore the human-shaped target to pieces, even breaking a large hole in the rear wall. You can vaguely see the scene of the living room. Such a terrifying power surprised Ivan. He didn't exert much magic power when he cast the spell just now, but this power could almost match his full power under the blessing of the Philosopher's Stone. But looking at this messy scene, Ivan was also a little embarrassed, and hurriedly used the restoration spell to return the house to its original state. Sorry, you broke your house, Mr. Ollivander. Ivan said apologetically. However, Ollivander didn't care at all, he seemed more excited than Ivan. Sure enough, I succeeded. I succeeded, and I knew it would definitely work. What's wrong, haven't you tried it yourself before? Ivan asked strangely. Of course I tried it, but I can't control this wand at all. Ollivander sighed. When the wand was finished, he wanted to try it personally, but it didn't follow his orders at all. At first, Ollivander almost thought that the production of the magic wand had failed. After thinking about it, he realized that he was probably not capable enough to handle this powerful magic wand, so he hurried to Ivan to verify his guess. Maybe this magic wand recognizes people. Ivan shrugged and said casually. You are right. The wand will choose its owner. It is made up of your body and will naturally only obey you. Ollivander sighed and said, he thought about this powerful magic wand before. Whether to achieve mass production, at least get one for yourself. While chatting with Ollivander, Ivan didn't forget to open the system bar to check the attributes of this magic wand. Magic item, human bone wand. Magic, very strong. Mauen circuit, strengthen the cast, significantly increase the power of magic. Traits, transformation, allows to transform form through will. Fit, 100%. Explanation, this is the pinnacle of Ollivander, the master of British staff. It is made with special materials such as your bones, blood, and hair. Only skilled spellcasters can master it. Strengthen casting. Transformation. Ivan muttered to himself. The former is very intuitive, and it is natural to simply strengthen the power of the spell. But this deformed attribute made Ivan a little surprised, he had never seen it on other wands. Is it because of Bogot's blood? With a thought, Ivan input a small amount of magic power into the wand according to the instructions in the system description column, and then thought of changing its shape in his mind. In the next moment, this grey-white wand deformed with Ivan's will, turning into a long walking stick. What is this? You applied transformation to the magic wand? Ollivander asked in surprise, knowing that such a sophisticated magic item as a magic wand is difficult to deform. No, it's the ability of this magic wand itself. Ivan shook his head, and then continued the experiment, transforming the wand into various postures, but it failed when the creature was deformed. It seems that the wand only inherited a small part of Bogot's abilities. Ollivander on the side looked at this scene and was amazed. This magic wand had so many secrets that even the maker of his magic wand could not know it. UU reading www.ukansha.com. Thank you, Mr. Ollivander, I am very satisfied with this wand. It's time to talk about the reward. Ivan put away the human bone wand and looked at Ollivander generously. As long as it's not too much, you can mention it anywhere. No, it's enough for me to make this strongest wand. Ollivander shook his head and said with emotion. As one of the 3 major wand manufacturers in Europe, there are very few magic wands in the world. There is something he can't get. Of course, if you can you leave some hair and blood for me to study it? Ollivander said heartily. Don't even think about it. Ivan rejected Ollivander's proposal with a black face. The wizard's hair and blood are both important materials for casting the curse of black magic. Take Voldemort. Although Ollivander is unlikely to do this, but who knows whether these things will be taken by Grindelwald, that would be troublesome. Well, 100,000 gold gallons as your reward. Ivan said very generously, and then took a bottle of potion from the pocket of the wizard's robe and put it on the table. Plus this. 100,000 gallons. Ollivander stayed for a while, almost thinking whether he had heard it wrong, why he was not short of money, but it was definitely not a small number. I think the cost of making this wand is worth this price, and there is also your confidentiality fee, understand? Ivan said solemnly. After paying such a large sum of money, if news of the new wand came out from Ollivander, he would never show mercy. Chapter 925, Manipulate the Celestial Phenomenon. Under the temptation of 100,000 gallons, Ollivander readily agreed, but he felt a little pity, because in this way he couldn't brag about it. British genius wizard Ivan Halls once asked I made a custom wand for him. By the way, what is this potion? Ollivander looked at the reagent bottle on the table and asked curiously. He thought he knew something about potions, but he couldn't recognize what kind of potions Yvonne took out, only that the value was definitely not low. This is a potion that will make you live a few more years. Yvonne said straightforwardly. Ollivander's face changed. Combined with Ivan's previous words, he thought for a while it was something that could erase his memory, so that he could completely forget that he had done a new magic wand. Don't think too much, it is to increase life expectancy in the literal sense. You should have heard of its name, the potion of immortality. Of course, Yvonne saw Ollivander's concerns and shook helplessly. Shaking his head, does he look like the kind of person who crosses the river and demolishes the bridge? The elixir made by Nicole Lemay with the Philosopher's Stone? How could you have it? Ollivander took the reagent bottle in his hand and looked carefully. It just so happens that the one standing in front of you is Nicole Lemay's disciple. Yvonne shrugged and replied freely. No wonder your alchemy level is so high. Ollivander nodded clearly, and the movements on his hands were also not slow, and quickly put the reagent bottle into his sleeve, lest the other party regretted it. Yvonne saw Ollivander's small movements in his eyes, and he was a little bit dumbfounded. Although the potion of immortality was precious, it was nothing to him. The reason why he took it out now was because he meant to win over the British Wand Master, and he had learned a lot of magic wand making skills from Ollivander these days, and this potion was somewhat of compensation. A few days passed in a flash. After returning from Ollivander's wand shop, Yvonne quickly became familiar with the new wand and new abilities. The weather in the entire city of London also changed with Ivan's mood. It was storms and thunderstorms at every turn, making the British meteorological experts really puzzled. Unknowingly, August had passed. A few days before the start of school, Hermione received the school's opening notice as usual, and Yvonne also successfully got an offer from Hogwarts. Great, I knew you would definitely be selected. Hermione cheered and said, which meant that she didn't have to be separated from Yvonne for a whole year. Yvonne smiled and put away the application, without telling the little witch that his position as a professor was actually decided by default, not chosen. However, in order to congratulate him on his success as a professor, the Grangers celebrated him well. On September 1st, Yvonne packed her luggage and went to Kingdom Cross Station with Hermione. Before leaving, Will Granger and his wife said their final goodbyes. Be careful on the road, Hermione and Halls, do you need me to drive the two of you? Will Granger said, then suddenly remembered that his car was still at home. No, we wizards usually have a faster way. Yvonne rejected Will Granger's proposal and took Hermione's hand freely. Then let's go first, sir and madam. After Yvonne left, he gently waved the magic wand in his hand, and with a wave of spatial fluctuations, the two of them instantly disappeared in the mansion. At the same time, in London, in a small alley next to Kingdom Cross Station, two figures quietly emerged. You were too careless, Yvonne, this is so close to the station, what if a muggle just passes by and sees us? Hermione was relieved when she looked around and saw that there was no one around. Don't worry, there is no such coincidence. Yvonne said casually, but he still has the confusion curse and the forgotten curse. Due to the late arrival of the two, the flow of people in the station was not too large. When they arrived at the 9 3/4 of the station, they happened to see Harry and Ron preparing to pass through here to the wizarding station. Yvonne, Hermione. The sharp-eyed Ginny saw Yvonne and the others for the first time and waved. George and Fred on the side bowed weirdly and joked with a smile. Good morning, Professor Halls. Fortunately you graduated early, otherwise I will definitely help Filch get you up this year. Yvonne said with a stern face, pretending to be a gesture. Yeah, it's a pity, you're afraid it's impossible to find this opportunity. Fred laughed. But Ronnie needs to stay in school for 2 more years. You can go and trouble him. George said with a slap in the face, urging him. Ron immediately glared at the two of them, how could there be such a cheating brother? Great, Halls, congratulations on becoming a professor. When I heard the news at the Ministry of Magic, reading www.yuyuganshu.com thought they were joking with me. Arthur Weasley walked away. Stepped forward and patted Yvonne on the shoulder. I have to thank Minister Pierce for giving me this opportunity to prove myself. Yvonne said very humbly. Then we should call you from now on, Professor Halls. Harry asked entangledly. Everyone was classmates last school year, and this school year had to call the professor. Although he was mentally prepared, he was somewhat awkward. Just call it that way in class, aren't they still friends in private? Yvonne said with a smile. Several people were chatting, and Mrs. Weasley had already urged her to drive. It's not early now, and it might be too late if we don't get in the car. At the urging of Mrs. Weasley, Yvonne, Harry, Ron, and Hermione passed through platform 9 3/4 one by one and boarded the special train to Hogwarts. Amidst the humming of the train, Yvonne listened to Harry and Ron telling about the funny things that happened in the Burrow and Black House during their summer vacation. Originally, Sirius planned to take us to a Quidditch event in England these days, but the weather recently was too bad. It rained every day and there were 2 full days of storms. As a result, the whole game was played. They were all cancelled temporarily. Harry complained. Yvonne looked out the window and stared at the thick dark clouds in the sky, only to realize that he had caused a lot of trouble for his experimental ability these days. That's right, it's time for this cloud to disperse. Yvonne said quietly. Just as Yvonne opened his mouth, a dazzling ray of morning light was like a sharp sword penetrating through thick clouds and spilling onto the ground, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually melted like ice and snow in early spring. Chapter 926, New Professor at Hogwarts. There was still dark clouds covering the sun a moment ago, but now it became clear and cloudless in an instant. Harry, Ron and others looked surprised. Don't you learn prophecy with Professor Trelawney? Ron asked in surprise. He did not associate this weird celestial phenomenon with Yvonne. After all, even magic in his impression you can't do such an outrageous thing. It would be great if I could learn prophecy. Yvonne rolled his eyes. Foresight is definitely one of his most desirable abilities, but it is a pity that this thing is completely innate and cannot be learned at all, even if he uses grade points. No way. After chatting with Harry and Ron for a while, Yvonne went straight to the system bar to check his current status. Yvonne Halls. Occupation, Blood Wizard. Blood Fusion, 6/7, Unicorn, Basilisk, Bogut, Norwegian Ridgeback, Phoenix, Thunderbird. Magic Scale, 403. Magic Column, Transfiguration Curse 8, 237/25600, Guardian Deity Curse 7, 1068/12800, Desire Curse 7, 1105/12800, Fire Curse 7, 1030/12800. Blood Magic, Unicorn Shadow, Basilisk Eye, Bogut Transformation, Dragon Transformation, Fire Control, Celestial Control. Magic Items, Human Bone Wand, Magic Stone, Protection Ring, Improved, Battle Robe. Legendary Value, 0/25. Grade Point, 950. After integrating Thunderbird's blood, his overall strength has improved a lot. In fact, the most obvious is that the magic power scale has exceeded 400 points, which is equivalent to 4 times the total magic power of an adult wizard, which is already considered very abundant. Now even without relying on the Philosopher's Stone, Yvonne can easily use various powerful spells without worrying about falling into the dilemma of depletion of magic power in the middle. Secondly, it is naturally the first breakthrough of Transfiguration to level 8. This is probably related to the characteristics of Thunderbird. He had learned from Ollivander before that wands made of Thunderbird feathers can usually amplify the transformation magic of wizards. After the successful breakthrough, Yvonne clearly felt that he was more and more comfortable with the use of the transformation spell, and there was a faint feeling that the skills were close to Deo, and the transformed creature was no different from the real creature before the magic power dissipated. If he could go further, he might be able to change the nature of the object in a true sense like the Philosopher's Stone. As for the last and most important gain, that is the new bloodline magic to control the celestial phenomenon. He had manipulated the power of storm and lightning when he fought with Grindelwald in the tomb before. After these days of exploration, Yvonne found that he could also use magic to change the weather in an area, even covering an entire city. Yvonne hasn't thought of a more specific usage for the time being, only considering whether he can create a celestial phenomenon that is beneficial to him during the battle, and increase the power of some spells. The train went all the way, and stopped at the platform about the evening. Yvonne and his party followed the crowd and walked down the train, staggering towards the castle in the carriage drawn by Yuki as usual. Who do you think will become the defense against the dark arts class professor this year? Harry asked curiously. No matter who it is, this year is definitely going to be unlucky. Ron said with some gloat. Since they enrolled, the professors in the defense against the dark arts class have had a bleak end, and the only better Lupin failed. After a year, it was exposed by Snape. Thinking of this, Ron suddenly seemed to realize something and turned his head to look at Yvonne Deo. This year's defense against the dark arts class professor shouldn't be you, Yvonne. Of course it's not me. Yvonne shook his head. Although Voldemort, the source of the curse, is dead, but who knows if the spell is still there, he doesn't plan to make fun of his life. What if bad luck happens frequently when the time comes to fight Grindelwald? Therefore, Yvonne guessed that the position of this professor will be vacant this year. After all, most of the capable wizards in England have a number in their hearts, and they don't want to make up for this mold. Snape was very active in wanting to become a professor of defense against the dark arts, but for the sake of his life, Yvonne still asked Pierce to reject his proposal. In addition, as the best potion master in England, Snape went teaching defensive skills is too awkward. Then what should we do about the defensive test this school year? Did it stop it? Harry thought of the exam at the end of the year for the first time. His OWL test scores last school year were pretty good, and he was eligible to participate in the improvement class for Newt of course. He has not forgotten that to become an Auror after graduation, excellent grades in defense against the dark arts are indispensable. Although the class is not available, the exam will continue, but don't worry, as long as you can pass my course smoothly, the exam will definitely not be a problem. Yvonne explained. By the way, Yvonne, you haven't told us what you plan to teach this year. Has Hogwarts added a new class? Ron asked. That's right. Yvonne sold Guanzi, and didn't mean to decipher it in advance. Yuki carriage slowly drove through the wide lane. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com stopped at the gate of the castle. Everyone got off the carriage one by one, and walked into the hall together. As Yvonne expected, there were no unfamiliar faces on the professor's seat on the high platform, only 2 empty seats. One is obviously reserved for him, and the other is the seat of the deceased principal Albus Dumbledore. Since Hogwarts has not elected a new principal, this position is temporarily vacant. The affairs of the school are managed by the current Vice President Professor McGonagall. Come here and sit here, Yvonne. Hagrid, who was looking into the hall, stood up first, greeted him happily, and then patted his head sharply. Oh, I almost forgot, I should call you Professor Halls now. Flitwick, McGonagall and others also stood up very enthusiastically and welcomed Yvonne to join the ranks of professors. Even Snape, who had a cold face every day, nodded when Yvonne passed by. After Yvonne was seated, the opening ceremony of the new school year had begun. The Sorting Hat shouted in a weird tone for the new song that took a whole year to compose. Then, the immature freshmen in the audience met Professor McGonagall. Under the guidance of Wong, they sat down on the chairs on the high platform one by one in a nervous mood. Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall shouted out the college assigned by the freshmen. Yvonne looked a little surprised, while Flitwick on the side said with a smile. I miss you very much. Do you remember the appearance of yourself when you first came to Hogwarts 5 years ago? I remember that you looked as immature as these freshmen at that time, but you were so courageous that you dared to deal with it alone when you were in the first grade. A giant monster. Chapter 927, Magic Research and Practice Course. Don't forget, you taught me the knowledge of spells. Yvonne replied flatly. Flitwick laughed quite contentedly. At this time, on the high platform, the last freshman completed the division amidst the applause of the crowd. Professor McGonagall flicked his right hand to close the hat, then cleared his throat and spoke to the crowd. Before I start having dinner, I still have some important things to announce. Since the Ministry of Magic has not yet found a suitable candidate for the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, all relevant courses this year will be temporarily suspended. But we need to be thankful that Hogwarts has ushered in a new professor, and you can learn some protection skills in his class. While speaking, McGonagall turned to look at Yvonne. I believe that students in the 2nd grade and above are no strangers to this new professor. He is Mr. Yvonne Halls, who graduated from Hogwarts with honors last year, and will serve as the Magic Research and Practice course. Professorship. Yvonne Chiron stood up from his seat and nodded to the little wizards below the stage. An exceptionally enthusiastic applause immediately rang out in the auditorium. It is rare for the little wizards of the 4 major colleges to unanimously express their welcome. This is a treatment that any new professor does not have. And some freshmen looked at Yvonne on the stage with a confused look, because the professor looked a little too young. They were sitting in the teacher's seat before, and they thought it was the head of the grade or the chairman of the student council or something. That's our new professor? But he doesn't seem to be much older than us. A freshman from a Muggle family asked curiously. God, don't you even know Halls? The senior wizard next to him couldn't help but exclaimed. Didn't you read the newspaper before you came to school? He is the most talented wizard ever at Hogwarts, and a first-class Merlin Medal winner. The wizard eloquently shared Ivan's legendary experiences with the new students. For example, he used magic to conquer powerful monsters and fire dragons, and was surrounded by hundreds of Black Lake merfolk, even for a month. Contracted the front page headline of the Daily Prophet. He also defeated the mysterious man. A little wizard who had participated in the Defense Against the Dark Arts Society said excitedly. I've seen that memory. When Potter was about to be killed by the mysterious man, Halls rescued him, and later, together with Principal Dumbledore, defeated the mysterious man. I guess the death of the mysterious man must have been done by Halls. My mother said that it would be weird if the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic can solve the mysterious man. They can't do anything except get paid more actively. Under the narration of a group of senior students, the freshmen realized why Yvonne Halls was able to become a professor at Hogwarts at the age of 16. Such an experience is simply legendary. A excited Ravenclaw which is getting more and more outrageous, and she said that the reason why the carriage in Hogwarts automatically finds its way must be that Yvonne Halls secretly cast a spell. It is said that the lake monster in the Black Lake was also thrown in by Yvonne. That's Yachi pulling a cart. An ethereal voice interrupted the conversation. When I first came to school, the carriage would move. This is definitely not Ivan's magic. Luna looked at several people and replied very seriously. The freshmen looked at Luna and then at the Ravenclaw witch, not knowing who was right. The witch choked at Luna's words. For a while, she didn't know how to refute, but she didn't want to admit defeat, so she said with her neck. Don't listen to this crazy girl, she also said that there are crooked beasts and what harassing horseflies are in this world. It's a horn snorer. Luna corrected, and then took out a transparent glass bottle from the pocket of her bag and showed it in front of everyone. No, this is it. We found it in the Forbidden Forest together. Seeing the pure white, weird-looking cubs with large curved horns in the glass bottle, the witch was dumbfounded. Is it true that, as Luna said, the crooked snoring beasts and the harassing fly are real, but before a magical creature that hasn't been discovered? I submitted an application to the Ministry of Magic last year to add the horn snorer to the Encyclopedia of Fantastic Creatures of England. During this summer vacation, the Ministry of Magic has already agreed to my request, and it will be published in the Daily Prophet in these 2 days. Luna said happily. Moreover, the people at the Ministry of Magic did not change the name she gave to this magical creature, and used the name Horn Snoring Beast. The opening ceremony of the new semester soon ended with the noise of the little wizards. Ivan said goodbye to several professors and headed to his bedroom under the leadership of the house elves. The overall area of the room is much larger than Ivan expected, and there is also a special utility room, bookcase, and a bathtub where you can jump in and swim. At first, Ivan thought it was a special treatment for himself. You read www.yuyuganshu.com, but think about it carefully, the prefects of each college can have a room with a private bathroom, and the treatment of the professors will naturally be better one. Sir, do you need anything else? The house elf asked shrilly. No, thank you. Ivan put the suitcase on the table casually, thanking him. However, the house elves showed some sincerity in Ivan's gratitude, and disappeared into the room with a pop. Ivan shook his head. It seemed that it was not an easy task to complete the mission of the Elf Legion. These house elves had already ossified their thoughts, indicating that the white point was to admit death. And he learned from Pierce that these house elves are loyal to Hogwarts, which means that even if he becomes the principal, he cannot complete this task immediately. Ivan thought very distressed, but soon adjusted his emotions. The legendary value needs 5 points to activate the protection mode, and there is no rush. The next morning, Ivan got out of bed on time, and after some washing, he took a look at the school schedule on the desk. Taking into account that news may come from the International Wizarding Federation at any time, the arrangement of the course tasks is very relaxed. There are only 10 magic research and practice classes per week for the 7 grades. Ivan intends to spend his free time in the restricted book area. Check those advanced magic books here to increase your magic knowledge reserve. But this morning there happened to be a class, it was in the 6th grade. Seeing this, Ivan put away the notes and speeded up his pace. He didn't plan to be late for the first class. Chapter 928, The First Class of the New Professor. When Ivan walked into the classroom, the class bell just rang, and the 6th grade students were already sitting in their respective positions, with dozens of pairs of eyes looking at him. Good morning, everyone. Ivan walked straight to the front of the stage, looked at the people under the stage, and spoke with ease. Although everyone is familiar with it, according to the usual practice, I will introduce myself first. I am your new professor of magic research and practice. What are you going to teach us in this class? Halls, Professor, we have not received a new textbook either. A Hufflepuff wizard suddenly raised his hand and asked curiously. This question is very good. Since this course is a newly added course this year, there is no corresponding textbook for the time being. This also means that in my class, you'd better take out your notebooks and write down those important knowledge points. Record it all. Ivan said slowly. But most of the students did not respond, only Hermione and a few girls who love to learn brought out the quill and parchment. Ivan saw all this in his eyes, and then added a little. I believe this knowledge can be used in the exam. As soon as the voice fell this time, there was a sparse sound in the classroom. All the little wizards immediately put their notebooks on the table, and no one dared to neglect this year's final exam. As for the content to be taught in this class, just like its name, it is divided into 2 parts, actual combat exercises and magic theory research. Ivan opened his mouth to explain, and after a pause, he continued. I believe you should have read the Daily Prophet for the past 2 years, and understand that the magic world is not peaceful today. Even at the end of the school year, Hogwarts was attacked once, so I hope you all can take this pay attention to the class, so that you can better protect yourself when you encounter danger. Hearing this, Neville, Ron and others couldn't help but shudder. When Grindelwald raided Hogwarts that day, they happened to be there, and they still have lingering fears until now. Well, since you have no other questions, then we will officially start the class now. Ivan looked around and scanned everyone's faces before suddenly speaking. Does anyone know the specific steps to release a magic? In the audience, a white arm was immediately raised up, faster than anyone else. Hermione, you answer. Ivan said with a smile. It's wands, spells, and gestures. Hermione responded loudly. Yvonne nodded non-committal, but then continued to ask. Then which point do you think is the most important? The little witch was stunned, frowning, and thinking for a long time without being able to give an answer. I think it should be a magic wand. If the wizard's wand is disarmed in a duel, then the other party can no longer release magic. Hannah Abbott raised her hand and shouted. Really? Do you really think so? Yvonne glanced at Hannah and put his hand directly on the podium. The next moment, in the eyes of everyone, the 1-meter-high desk quickly melted and deformed, and a beautiful lion statue appeared in the classroom in just a few seconds. Only then did Yvonne retort. Obviously what you said is not quite right, Miss Hannah Abbott, as you just saw, I didn't hold the magic wand, but I still successfully performed a transformation technique. Hannah widened her eyes and looked at the lion statue in front of her with a surprised expression. It was the first time she saw someone who could release magic with her bare hands. Harry, Neville, Malfoy, and others were also surprised. Hermione looked as usual. She had seen Ivan's wandless spell-casting skills, and because of this, she hadn't rushed to give an answer before. Is that a spell? If you pronounce the spell incorrectly, the wizard can't release the magic correctly. Ron said uncertainly. However, before Yvonne could reply, Hermione on the side interrupted. No, there are many wizards who can cast spells without spells, so spells are definitely not the most important. That can't always be a gesture to cast a spell, right? Ron muttered puzzledly. Yvonne didn't even need a wand when releasing the spell, so there was no need to change the gesture. The students in the classroom started discussing in a low voice, but no one could give a definite answer. In the end, they had to look at Yvonne together, waiting for his answer. It's very simple. This shows that wands, spells, and gestures are not the key to casting a spell. Yvonne revealed the answer straightforwardly. The students present opened their mouths and wanted to refute. They came to Hogwarts and have been learning the necessary spells and spell-casting gestures to release magic, but now Yvonne suddenly told them that these are not important? This is really hard for them to accept, but Yvonne just performed a spellless and wandless cast in front of everyone, and the facts proved that his words were correct. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Then what is the key to our ability to release magic? Harry raised his hand and asked curiously. Yvonne did not reply directly, but asked the other way around. Harry. Do you remember how you made a piece of glass in the zoo before you came to Hogwarts? You didn't have a wand in your hand, let alone any spells. Harry was questioned by Ivan's words for a while, and finally replied hesitantly. I don't know. I just wanted to release that big snake. Having said that, Harry suddenly realized something. He looked at Yvonne and said eagerly. Is it because I desperately want to save it, so the glass disappeared? Yes, the strong will evoke the magic power, and finally let you unconsciously release the magic. Yvonne explained, and then hoped to show everyone in the audience. I believe you should all have similar experiences when the magic power broke out for the first time. When I was chased by a dog at the age of 8, the magic burst turned it into a parrot. A Ravenclaw girl said. The rest of the little wizards also blew themselves up the peculiar experience of the first magic burst, and at the same time realized that they had accidentally completed a wandless spell. In other words, we don't need to buy spells at all, let alone learn the changes of spells and gestures, so why does the school teach us these? Hannah was confused. Yvonne replied with a smile. This is of course meaningful, the steps of casting spells can reduce the difficulty of the wizard's spells, and make your magic more accurate. Chapter 929, Yvonne, we have to give the students a little bit of pressure. Ivan's words undoubtedly broke Harry and the others' inherent impression of magic. It turned out that casting a spell may not require so many cumbersome steps. As long as the wizard's own will is firm enough, and the magic power can be released freely. After realizing this, the little wizards present drew out their wands one by one under Ivan's acquiescence, and couldn't wait to experiment. Ron stared at his notebook, trying to make it burn, but after a long time there was no movement in the notebook. Hermione on the other side was not as far away as the two of them. She swung her wand lightly, chanting the floating curse in her heart. After a while, the notebook in front of her floated slowly. Very well, Miss Hermione Granger successfully completed a silent spell, and Gryffindor added 10. Of course, Yvonne, who has been watching the little witch, would not miss this scene, and even said in praise. Seymour and the others immediately turned their heads and looked over, and they also saw the notebook floating in mid-air. While feeling envied, they worked harder. Yvonne walked around in the classroom, guiding every student, and allowing them to learn from Hermione to start with the simplest silent spell, and then omit the steps of the spell step by step. But for a whole quarter, only Hermione, Harry, and Malfoy managed to cast the spell silently. Fortunately, the rest of the little wizards were not discouraged either. This was a very high-end spell-casting technique. According to Ivan's words, many Aurors would not be able to. And after a class of hard work, when they silently cast the spell, the goal is not without reaction, but the effect of the magic is extremely unstable. For example, Seamus tried to change the color of his table for a long time, but almost didn't blow up the whole table. It is worth mentioning that Seamus also tried to argue that he was using the blasting charm, but it was quickly exposed by Yvonne, because he could not repeat the same thing again. It's almost time. Let's go to this class first. Silent spell casting will be your homework this week. On next Monday, which college student has the best mastery, then I will add 5 to this college. Very. Yvonne waved his wand to restore the lion statue to a wooden table and said loudly. A Hufflepuff witch in the audience suddenly raised her hand. Miss Susan Burns, do you have any questions? Yvonne asked in surprise. It's not fair. We all know that, Professor, you were a Gryffindor student before, and you will definitely give your friends a small cook in private. Susan Burns yelled. No, Miss Burns, you seem to have forgotten that I am now a teaching professor for all of you. This means that any of you can ask me for advice after class if you encounter something that is convenient for your studies. At this point everyone is the same. Yvonne explained. Then after finishing this course, can we release magic without chanting or wand like you? Seamus asked expectantly. Yvonne didn't answer Seymour's question directly, but said encouragingly. Then it depends on whether you have taken this course seriously. In theory, everyone can cast spells without sticks and spells, but this requires very advanced magic skills, so it must be practiced hard. Do you have any other questions to ask? Yvonne glanced at the students in the audience, and when he saw no one raised his hand, he waved his hand and said. Then, get out of class ends now. When Yvonne walked out of the door of the classroom, the students in the classroom were still talking excitedly about the technique of silent spell casting. It's okay, if I say such a simple thing, I can learn it with a little thought. Malfoy boasted loudly. He was the second person after Hermione to complete silent spell casting, even better than Harry. Be quick. What's so great, he must have practiced secretly at home. Ron said very dissatisfied, and then looked at Hermione and Harry. You are the same, right? Hermione? Harry. Ah, almost. Harry didn't have the heart to hit Ron, so he nodded against his will. Hermione rolled her eyes. Although she had learned some silent spell casting skills with Yvonne in advance, it didn't take much time to master it at that time. How is it? Did the first class go well? Halls. Professor McGonagall looked at Yvonne from the teacher's seat in the auditorium 10 minutes later and asked with interest. It's pretty good, it's almost as I expected. Yvonne responded with a smile. In this way, you have a gift for teaching, Halls. When I came, I heard some 6th grade students discussing your class. It should be related to non-curse casting, right? Flitwick on the side speaking with appreciation. To be precise, it's just silently casting, I plan to let them master it within this week. Yvonne nodded and explained casually. Is it a bit too early? Isn't this kind of high-end technique something that 6th graders should learn? Professor McGonagall frowned. There are probably less than 10% of wizards in the British magic world who can master silent spell casting. Is it difficult? I was very proficient in the 2nd grade. Yvonne asked unexpectedly. McGonagall and Fred looked at Yvonne with weird gazes, they wanted to make complaints, not everyone is like you. By the way, who taught you this back then, Halls? Pomona Sprout asked curiously. Of course it's Tang. Well, it's Professor Dumbledore to be precise. I asked him for advice. Yvonne almost missed his words, and quickly changed his words. His spell-free spell casting skills were naturally learned from Voldemort's Horcrux diary. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Also thanks to Tom Riddle's selflessness and his progress can be so fast, but the truth is obviously impossible to tell. Yvonne could only throw the pot on Dumbledore's head. No wonder, Flitwick murmured to himself, no matter how magical things involve Dumbledore, it will become a matter of course. The only thing that could be seen in the room was Snape. He knew very well that Dumbledore didn't have so much time to instruct the students. Yvonne, a kid with many secrets, usually walked around Dumbledore. Go. Although he knew all of this, Snape still shut up the whole time, without saying a word, just treating himself as a transparent person. However, unexpectedly, Yvonne suddenly took the initiative to look at him and said. I remember Professor Snape was able to create unique spells and improve the potion formula when he was in the 5th grade. Not bad. Snape was stunned for a moment, and then nodded hesitantly. He was very confused as to how Yvonne knew. So the potential of each student is endless, we have to fully believe in them. Yvonne said proudly. Chapter 930, Yvonne, what should I do if it is too popular? By the way, besides that, I am also going to restart the duel club and gather all the students in the auditorium every Friday afternoon to train their fighting skills. Yvonne added. In this year's Hogwarts teaching course, a very heavy defense against the dark arts class is missing. The students still have a lot of free time. As long as the rest of the courses are adjusted to avoid conflicts, there will be an afternoon in the sky on Friday. It's not difficult. This is a good note. Professor Flitwick nodded and said in agreement. There are not many defense against the dark arts professors in these years who are competent at all. They have to learn how to protect themselves in times of danger. Seeing Flitwick's approval of his plan, Yvonne was also immediately interested, and even explained his full set of plans to motivate the students to learn independently. We can group the students according to their respective colleges and let them fight against each other. For example, Gryffindor and Slytherin College have always had conflicts. It would be very interesting to arrange them together. Well, I mean they will definitely be very interesting. Trying hard to win. Everyone who wins a duel can get some credits. Finally, we will add a lot of college points to the college with the most points, and use the honors of the college to motivate them. Yvonne was talking endlessly, but Pomona Sprout couldn't help but interrupt. Will this arrangement intensify the contradictions between the colleges? What if some students have been consistently defeated and have been hit? Yvonne shook his head and explained that as long as he experienced a few more battles, he would be able to roughly know the general level of magic of each student. Later, they can arrange similar opponents for them, and balance their strengths through the guidance of the professors, so that everyone has the probability to defeat their opponents, and there will be no one-sided situation. When he founded the Defense Against the Dark Arts Association privately last school year, he tried this method, and the effect was very good, so Yvonne planned to spread it to the entire school. In addition, I think Hogwarts should add a scholarship system to award honorary medals and generous scholarships to those students who have achieved outstanding results. Yvonne suggested that what he knew could improve the motivation of learning. All the strategies are stated. This is not a small sum, Halls. I am afraid that the establishment of a scholarship will require unanimous approval from the Board of Directors, and will the Ministry of Magic agree that we train students? Professor McGonagall said hesitantly. In the past, Fudge was very afraid of this when he was minister. Don't worry, the new Minister Pierce is a very enlightened person and will definitely agree to our proposal. As for the school directors. Yvonne paused, then continued. I believe they will understand that these measures are for the better development of students. Previously, Fudge forbade Hogwarts to train the students' fighting skills. About 2 points were taken into account. One was fear that Dumbledore would organize students to oppose him, and the other was to facilitate the management of the Ministry of Magic. After all, the weaker the combat ability of civilian wizards, the more worry the Ministry of Magic will have. Therefore, magic skills related to combat such as silent spell casting are not taught at Hogwarts, and can only be taught by little wizards. But Yvonne obviously didn't have these considerations. On the contrary, he hoped that the magical world would become more prosperous and even build a truly powerful magical civilization. This is why he explained the essence of magic to Harry and others in the last class. It's up to you, Halls, if you can convince the Ministry of Magic and the Board of Directors. Professor McGonagall gave no hope to this, but he did not say anything to dampen Ivan's confidence. He only felt that he would understand after the other party tried. It is not easy to reform the education system. Just as a few people were chatting, behind them, a harsh scream suddenly rang. Gosh, 6 of you are sitting together for dinner, this is an unknown omen. Yvonne and others were all taken aback by the sound, and they turned their heads and looked at them with unkind expressions. Then they saw Trelawney covering her mouth, looking at them in astonishment. What's the matter? Sybil? It's no big deal, right? I need to remind you that it's very common for 6 people to have dinner together, no one will suffer bad luck because of this. Professor McGonagall said a little annoyed. No, it's a question of position. You may not have noticed that you have accidentally sat in a position you shouldn't sit. Trelawney said mysteriously, her face flushed, and she seemed to be in difficulty. As if squeezing something out of his mouth, he said in a strange tone. According to the foreshadowing, the first person to leave the table will be, Trelawney was about to tell the result when she realized that her mouth couldn't open, and then Yvonne was dragged to the next seat. Look, there are 7 people now, and the azimuth statement is meaningless. Yvonne shrugged and said, he didn't dare to let Trelawney come to the conclusion directly. This crow's mouth is not a normal standard. Trelawney stared at Yvonne angrily. www.mdlenovel.com seems to be dissatisfied that he interrupted his prediction. Flitwick secretly gave Yvonne a thumbs up. He had long been uncomfortable with Trelawney's nonsense, but he had to endure it because everyone was a colleague. In the next few days, everything went as usual. Yvonne gradually became familiar with the professor's workflow. In his spare time, he went to the library to check forbidden books to increase his magic knowledge reserve. The only thing that makes Yvonne feel a headache is that the little wizard is really too enthusiastic, and he said in class that he can ask himself if he has any questions. This directly reduces his rest time, and there are many people every day. I went to the library to find him to answer his doubts. Among these people, less than 1/3 of them seriously ask him questions, and the others are dedicated to inquiring about his legendary deeds. Even some little witches in the lower grades were planning to ask him for an autograph and put special marks on his courses, which made Yvonne really dumbfounded. I didn't expect that one day I would enjoy the same treatment as Lockhart. I really don't know how Lockhart dealt with so many fanatical fans. Yvonne muttered to himself exhaustedly after pacifying several witches who tried to harass him. If I didn't want to destroy the perfect image he had created before, Yvonne would be prepared to learn from Snape, put on a posture that no strangers would enter, and blast all these people away. Chapter 931, Frequent Vicious Attacks. Good job, Ron, it seems that you have mastered the silent spell casting, but I need to remind you that when you use this kind of magic technique, it usually weakens the power of the wizard's spell, so in a real duel only unexpected use can have the best effect. On Friday, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Yvonne watched Ron, who had just won a winning streak, and was a little bit happy, reminding him. Okay, I will pay attention. Ron said nonchalantly, immersed in the joy of defeating his opponent and showing up, he asked eagerly. Who is my next opponent? Next, you go to practice with Malfoy. Yvonne turned his head and looked to the other side. At this time, on the duel stage, Malfoy was accidentally hit by the opposite Harrow with a disarming spell, and the whole person was embarrassed. Rolling on the ground twice, his face was dark and scary. Yvonne was not surprised by the result of this duel. Harry had always had a good defensive talent, otherwise he would not have been able to survive Voldemort's hands several times. In contrast, although Malfoy mastered a lot of deep black magic spells, his combat experience was severely lacking, and it was normal to be hung and beaten. Good job, Harry, it's time for me to abuse him now. Ron saw Malfoy's embarrassed appearance, whistling excitedly, and stepped onto the battle platform instead of Harry. You will know that you picked the wrong opponent, Weasley. Malfoy stared at Ron ferociously and said very annoyedly. Then try it. Ron, who has won 2 games in a row, is confident, while Malfoy on the other side has been holding his breath after being defeated by Harry. He blessed several protective spells. This kind of caution was regarded as a sign of timidity by Ron, and he ridiculed him a lot. But Ron also quickly paid the price for his complacency. Less than half a minute after the start of the war, he was hit by a spell from Malfoy and danced for several minutes under the attention of the little wizards. One afternoon passed quickly. After 5 o'clock and 10:10, Yvonne announced that today's duel class would end. Gryffindor was the winner of the college. The most brilliant Hermione defeated several 7th graders in a row. Of graduates, the little wizards present were still a little bit unsatisfied, but Ron was stubborn about the failure just now, thinking that he was too careless to lose, and he wanted to find the other party to fight again. After waiting for the students in the auditorium to disperse, Yvonne looked at the little witch on the side and said with a smile. Congratulations, for winning this duel class, Hermione. That's all thanks to the professor for teaching well. Hermione replied teasingly. However, Yvonne spoke with a snake and a stick. Well, that's right, so do you think how to thank me? Hermione didn't expect Yvonne to say this suddenly, she was stunned, and then looked around in embarrassment. Seeing that no one was looking here, she put her feet on her and kissed Ivan's cheek. Just this is it. Yvonne looked disappointed. Hermione gave Yvonne a dissatisfied look, and kissed them all. What else do you want? The two had a fuss in the auditorium for a long time before returning to the lounge together. Muggles have been attacked again. What is going on in the magic world now? Hermione sighed while looking at the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. Yvonne took a look at the newspaper curiously. The headline on the front page read a horrifying evil. A crazy wizard rushed to the streets of Paris for some reason and released it in the most crowded place. The blasting curse killed dozens of Muggles on the spot. Judging from the photos on the layout, the scenes on the scene are simply horrible. Are there many things like this recently? Yvonne frowned, realizing the seriousness of the matter. Counting it all, this is already the 9th evil incident discovered this month, but it happened in France and Northern Europe. Hermione replied hesitantly. It's France again. Yvonne murmured to himself, so it seemed that this matter might have something to do with Grindelwald. It's just that Yvonne couldn't think of the meaning of the other parties doing this. Is it because he wanted to make the existence of the wizard public? If this is the case, there are more than this people who were sent to the Muggle realm to cause riots. The 9 evil incidents in January are still within the scope of the Ministry of Magic's ability to deal with. Just as Yvonne was thinking about it, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open heavily. Yvonne, who was interrupted by his thoughts, looked at the past slightly unhappy, but what came in was Connor, the executive director of North America, who had not seen him for a long time. There were a few nervous aurors behind him. The little wizards in the lounge curiously looked at the group of uninvited guests who suddenly broke into the lounge. Connor didn't have the time to explain too much. He pressed the brim of his hat, walked to Ivan's body, and said in a low voice. Your Excellency Halls, is it convenient to talk about it alone now? I have very important news about that person. Having said that, Connor looked at Hermione next to him blindly, obviously not wanting the content of their conversation to be heard by others. Of course it's okay. Yvonne nodded, and after a few words to comfort Hermione, he took Connor to his office. Yvonne waved his magic wand to close the door, and said a curse to block the sound before speaking. Now you can talk, Director Connor. In the past month or so, you should have known about the attacks on the French side? Your Excellency Halls. Connor asked seriously. www.mdlnovel.com. Yes, I see. After the newspaper, there were 9 evil incidents. Yvonne touched his nose and said with a guilty conscience. Before considering important things North America and England would report to himself, so Yvonne didn't pay much attention to the major events in the magical world these days. That was only reported. To be precise, there were 13 targeted attacks. Connor corrected. Not only that, we also received news that Grindelwald is arresting those potion masters. Several people have disappeared these days, including your British potion master Horace Slughorn. Then have you figured out why he wanted to arrest these people? Yvonne asked solemnly. I don't know yet. If the timing were not too coincidental, we probably wouldn't be sure that it was Grindelwald. Connor sighed helplessly. There are not many informants sent by the International Wizarding Federation to France, but Grindelwald is too difficult to instigate to Aurors, which makes it impossible to carry out many of their actions and also loses a lot of manpower. Chapter 932, We Are Wizards, People Who Master Magic Miracles. Listening to Connor's account, Yvonne doesn't know what to say. North America and the International Federation of Wizards can mobilize thousands of wizards. It is also an official force, and it has been repeatedly in the hands of Grindelwald. It's deflated, and I haven't even been able to find out any important news. This is really wasteful. Probably seeing Ivan's thoughts, Connor hurriedly explained. Of course, we are not without gain. One of the informants sent by the League of Nations to France has a very important memory. Do you have a meditation basin? I think you need to take a look. Connor took out a small glass bottle from the pocket of the wizard's robe and said very solemnly. You don't need a meditation basin. Give me things. Yvonne reached out and took the glass bottle, unscrewing the cork at will, and a wisp of milky white mist drifted out. Memory reappears. Yvonne drew out his wand and waved it. The milky white mist was instantly exploded, and dots of fluorescence drifted away in all directions. The empty office turned into a solemn one in just a few seconds. The auditorium. Yvonne looked around and found that the place was crowded with wizards. It is roughly estimated that there were about 400 to 500 people. What is strange is that these people are either pure blood wearing expensive costumes or poor wizards with withered faces. The two groups of people who are so distinct are now recorded together in this auditorium. They looked worried or excited, as if they were waiting for something. According to Connor's previous tips, Yvonne could think with his feet that they were waiting for Grindelwald. Have the followers of Grindelwald grown to such a scale? Yvonne turned his head and looked at Connor, who asked in surprise. No, according to our investigation, many people have been coaxed to come here. Connor shook his head. Even if only half of the people take orders from Grindelwald, that's enough. Yvonne cast a glance at Connor in dissatisfaction, and said sarcastically. I am a little curious, how did he develop such a powerful force under your siege? Connor's expression was a bit embarrassing, and in fact there was even worse news he hadn't said yet. After this rally, many wizards present changed their positions. While the two were chatting, a faint blue flame suddenly appeared on the stage, and after a while, a figure in a black robe walked out of the flame. That was Gellert Grindelwald. He walked slowly to the front, spread his arms, and greeted enthusiastically. My brothers, sisters, and friends, I welcome you to take the time to come to my gathering. There was a burst of enthusiastic applause in the solemn auditorium. Yvonne looked around, and the surrounding audience members were extremely enthusiastic. But Yvonne also noticed that some wizards leaning on the periphery looked very uneasy, with doubts and questions on their faces. The color of panic. One of the wizards shouted in a flustered manner. Who are you? Shouldn't this be the meeting of Martian broomsticks? No, I only came here after receiving an invitation from the hippie band. The other witch also shrieked. More and more people found themselves fooled, and the wizards who realized something was wrong immediately planned to leave here. However, Grindelwald on the stage lightly waved his magic wand, and all the doors and windows of the auditorium were closed. A burst of invisible protective shields rose from the outside world, and the wizards who wanted to escape realized that they were unable to perform apparition, and suddenly looked at Grindelwald on the stage in panic. It seems that some friends still don't understand the purpose of this gathering, and even have no small doubts, but I implore you to be patient, and there is no need to be afraid. Because there will never be anyone here who will hurt you. After listening to my speech, everyone can freely decide to stay. Grindelwald said slowly. The wizards present were dubious, but their retreat was cut off, and they were surrounded by a large number of fanatical saints. They could only stay in place to be silent. Only the wizard standing in the front mustered the courage to speak out and ask. Who are you? There was a smile at the corner of Grindelwald's mouth. He looked at the man and said word by word. I think you probably heard of my name Gellert Grindelwald through newspapers or other channels. The dark demon who provoked the wizarding war. Someone suddenly exclaimed, and the solemn auditorium once again appeared in small-scale chaos. But soon someone questioned Grindelwald's words. It's impossible. Grindelwald is a wizard of the last century. He is probably over 100 years old this year. I saw his picture in the European Times. It was obviously. It looks like an old and dying, right? Grindelwald took the conversation and continued to speak. So what you have seen in the past may not be the truth. It is also possible that it is false and carefully fabricated, just like those unfounded rumors. I also read the European Times. It called me the murderer and the Dark Lord, and planted countless evils on my head. As the victors of the last wizarding war, they certainly have arbitrary arrangements. The rights of the defeated. But I am standing here today to hold this rally, and I am not trying to defend those baseless smears. I only intend to clarify one point. What I did 50 years ago was just to help the wizards. I seek a future. Grindelwald's very magnetic voice reverberated in the auditorium, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com seemed to have some magical power echoed in the minds of everyone in the audience. My friends, we all have the same identity, that is, a wizard. A group of people with extraordinary talents and masters of magical miracles. You only need to wave a magic wand to change the form of matter, and let everything in the world change according to your and my will. This is the gift and right that God bestows on wizards. However, we, who have such miracles, are toiled for some trivial things every day. We are forced to hide in the corners of this world, imprisoning ourselves in cages called the magic world one after another, even for this. Give up the right to freely cast the law. The wizards present whispered and whispered to each other, while Grindelwald continued to speak. Some people might say that this is to protect muggles. Yes, what a high-sounding reason. We all know that the magical world has a law called the Muggle Protection Act. But those who appointed the law probably forgot. Why did our ancestors create the magical world, a paradise exclusively for wizards? Chapter 933, What I Want is an era that truly belongs to magic. That was due to the infamous witch hunting movement in the 15th century. Those cruel and ignorant muggles regarded magical miracles as symbols of demons, wantonly killing those underage wizards who were not proficient in spells, and dismissed them as demons. His servant was tied to the torture frame and burned alive. It is to protect these compatriots that the so-called magical world is now available. Grindelwald looked around at the crowd, and said bitterly. My brothers and sisters, this is a shame. The powerful wizard was forced to give up to the muggles, gave up the original living space, and surrendered control of the world. But at that time we were also able to unite and create unprecedented prosperity. Countless powerful spells were created. 11 magic schools around the world selflessly imparted this knowledge to every one of us. Compatriots. The wizard is becoming great again. We broke through the blockade of space and traveled around the world with apparitions, and the long river of time was no longer an obstacle. Some clever wizards have even developed magic to manipulate and enslave muggles. Back then we could have easily regained everything we had lost. However, those who hold power aloft, they think that the sins committed by muggles should be forgiven. Grindelwald sneered with disdain. These people have forgotten the compatriots who were chained to the torture rack and burned to death. They could not see the children who were drowned by muggles because of the demon curse. They used a ridiculous law to imprison all wizards in this one. In the cage that came to take refuge, it ruined our future, and gave up the whole world. Grindelwald gave an impassioned speech. Because of these people, wizards can only huddle in the small magic world to compete for the pitiful and almost ridiculous resources. Some of our compatriots, those who master magical miracles, have been reduced to food shortages and wandering around the streets all day. To the point of, this is not a wizard. Friends, this shouldn't be a wizard, let alone our future. Grindelwald said solemnly, looking around everyone in the audience. Grindelwald's words deeply touched many wizards present, and some even clamored excitedly to kill the ignorant muggles and let the wizards regain control of the world. Ivan, who was also in the memory scene, felt the fanatical atmosphere, and then he understood why Grindelwald had specially selected a large number of poor wizards as the audience for this speech. These wizards lived unsatisfactorily. They were at the bottom of the magic world. They accumulated a lot of dissatisfaction in their hearts on weekdays, but they had nowhere to vent. And Grindelwald's clever exchange of concepts, all these unsatisfactory attributes are all attributed to the errors of the upper level and the implementation of the confidentiality law, and provided them with some venting holes, which naturally easily aroused the resonance of these people. Connor, who was on the side, was even more deeply worried. Although he had watched this memory before, he still felt a little creepy after revisiting this scene. Grindelwald on the stage allowed the wizards below to vent their anger. It took several minutes before he raised his hand to signal the crowd to silence. The noisy and chaotic auditorium became quiet in an instant. Ivan's brows frowned, which undoubtedly means that Grindelwald has obtained the approval of these more than 500 wizards and has established a preliminary prestige. This is a very bad sign. Grindelwald paced slowly on the high platform and said in a very firm voice. My brothers and sisters, I was as angry as you at the time. In my long career, I have seen with my own eyes how muggles treat a kind wizard harshly and use their ignorance to deny magical miracles. This is also 10 years ago, I insisted on changing the reasons for this status quo. The muggle governments at that time were hostile to each other. It was an excellent opportunity for wizards to come to the stage and regain control of the world, but it is a pity that those conservative rulers pointed their butchers at those of us who were running for the future of wizards. Yes, I was defeated, but not by muggles, but by a shameful betrayal and lost in the hands of my compatriots. Grindelwald said with a sneer. These high-ranking authorities used their ignorance to let us miss the opportunity to return to the top. 50 years, more than 50 years have passed. Muggles have become stronger than we thought. They used the power of technology to conquer the earth and the sky, and stretched their hands to the deepest part of the ocean, so to speak. Now muggles have completely mastered the world, and completely imprisoned the wizard in a dark corner. Grindelwald's sharp remarks made the wizards present somewhat uncomfortable. They didn't think muggles were so powerful, and even felt that as long as the wizards were willing to regain control of the world at any time. Grindelwald did not give too much explanation, but continued to speak. I thought there was no future in the magical world, and I would die in the prison of Neumont Guard, but in the days when I was about to die, I saw a sign of the future. Speaking of this, Grindelwald raised the elderberry wand in his hand and struggling to shock, the dazzling golden light flew out and exploded in the air after a while. Under the attention of everyone www.mdlenovel.com a clear magical image appeared. It seemed to be the magical world of France, but the difference was that there were gorgeous magic spires in the screen, and the huge floating city was even more. It shocked every wizard who saw it. The tamed fire dragon flies freely in the sky, and the wizards have completely got rid of the trivialities of life with the help of alchemy creations, living in a comfortable spire to explore the mysteries of magic. Grindelwald looked at the audience and said loudly. In the future I see, fellow wizards from all over the world are united again. We have established a huge magic network. Through a magical image magic, we can communicate face to face with friends thousands of miles away. There is no poverty. Everyone can do a decent job. Wizards no longer need to hide. They can walk in every corner of the world with integrity. Those muggles who don't know magic are eager to be among us. A member, I am honored to have magical talents for his heirs. I believe that this future is created by you and me, an era that truly belongs to magic. Grindelwald lightly waved his magic wand, and the magical image in mid-air burst suddenly, turning into countless points of light. The sky was falling, but the scenes were deeply engraved in the heart of every wizard. Chapter 934, The War has already started. Amidst the bewitching sounds of Grindelwald, the wizards present were excited, just like a gunpowder keg about to explode. Yvonne had no doubt that as long as the other party gave an order, the more than 500 wizards would immediately rush into the street. The wanton slaughter of muggles caused a tragedy. However, at this moment, a harsh scream suddenly rang in the auditorium. Lie! Yvonne turned his head in amazement and looked over, wanting to see which warrior was who dared to interrupt Grindelwald's speech at this time. Isn't he afraid of being killed on the spot? Unexpectedly, Yvonne was talking about an elderly witch. Under the angry gaze of the saints, she seemed very scared, her legs trembled faintly, but she still mustered courage. He scolded. That's a complete lie. What evidence do you have to prove that the scene just now is the future of the magical world? I have personally experienced the last wizarding war and witnessed how you killed those wizards who were righteous, and how you instigated your followers to abuse, killing muggles. This witch is called Barbara. According to our investigation, her son died in the last wizarding war. Connor lowered his voice and explained the other party's information to Yvonne. Yvonne nodded, no wonder he was so stubborn. It is estimated that he had seen the enemy and had completely put aside life and death. Under the influence of the pain of losing her son, Barbara insisted on resisting the malicious gazes of the saints, rebuking Grindelwald for what Grindelwald had done 50 years ago, and then looked at everyone and said loudly. The demon in front of you was so frantic that he wanted to destroy an entire city and kill millions of people. The wizards who died under him are also countless. Don't be fooled by him. He just intends to fool you. We help him rule the world. The wizards in the auditorium couldn't help being shaken. They all looked at Grindelwald on the stage, but the latter's reaction was beyond everyone's expectation. He did not kill Barbara on the spot with a life-threatening spell, nor did he hurriedly argued, but waited for Barbara to finish before speaking slowly. I think you have misunderstood, madam, the first to start the war, it was not me who brought death and bad luck, never. Barbara subconsciously asked a question, but Grindelwald raised his pitch a bit and continued to speak first. I think you should have read yesterday's Eurotimes. 3 days ago, a wizard used a blasting spell to kill dozens of muggles in the streets of Paris. This is undoubtedly a tragedy, but I am not at all painful for the deaths of those muggles, on the contrary I only think that some of them did not die enough, not fast enough. Grindelwald's cold-blooded words made some wizards frown. Although many of them hated muggles, they did not clap their hands and applaud when they heard such a tragedy. Presumably seeing these people's thoughts, Grindelwald said with a sneer. I guess you must have never seen the wizard, and you must not know that there is a secret laboratory under the street. The poor wizard was tricked by a group of muggles to the wand and held it deep underground. These cruel muggles used a needle to draw his blood, cut his brain with a knife, and did something to his body. All human experiments that we can't imagine are to seize the magical power that belongs to the wizard. While Grindelwald was talking, bit by bit of memory thread flew out of the elderberry wand, and the various images presented made the wizards present infuriated. After seeing the extreme experimentation process, the girl witch was even more angry. It was almost spit out. And Grindelwald also started to explain how he accidentally discovered this laboratory and how he rescued the poor wizard. It's a pity that I went too late. The poor wizard was almost crazy under the torture of the experiment. The only thing I can do is to return the wand to him and let him complete his revenge himself. Grindelwald said. Kill well, kill the disgusting muggles. A saint yelled viciously. Where is the aura of the Ministry of Magic? Why didn't those people stand up to rescue this poor man before? Another witch covered her mouth and said sadly. We have a muggle protection law, so why is there no wizard protection law? Angry shouts came and went one after another, and even Barbara, who had previously denounced Grindelwald, was speechless and completely silenced. Yvonne turned to look at Connor, sighed and asked. Is the wizard's thing true? According to the aura investigation we sent, we found that there are many doubts. Connor hurriedly explained. But there are indeed muggle institutions that imprison wizards for experiments, don't they? Yvonne doesn't think that the whole thing was made up by Grindelwald. The other party may have concealed something, but he will never be so stupid to use things that are completely false to deceive the public. And according to his understanding, the Muggle authorities can definitely do such a thing. In fact, the International Federation of Wizards has always tried to avoid such things from happening, but some places you know are not within our jurisdiction. Connor replied slyly. Yvonne glanced at him, but didn't say anything more. www.mdlnovel.com looked at the stage again. The war has started long ago, my friends. Those muggles are afraid and jealous of the power of wizards, trying to use some cruel human experiments to steal magical miracles that belong only to you and me. Grindelwald's eyes swept towards everyone present. They imprisoned our compatriots, tied them to the test bench, and tortured them to death, just as they tied the wizards to the torture rack and burned them to death in the 15th century. This time the wizard has no way out. We have given up control of the world. Once the muggles succeed, every one of our fellow citizens will suffer the same fate as the poor man. Now I implore you to convey my words to your relatives and friends, unite those sober-headed wizards who are not deceived by the Ministry of Magic, and let them join in and become one of us. Of course, I also hope that all of you can remember that muggles are our real enemy. Wizards should not repeat the same mistakes and aim their wands at our compatriots, not to mention civil war. Grindelwald said loudly. Following Grindelwald's words, the magic barrier shrouded in the auditorium slowly fell. The witches and witches trapped in the auditorium waved their magic wands to perform apparitions, but they were not fleeing, but prepared to spread Grindelwald's words. Go out. Chapter 935, Grindelwald's Plan. The gloomy memory space came to an abrupt end, and it shattered after a while, and wisps of white mist gathered together again, rushing into the reagent bottle under the guidance of the magic wand. The fire in the office reignited, and Yvonne put the reagent bottle aside, still looking back at the scenes in his memory in his mind. After pondering for a while, he turned to look at Connor and said. What do you think about that prophecy? I think that was probably made up by Grindelwald to fool people. Connor said with blinking eyes. We need to make an open announcement, Director Connor. Yvonne raised his eyebrows, accentuating the tone a little bit. As far as I know, in the last Wizarding War, Grindelwald successfully predicted World War II for Muggles and the ultimate weapon they developed, didn't they? Seeing that Yvonne was so interested in that prophecy, Connor was somewhat helpless, and faintly regretted letting Yvonne watch this memory. Before, he was very worried that the other party was too young and would be bewildered by Grindelwald's words or the content of the prophecy. This is not impossible. In fact, even some big figures in the North American magical world are very interested in Grindelwald's predictions. I heard that some pureblood families have secretly contacted Grindelwald. I don't think the previous illusion can explain anything. Just like Barbara said, Grindelwald has no evidence to prove that this is the future of the magical world. The other parties 10 most are just wooing people under the banner of prophecy. Congnar explained hard. Yvonne naturally saw what Connor was thinking and shook his head dumbfounded. Director Connor, I am not curious about the content of the prophecy, but want to know the extent to which Grindelwald's prophecy can be achieved. This is very important. Yvonne added solemnly. If Grindelwald can learn everything he wants through prophecy, then there will be no need to fight this battle, and everyone should surrender collectively. A powerful wizard who can see through the future is almost incomprehensible. But think about it and know that this is unlikely, otherwise Grindelwald should be able to know in advance that he will follow him into the tomb of Nicole LeMay to take precautions. In that case, he couldn't the resurrection stone from Grindelwald at all. Connor then realized that he had misunderstood, and hurriedly said. On this point, the North American Ministry of Magic has some information. Grindelwald can sometimes see some future visions with his right eye, but this ability cannot be actively controlled. Are you sure? Yvonne increased his tone. 90% sure. After Grindelwald was defeated in that extraordinary duel, the International Wizarding Federation initiated an interrogation against him. This information was personally said by him, and the credibility is very high. Connor said slowly. Yvonne nodded. Grindelwald had lost everything at that time. He probably had lost all his thoughts, and there was indeed no need to hide it. Then how are you going to deal with Grindelwald next? Yvonne asked with a headache. Beheading tactics. Just look for a chance to kill Grindelwald himself, then everything will be back on track. Connor said directly. As long as the backbone of this master dies, no matter how large the number of bewitched believers is, they will not be able to overcome any storms, and they will soon be silent. In addition, they really have no good idea. You can't catch all those who have attended the party, right? What a joke. Connor was very sure that it was by no means the first lecture given by Grindelwald in Europe. According to their estimates, the total number of followers of the other party is likely to be as many as thousands. They are also ordinary wizards who are bewitched and don't know much insider. How to catch this? Once it's not done well, it will cause a big mess. Connor sighed, then remembered another piece of information, and said hesitantly. In addition, there was an operation against Grindelwald in France last night. They learned in advance that the other party was planning to hold a rally somewhere in Paris and dispatched a total of 70 elite orators, intending to arrest the other party. The result? Yvonne gave no hope. The situation is not good, but no one has died. Connor replied. Oh, they could actually retreat from Grindelwald. Yvonne was a little surprised. No. Connor's expression suddenly became a little weird. It was Grindelwald who released them all. He was taken aback when he received the information last night. Once the French Ministry of Magic acted arbitrarily, it launched this raid without informing the League of Nations. Secondly, according to the intelligence statement, at the rally, Grindelwald did not ask the believers to help. Only one person defeated the more than 70 elite orators and captured them all in front of hundreds of believers. In the end, no one was killed, but all these people were released. Really release it all? Upon hearing the news, Yvonne suddenly felt a tingling scalp. Grindelwald was afraid that it was more difficult to deal with than he thought. The other party was obviously deliberately making a show. The purpose was probably to reverse the public's impression of him, and by the way to confirm what he said in his speech, even the enemy Grindelwald could forgive each other because of his status as a fellow wizard. It seems that the European Times propaganda in the past few months is in vain. Yvonne muttered to himself www.mdlnovel.com. In order to suppress Grindelwald, newspapers all over Europe spared no effort to dig. The opponent's dark history does not want Grindelwald to break the game so easily. In this way, the saints will not believe the truths revealed in the Euro Times, because Grindelwald let them see the facts with their own eyes. In many people's minds, I am afraid that the Ministry of Magic is the cruel oppressor. Even if Grindelwald showed his fangs and called on them to confront violently, most of these people would think that the Ministry of Magic had deceived people too much and forced Grindelwald to this point. Connor affirmed Ivan's thoughts. In fact, there are some signs of this kind of thing now. This morning, more than 200 wizards were jammed in the French Ministry of Magic, asking the minister to let go of the saints who were arrested, and to call the wizard who caused the Paris tragedy a hero. According to reports, the French minister is already devastated. But the good news is not without it. After this fiasco, France is more honest than before. Last night, the minister visited the Magic Congress of North America and talked with the chairman of the Congress all night, preparing to convene a joint meeting and inviting heads of countries to discuss how to deal with this crisis. Chapter 936, World Union Conference of Wizards. The joint meeting will be held at the headquarters of the Magic Congress of North America. The time is set in the morning 2 weeks later. Your Excellency asked me to invite you to join. Connor said. After a pause, he asked Yvonne to remind the British Minister Pierce to take the key with him when he goes to the meeting. Key? What key? Yvonne asked curiously. It's not convenient for me to disclose the details, but you can ask Secretary Pierce yourself, he should know more. Connor said deliberately. Okay, I see, I will be there on time in 2 weeks. Yvonne nodded, and didn't mean to embarrass Connor. After the two exchanged a few words, Connor hurriedly left. As the executive director of North America, there are too many things that need to be handled by him. If Yvonne Hall's attitude is not very crucial, he would not at all. I made a special trip to deliver the news. After Connor left, Yvonne sat alone in the chair and recalled the scenes he had seen in his memory, especially the prediction of Grindelwald. He is more than 80% sure that the illusions about the future are true, but what Grindelwald said may not be. Yvonne prefers to believe that this future was created by himself after defeating Grindelwald. In the next few days, Yvonne continued his teaching work while receiving information from England and North America. Although the situation in the magical world has been complicated in recent times, and there have been reports of wizards attacking muggles from time to time, under the strong control of the Ministry of Magic, England has become the only paradise in Europe. Hogwarts students even regarded frequent accidents as a form of conversation, and the shadow caused by the attacks last school year has gradually faded away in their daily study and play. But Yvonne knew how grim the situation is today. The longer the time is, the more Grindelwald's power will become larger and more difficult to deal with. 2 weeks passed in a flash. Since the meeting was scheduled for Monday morning, Yvonne had to ask McGonagall, who was the vice principal, for a few days of vacation, and asked him to take a few classes instead of him. "You are leaving Hogwarts tomorrow? Why? What happened?" On the weekend morning, in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, Hermione asked worriedly after listening to Ivan's long-distance plan. "Tau. Last time Yvonne ran all the way to France, but hit Grindelwald midway, and the two sides fought. Although Yvonne was very relaxed when she came back, the little witch has seen some clues from the behavior of Yvonne in the library to check the police day and night in the past few months. Don't worry, I'm just going to a small meeting this time. 1 day at most. Well, I mean I'll be back in 2 or 3 days at most." Yvonne put down his protection magic analysis and shrugged helplessly. "Neither was he. Every time I go out, I will encounter those bad things." "Meeting?" Hermione thought. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, she pulled out a newspaper from the pocket of the wizard's robe, pointed to the front page headline and asked. "Couldn't it be the World Wizards Joint Conference as mentioned in the Daily Prophet? How is it possible?" Ron on the side retorted without waiting for Ivan's words. "I heard my father say that it is the highest level wizarding conference in the magic world. Only the heads of the Ministry of Magic of various countries are eligible to receive invitations." As soon as Ron's voice fell, a grey-white owl flew in from outside the hall with its wings, and sent an envelope with the emblem of the League of Nations to Yvonne. "Remember to keep it secret for me," Yvonne casually reminded him, and then removed the envelope. The extremely curious Harry and Ron rushed forward, and Hermione lowered her voice and said in a low voice. "Dear Yvonne Halls. The 79th World Wizarding Conference will be held on November 18th at the headquarters of the Magic Congress of North America. We sincerely invite you to participate in this conference and discuss the future of the wizarding world together." Hermione was stunned in the middle of her reading, and Ron asked in surprise. "No, they really invited you? If there is no wrong name in this invitation letter, then I think it will be." Yvonne put the envelope away and said. But, how could?" Ron stammered, still a little unbelievable. Unlike Harry and Hermione, who were born in a Muggle family and have limited knowledge of the magic world, Ron is very aware of the weight represented by the World Federation of Wizards. It is a gathering of real big figures, heads of countries and top figures in various fields. "We'll be there." Before, he even heard that George and Fred said in a letter that Percy Weasley wanted to follow Secretary Pierce to see the world at the World Wizarding Conference. For this reason, he spent several days begging for help. Speaking, the skin of his mouth was worn out, and finally he barely got the position of an assistant in charge of running errands. Even so, Percy Weasley was already very satisfied. He took it out as a show-off capital when he saw people, and the family celebrated it well. And now Yvonne got an invitation letter alone. Who knows, it's just going to a meeting, maybe I was taken by Minister Pierce. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Yvonne didn't mean to explain more. After all, I really want to talk about it and it will be endless. It's gone. In fact, if it were not for the threat posed by Grindelwald, Yvonne would not have planned to participate in such an unhealthy political meeting. According to Pierce, sometimes it takes several days to talk about an important issue, and it is normal for a conference to be left unresolved. Yvonne only hopes that this time will be different from the past, at least don't let him go in vain. But one thing that makes Yvonne feel strange is that the North American side did not choose to hold a secret meeting, but made such a big fanfare. Isn't it worried that Grindelwald will stumble in secret? Yvonne pondered for a while, and finally felt that it was probably because there were too many people involved in the meeting. Grindelwald could easily receive news through various channels, so it might as well be fair and honest. Dewo, incidentally, can suppress the arrogance of those believers. As for security issues, he shouldn't need to worry about it. When there are so many leaders on the scene, the North American side will definitely not dare to slack off. Maybe the traps have been set up, just waiting for Grindelwald to throw himself into the net. Chapter 937, Magic Congress of North America. On the morning of November 18th, Yvonne simply packed his luggage and left Hogwarts by the fireplace to the agreed place. After arriving at the destination, Yvonne did not see Pierce, but Percy, Dallas, and the Aurors who were in charge of the guard had already arrived. What about Minister Pierce? Why hasn't he come yet? Yvonne asked strangely. Dawlish opened his mouth and wanted to reply, but Percy Weasley was the first to speak, speaking in an official tone. Mr. Minister has very important confidential matters to deal with. This is not something you should know. Yvonne glanced at Percy Weasley, but didn't say much, just waited with everyone. The Dawlish people were a little frightened, and they looked at Percy Weasley very unkind. After about a minute or so, Yvonne suddenly turned his head and looked to the right. With a light click, Pierce's figure appeared out of thin air. I'm sorry, I'm late, Lord Halls. Pierce strode forward, an apologetic expression on his face. There is a more important thing that I need to pick up personally. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome, so I wasted some time. Is it that thing? Yvonne asked with a thought, remembering the key that Connor had told him about. Yes. Pierce said in a vague tone, glancing at Percy, Dawlish, and others, without explaining on the spot. Yvonne nodded, although he was very curious, but seeing Pierce's cautious attitude, he didn't continue to ask, and it was better to wait for the two of them. Since it's all here and nothing else, let's go now. Yvonne suggested. Of course, Pierce had no opinion. He pressed the brim of his hat, and greeted the Dlex people to go forward together. They will go directly to New York, North America through a special door key this time. Along the way, Yvonne and Pierce chatted about the recent situation in the British magical world. Although the British Isles are a paradise compared to the chaotic European continent, Grindelwald does not know whether he is in fear or busy with other things, and for a while, he will not infiltrate the British. But even so, during the investigation by the Ministry of Magic, Auror still discovered that some wizards were very interested in Grindelwald's philosophy, but they weren't considered followers of the other party and did not do anything illegal. Pierce. I am feeling a headache about how to deal with these people. Is it to cut the grass and remove the roots and choke this point directly in the cradle, so as not to lead the way in the future, or to let it watch and wait for the other party to be arrested when there is a real problem? The former is done once and for all, but it is too cruel, and the latter takes up a lot of manpower for nothing. Yvonne pondered for a while, and then suggested that Pierce could start with propaganda, such as letting people secretly pretend to be a saint, and deliberately causing something to make people and gods angry, so that the bewildered civilian wizards can naturally see Grindelwald. The true face of cruelty. Can you still play like this? Pierce's eyes lit up, like a door to a new world. Ivan's shamelessness, oh no, is that his wisdom is beyond his imagination, always think of some useful crooked ideas. In troubled times, we should use heavy codes. Sometimes in order to achieve the purpose of justice, it is understandable to use some methods. Yvonne shrugged and said, feeling a little bit in his heart. Probably because of the small number of people, wizards are relatively simple compared to muggles. This little trick cannot be more common in muggle political struggles. Even though Yvonne doesn't like these tricks that are not on the table, sometimes the enemy will suffer a big loss if you don't use it. Percy, not far behind, looked at Yvonne, who was chatting with Pierce happily in front, and was jealous. The other party is the most talented wizard in the history of England, with a boundless future, and naturally he can be appreciated by Minister Pierce. Percy has nothing to say. But what makes him extremely dissatisfied is that Yvonne does not seem to cherish the tolerance of Minister Pierce to him at all. On the contrary, he is somewhat pampered and arrogant, and even repeatedly refutes Minister Pierce's views, which is awkward. Click this to hit the leader's face in public. Percy keenly realized that this might be an opportunity for him, so he boldly inserted into the conversation, tried hard to protect Pierce's face, and finally successfully terminated the conversation between the two. Pierce gave Percy a very annoyed look. He knew that one of Ivan's friends was Ron Weasley, so he made an exception this time with the Weasley kid, but he didn't want him to be like this. There is no eye power. Fortunately, Yvonne did not get angry because of this trivial matter, and Pierce didn't want to ruin the good mood along the way because of a mental retardation. Then he didn't get angry and drove Percy back, but in his heart he made a secret decision. After North America came back, he immediately found a reason to transfer this idiot to clean the toilet. At this time, Percy was still complacent for his success in maintaining the minister's face, and was immersed in the joy of his upcoming promotion. The congressional headquarters of the North American Ministry of Magic is located in the prosperous Woolworth Building in downtown New York. This magnificent building with a height of more than 200 meters is not only for wizards, but also the office of many well-known Muggle companies. When Yvonne and his party arrived at the door, it happened to be the peak time for the Muggles to go to work. One by one, the social elites in suits and shoes and holding briefcases hurried in and out. They did not realize that they might be mixed up. Some wizards who can magic. The Magic Congress of North America has opened up an independent space in this busy building. UU reading www.uuganshu.com and setting the entrance in such a conspicuous place is quite creative. Pierce stepped into the building first, tapped the magic wand hidden in his sleeve, and diverged from the surrounding muggles, stepping into another deeper and broader space. Welcome to the North American Magic Headquarters. A shrill voice suddenly rang in the ears of several people, and Yvonne looked down and found a fairy bowing and saluting under the stairs in front of him. Excuse me, are the two ministers Pierce and Mr. Halls? The goblin looked down at the list in his hand, confirmed and asked. After getting the affirmation of the two, his attitude became more respectful. Please also come with me, gentlemen. Under the guidance of the goblin, Yvonne and others stepped up the stairs into the hall. The Minister of England visited in person. It is undoubtedly shabby that the North American Magic Congress only sent one goblin to receive it. However, considering that the other party needs to receive hundreds of guests, they are all leaders at the top level and have to be responsible for security work, even for all Aurors in North America. I might not be too busy to dispatch together. Chapter 938, Magic Exposure Level. Following the goblin, Yvonne looked around, and at the end of the stairs was a gorgeous arched spire, with bald eagle statues made of pure gold erected on both sides. Waiting for a few people to cross the archway and step into the front hall, their vision suddenly widened. It looks like a large square, probably because it was built at the beginning of the 20th century. The resident of the North American Magic Congress looks more stylish than the headquarters of the British Magic, and the overall decoration style is between the new and the old. In between, there are not only the ancient flavor of the 17th century, but also the design concept of modern architecture. The most eye-catching among them is the 4 huge roulettes floating above the hall. At first sight, Yvonne almost recognized it as a timer, but after a few closer glances, he discovered its unusualness, because the dial of the clock did not show the time scale, but painted them in different colors. Squares? Pierce saw that Yvonne was very interested in the clock, so he took the initiative to explain it. This is the magic exposure level clock, which can be used to monitor conflicts that have broken out around the world. When the hand of the clock points to the first green square, it means that there is no threat, and then gradually it is low threat, medium threat, high threat, danger, unexplainable severe situation and the highest level of emergency. Now, the hour hand has stayed between the yellow and orange squares, which means that the form of the magical world is not optimistic, and it is on the verge of exposure. Not only is this accompanied by the turning of the golden ring inside the dial, the hour hand is still moving at a very slow speed. When the pointer reaches the last crimson square, it means that the existence of the wizard has been fully exposed, and conflicts and wars may break out at any time. Yvonne nodded, and took his gaze back from the huge clock. In this way, the form of the European continent was worse than he had anticipated. Those Aurors might not be able to stop the frequent vicious events. The magic exposure level climbed continuously. Please go here, gentlemen. The fairy attendant said loudly, and led Yvonne and others into the next conference room. There are only about 10 minutes left before the official start of the conference. The hundreds of seats in the conference room are already crowded with representatives from all walks of life. A burst of noisy discussions continued to flow into Ivan's ears, and an African wizard who wore a characteristic costume and hung a human bone on his chest yelled at the witch next to him. His mouth full was an unknown native language. In addition, Yvonne even saw the figures of fairies and horsemen. These non-human intelligent creatures were all arranged in an area on the right, and there were only 15 seats in total. When Yvonne was passing by, he heard one of the horsemen complaining that the position assigned by the Magic Congress was too small, and it was very difficult to even turn around. The goblin led a few people to the long semicircular table at the front of the conference room, and then resigned. Yvonne followed Pierce to take a seat and glanced around, and found that there were 5 magic nameplates on the long table, representing North America, England, France, Tsarist Russia, and Asian Magic Association. This is very similar to the political pattern of Muggles. At first Yvonne thought it was just a coincidence, but after careful thinking, he realized that because this world has wizards, a world power must also possess powerful magic. Strength is good. While Yvonne was thinking, a tall and thin strange wizard walked slowly onto the stage, and the noisy discussion in the conference room gradually stopped. That's Wilkinson, the chairman of the Magic Congress of North America. Pierce lowered his voice and explained to Yvonne. Ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to come to participate in this World Wizarding Joint Conference. Wilkinson stood in front of the stage, his strong voice, under the blessing of the powerful curse, overwhelmed the last whisper, and made everyone's attention is attracted. The purpose of holding this meeting in advance must be heard by all of you. Now there is a new round of crisis in the magical world. Gellert Grindelwald, who started the Wizarding War more than 50 years ago, has already escaped from the prison of Newmangard a month ago. In recent months, he has attracted thousands of believers in the European magic world, and is plotting to start a war between Muggles and the Wizarding world. While explaining, Wilkinson waved his magic wand to point at the giant light curtain behind him, and scenes of illusory images were presented in front of everyone. They were all collected by the Magic Congress of North America from various places in the past few months. About grind all of Woe's information, some of the scene photos of the conflict, and even the restored memory scene. The final image was frozen in the scene of Grindelwald beating 70 elite French aurors and arresting all of them. The wizard representatives in the audience were in an uproar after seeing the scenes. Although many of them knew the news of Grindelwald's escape from prison, they did not expect this man to be able to escape in just 7 months. The power has developed to such a huge level in the time. Grindelwald's strength surpassed the imagination of many wizards. Before that, they couldn't believe that someone could be so powerful. Amidst the discussion, Yvon turned his head slightly to look at the seat next to him. The French minister's face was dark and scary, and he probably regretted giving this memory to the North American Magic Congress. Quiet, quiet. Wilkinson waved his magic wand frequently, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com shot beams of spells into the sky, and it took a while to silence the noisy meeting room again. After clearing his throat, Wilkinson started talking about business, suggesting that countries unite, share intelligence, and form a special response force to deal with this crisis and bring Grindelwald to justice as soon as possible. Yvon nodded secretly, thinking that this meeting will probably be fruitful soon. The trouble caused by Grindelwald is definitely not a matter of a certain region or country, but a crisis of the whole magic world. If you choose to ignore it or even stand by, it will surely lead to irreparable consequences. Such a simple truth, Yvon believes that these wizard leaders cannot fail to understand. However, the development of things is far from as smooth as Yvon imagined. When discussing the issue, the president of the Asian Magic Association said very embarrassingly that this is a European business, and they are not willing to interfere too much. There are many more in Asia in the near future. Annoying things need to be dealt with. The Minister of Tsarist Russia directly rejected the proposal to form a coalition army, not caring about the threat posed by Grindelwald at all, and even ridiculedly said, "We all know what the French are best at. The fact that you have sent so many elite aurors but lost to Grindelwald in the hands of Grindelwald does not surprise me." Chapter 939, Scary Resurrection Stone. Listening to the words of the Tsarist Russian minister, there was a burst of laughter in the conference room, and the French minister almost fell off the table angrily and left. The time of the morning soon ended in such endless quarrels. Yvon keenly discovered that Pierce also seemed to be showing a lack of interest. Although there was no direct opposition, he did not express his approval. The only one eager to make this happen is the French Ministry of Magic. As it approached 12 noon, the meeting was temporarily suspended. Wilkinson set the time for the second meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then asked the goblin attendants to take the delegates to the lounge. Have a meeting in the morning this day. Yvon can't help but feel a little strange. Isn't this a waste of time? Pierce shook his head and glanced at the goblin leading the way in front of him. Then he lowered his voice to Yvon Cope. It is impossible for such an important issue to be discussed directly at the conference. The real meaning is the afternoon. And free time at night. After all, it is only possible to talk about some more sensitive topics in private. If several magic powers can reach an agreement, then tomorrow's meeting can naturally go on smoothly. If not, then it will be postponed for another day. Don't look at the Russian minister and the Asian Association's president who are not concerned about the formation of the coalition forces, but in fact they just want to use this matter as a bargaining chip for the exchange of interests. What Grindelwald has done is at risk to the safety of the entire magical world, so the coalition must definitely need to be formed, but things are also prioritized. Now the European continent is affected the most. They can't wait, which means they need to come up with more. To take more responsibility. In addition, there are still many details that need to be discussed in private. For example, how many people are sent by countries and who will command the army are all very important and inconvenient issues that can be discussed on the table. Pierce explained to Yvon in detail that after more than 10 years as the executive director, he may have average magic skills, but he is very clear about these political affairs. So I hate politics. Yvon sighed, thanking him for not being Minister of Magic in his heart. He didn't want to waste time on these messy things. In the afternoon, I plan to see the Asian president first to see his opinions, and then talk to some North American representatives. Are you going to come together? Pierce asked. No, you can just tell me the result when you come back. Yvon shook his head and rejected Pierce's proposal. He might as well read a few more books in this spare time. Percy on the side was full of spirits. In such a political meeting, he was like a fish in water. The time he was in the gallery just now, he talked with a few representatives of wizards from North Africa. Now he is volunteering and wants to fulfill his deeds. The duty of an assistant is to be an accompanying recorder by Pierce's side or something. But Pierce was obviously not very satisfied with him, so he found a reason by the way and arranged for Dlex to replace Percy's original assistant position. Gentlemen, this is your room. If you have any instructions, just press that button and someone will come to help you. The goblin led Yvon and others into a lounge, and then pointed said with a red button on the wall. Said it is a room, but in fact it looks like a room. The whole space is divided into 2 floors. There are 5 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a living room. Everyday household items are also available. After having been slapped all morning, Pierce was also a little tired. After lunch, he went back to his room and rested first. Later, he had to go and wrestle with the representatives of the wizards. Ivan occupies a bedroom alone, took the small suitcase from the goblin attendant, and turned out a few thick books. But these books don't have much to do with magic, they are all the information he has collected these days about the Deathly Hallows. Among these are the official books of the British magic memorabilia, the who's who in modern Europe, etc. There are also many wild histories, novels, and even more absurd and unruly legends. Among the materials that can be found, the most mentioned is the Elder Bone Wand. Almost every dozens or hundreds of years, wizards will die as a result, or they may simply claim that they have the strongest wand. After sorting it out, you can even get a fairly complete list of Elder Wand inheritance. There is not much news about the invisibility cloak. After all, this sacred artifact does not change hands as frequently as the Elder Bone Wand. It only circulates within Pavarier and members of the Potter family, and there are no invisible magic items on the market. A small number, in the eyes of ordinary people, there is nothing special, and there are very few related records. The situation of the Resurrection Stone is almost the same as that of the Invisibility Cloak. Except for the fairy tale book, there is almost no relevant information. Ivan had no choice but to open the genealogy of the Gunter family that Topiers had obtained before, and wanted to find it. All clues. Patriarch died early. Ivan gently stroked the old parchment in front of him, looked at the names marked on it, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Reading www.yunsha.com. Judging from the information provided in this genealogy, the previous generations of patriarchs of the Gunter Patriarch seem to be very short-lived. None of them can live beyond 50. This seems very strange among the generally long-lived wizards. He died inexplicably after just a year of being the Patriarch, like being cursed in some way. The cause of death is suicide. Ivan felt a chill on his back as he looked at the rows of shocking words. Where is the Resurrection Stone? It is simply a cursed stone. Ivan doesn't believe this is just a coincidence. After all, in the legend of the 3 brothers, the second child committed suicide because of the Resurrection Stone. As for the future family members, why are they okay? Ivan tended to be a certain generation of Patriarch Gunter who realized the horror of the Resurrection Stone, but was reluctant to discard such a treasure, so he made a ring to seal the power of the Resurrection Stone, and even used this thing. All the methods were brought into the tomb, lest future generations suffer the same bad luck. This can also explain why the last generation of the Gunter family has no idea about the Resurrection Stone. Ivan groaned for a while, slowly stretched his hand to his neck, and pulled out a silver pendant from the collar. The bottom of the pendant was a coin-sized disc, and the center was inlaid with a diamond-shaped crystal that is the Resurrection Stone. Chapter 940, The Dead Return. Accompanied by a slight sound, the claws used to fix the crystal on the disc were loosened, and the Resurrection Stone floated in the air under the traction of magic, slowly rotating 3 times. Ivan hesitated for a while, gently pressed the human bone wand against his temple, and drew a few memories from it, and then held the Resurrection Stone in his palm. The next moment, a few familiar figures appeared in front of Ivan. Albus Dumbledore, Nicole LeMay, Orlando Halls, these people have very gentle smiles on their faces. They are different from the ghosts that Ivan has ever seen, but are more inclined to tangible living person. It is as if the power of the Resurrection Stone allowed them to cross life and death and return to the world of living people again. Hals, it seems that you have used the alchemy knowledge I taught you to create a magic stone of your own. Nicole LeMay glanced at the alchemy decoration on Ivan's right hand and said with great relief. I'm sorry, sir, I failed to protect your graveyard. A slightly apologetic expression appeared on Ivan's face. No, what you have done is good enough. When I brought the Resurrection Stone into the cemetery, I expected something similar to happen. Nicole LeMay shook his head, said relievedly, and then looked back. Dumbledore said jokingly. If you really need to find someone to complain, you should also blame Albus. Ivan also turned his head and looked over. I can't blame me, after all, I didn't let him break into your tomb. Dumbledore's face showed a bit of helplessness, then he turned his voice, looked at Ivan, and asked. How is Grindelwald now? Thanks to you, he successfully escaped from New Montgard prison, and is now preparing to cause more trouble. Ivan raised his eyebrows and explained. So he doesn't intend to keep the promise. Dumbledore muttered to himself, but it didn't seem surprising. What exactly is your agreement? Professor? Ivan asked curiously. I need him to help complete the final layout. In exchange, I removed all restrictions on Grindelwald to make him more comfortable for the rest of his life. Dumbledore said slowly. Is it just that? Nothing else? Ivan frowned and asked again. Dumbledore just smiled and did not answer. Ivan wanted to continue to ask, but Orlando walked up slowly. He tremblingly stretched out his right hand as if he wanted to touch the top of Ivan's head, but when he touched it, he passed it directly. Obviously, the resurrection stone did not give them entities, and their figure was still illusory, but on the surface it looked like a normal person. Orlando probably realized this too, put his hand back in disappointment, and asked sadly. Ivan, my child, I'm sorry, I'm not a good father. I haven't been able to take care of you in these years. How are you? Not bad, I'm having a good life, and so is my mother. Yi Fan replied calmly. Yet, you are much better than I thought, you have also become a disciple of Master Nicola May, so Izia has taught you well, but, this is nothing like her I know. Ah. Orlando said half-jokingly, and then asked with interest about Ivan's experience over the years. Ivan tried his best to pick out those convenient to speak, and Dumbledore stood quietly beside him, just listening, without interrupting Ivan's words. Time passed unconsciously, and when Ivan said something dry, he suddenly realized that the sky outside had dimmed, which means that he had been in the room for 4 or 5 hours. What's the matter, Ivan? Orlando asked, seeing Ivan in a daze. No, nothing, just suddenly remembered something. Ivan shook his head, hesitated for a while, then turned to look at Nicola May. Teacher, my alchemy has entered a bottleneck period. Can you teach me some new knowledge? You haven't finished reading the 2 books I gave you? Halls? Learning is a good thing, but you must also remember to be greedy and not chew. Nicola May replied freely. What I want to ask is the question in that book, the conjecture about the efficiency of magic power conversion. Ivan asked nonchalantly. This requires you to explore it yourself, always rely on others to answer, but you can't become a real alchemist. Nicola May replied with a smile. Ivan looked at Nicola May for a long time, and finally sighed faintly, and waved his magic wand to collect the memory that had been separated before. As the forgotten memories were retrieved, the 3 figures in front of them changed slightly, especially Orlando. They looked like a different person. The image was quickly moving closer to what he remembered, but Orlando itself without realizing it, there was still a faint smile on his face. Seeing this scene, Ivan didn't miss it anymore. Amidst the voices of Orlando and others, he slowly loosened the resurrection stone, and the 3 figures gradually disappeared in the air. It's a pity, this is false after all. Ivan stared at the diamond-shaped crystal suspended in mid-air, feeling very complicated. The resurrection stone can't really resurrect the dead, it's just the appearance of the dead in the subconscious. It is to confirm this, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Before activating the resurrection stone, he stripped out the relevant memories of Orlando's image to confirm his guess. The result is consistent with Ivan's expectations. The resurrection stone finally manifests, which is the most suitable image of Orlando in his fantasy. Therefore, the appearance of the other party will only change after retrieving the memory. However, after experiencing it personally, Ivan also understood why so many people fell under the power of the resurrection stone, because these manifested illusions not only look the same as the deceased, but also their behavior and speech are very consistent with memory. The image of each other in China, even jokingly blames each other. If Ivan hadn't been wary of it, I'm afraid he would have thought that he had really summoned the souls of Orlando and others from the underworld. In fact, Ivan indeed hopes that the resurrection stone can possess such great power, so after activating the resurrection stone, he did not retrieve the memory immediately, but wanted to confirm this through communication, even if there is only a slight possibility. However, Ivan was disappointed in the end result. Although the illusions are very well disguised, they can even be said to be perfect, everything is in line with his subconscious assumptions. For a moment Ivan almost took it seriously, but there is only one thing that cannot be created out of thin air. Is knowledge. Chapter 941, Sudden Attack. The illusory Nicola May could not give him guidance, just like Dumbledore did not really answer the content of those agreements, because these are things beyond his own knowledge, so the deceased will naturally can't give an answer, can only constantly find reasons to shirk. If you make up the reasons at will, he will only easily dismantle. Ivan even suspects that these magical images are essentially just a repetition of his memory, a part of his self-consciousness. The biggest evidence is that when he asks questions, what the other party gives is what he subconsciously thinks is the most reasonable and most hopes to hear. The answer that arrived. Perhaps this is also the horror of the resurrection stone, the magical image created is far more nostalgic than the real dead. Ivan pondered for a while, and re-embedded the resurrection stone into the disc. Although he understood that this thing could not really resurrect the dead and could only create false illusions, the doubts in his heart did not disappear. After all, he really couldn't figure out why Grindelwald would deliberately want this resurrection stone. Could it be that I have not mastered the real usage of this thing? Ivan couldn't help thinking of the invisibility cloak on Grindelwald. When he was with Harry before, it was just a cloak that could hide his tracks, but it became controllable by wearing it on Grindelwald. Will the resurrection stone also have a second method of use, or is it necessary to combine 3 holy artifacts to exert the strongest power? Ivan stroked the diamond-shaped spar hanging on his neck, pondering for a while, without any clues. Until dinner, he put the pendant away, walked out of the lounge, and prepared to fill his stomach in the cafeteria. However, at this moment, a sharp shout suddenly broke the calm. Ivan frowned and didn't dare to neglect. When Ivan ran along the direction of the crowd, the aisle in front of him was already crowded when he arrived. Pierce, who also received the news, also rushed over. Did something happen? Ivan asked puzzledly. I don't know, I heard someone was attacked. Pierce looked forward with a serious expression. Dallas and others immediately stepped forward, separated the crowd, and made a way forward for Ivan and Pierce. Right in front of the crowd, a majestic wizard like an iron tower fell on the cold floor tiles like this, without any wounds all over his body, but Ivan could tell at a glance that the other party had no life. It's a killing curse. Ivan squinted his eyes. What surprised him the most was that the person who was attacked was the Russian minister he had met this morning. Let go of me, this is not what I did, let go of me. A familiar cry came into Ivan's ears. He turned his head and looked over, and then saw Percy being pushed to the ground by several Aurors, crying in panic. Percy, what the is going on? Pierce faintly felt something was wrong, and quickly yelled. I don't know. I don't know anything, Minister Pierce, please believe me. This matter has nothing to do with me. I really didn't kill the person. Percy saw Pierce as if he saw a savior, hurriedly shouted. The Russian wizards surrounded them with unkind expressions, and the leader was even more angry. He pulled out his wand, pointed at Percy who was tightly bound on the ground, and questioned. Is he your wizard in England? Minister Pierce. Pierce glared at Percy, but he explained. Yes, he is indeed our British wizard, but I think it is impossible for Percy to do the death of your minister. He has no reason to do this kind of thing, let alone the ability. There may be some misunderstanding in this. Misunderstanding? I don't see any misunderstanding. We just detected the traces of the killing curse in his wand with the flashback curse. It is clear that you British wizard killed our minister. The leading Russian wizard shouted angrily. Then, the irritable wanted to rush forward and grab Pierce by the neckline. However, Dallas did not let him succeed. They blocked Pierce like a city wall, but this kind of action also stimulated the nerves of the Russian wizards, pulling out the wands from their waists one by one. Stop it to me. Just as the conflict was about to break out, Connor led a large number of Aurors over, accompanied by Wilkinson, the chairman of the North American Congress. However, the Russian wizards did not buy it, and very strongly demanded that Wilkinson be fair to them, otherwise they would pay blood for blood and tooth for tooth. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Connor realized the seriousness of the matter in an instant. Friends of Tsarist Russia, please calm down. We all know the strength of Minister Igor, so I don't think this Mr. West has the ability to kill him silently. Of course it's impossible to fight head-on, but if you play some tricks or have a helper, it's not necessarily. The leading Russian wizard said coldly, and then dragged Percy on the ground and threw it to the crowd. In front of. The most important point, we detected traces of the killing curse in his wand. Wilkinson winked at the Auror next to him and asked him to check Percy's wand again. The Auror nodded, took the magic wand from the Russian wizard, pointed it at the sky, and released a flashback spell. The next moment a deep green light flew out of the wand. The wizards present shouted in exclamation, and the leading Russian wizard looked at Pierce in annoyance. You reading www.uuganshu? Asked calm. What else do you have to say? Obviously someone used the Imperious curse on him. Ivan, who had not spoken, suddenly interrupted the Russian wizard's words, then turned his head to look at Percy with a frightened look, and solemnly asked. How did you get here? Percy. Percy, who was beaten with a swollen nose and swollen face, also understood that this was the last chance to clear her suspicion, and even stubbornly explained it. At about 6 in the afternoon, he and a few friends he had just met went to the dining hall for dinner, and then returned to the lounge alone. When halfway through, the brain suddenly went down and the whole person lost consciousness. When he came back to his senses again, he saw the minister Igor fell to the ground, not knowing his life or death. He was panicked at that time, and hurriedly stepped forward to confirm. After realizing that Igor was silent, he hurriedly wanted to flee here, but before he could act, he was discovered by a witch. More and more people gathered around, and the Russian wizards even beat him violently. Chapter 942, the scene reappears. After listening to Percy's description, Ivan hesitated for a while, looked around at the crowd, and asked. Apart from Percy, who was the first person to find a dead body? Yes, it's me. A witch in the crowd stood up in horror and said embarrassedly under Ivan's gaze. I happened to meet my friend here tonight, but I didn't expect to run into this gentleman. Meet? With whom? Why did you come to such a remote place? Ivan demanded. I just happened to pass by here, the witch said haltingly. I hope you can tell the truth, ma'am. Ivan's complexion suddenly sank. The location of Minister Igor's death was in the aisle on the corner of the third floor. It was very secretive. Normally, no one would deliberately follow him. It's right after here. Just when the witch was a little overwhelmed by Ivan's interrogation, a middle-aged witch suddenly stood up and said annoyed. Enough, I am looking for her. We are going to meet here and say something, what's the matter? This is our private matter and has nothing to do with this case. Ivan's gaze suddenly turned to the middle-aged wizard. Judging from the emotional fluctuations detected by his face and sensation, the other party was probably telling the truth. The onlookers soon recognized the middle-aged wizard as a senior member of the North American Magic Congress. The most important thing is that this high-ranking congressman has a family in their impression, but now he has an appointment with a young witch from another country in such a secret place. Even if he thinks on his knees, he can guess that the two of them are mostly here. Cheating. Probably unable to bear the gossip gaze of the crowd, the witch hurriedly pointed at Percy and broke the news. A few minutes ago, when I first arrived here, I saw Mr. Percy squatting in front of the corpse. It looked like he was destroying the body. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's attention immediately turned to Percy. Compared to the sparse and ordinary gossip of a senior counselor who cheated on him, it was more important to arrest the prisoner. Without waiting for Connor and the others to question, Percy quickly explained. When he saw Minister Igor on the ground, he was stunned. He panicked for a while and squatted down just to investigate Igor. The minister's snort confirms whether he is still alive. I know that there is only so much. I really didn't do this thing. The death of Minister Igor has nothing to do with me. Percy spoke eagerly, but then remembered that those aurors had detected the traces of the killing curse on their wands. Their voice suddenly changed, and they spoke again. Maybe someone knocked me out and killed Minister Igor with my wand, or... Imperius, yes, I might be controlled by the Imperius. Who can prove this? The Russian wizard interrupted Percy's defense without hesitation, grabbed his collar, and said sharply. This is just your side words, who knows if you are lying, trying to use this to get rid of sin. We all know that the Imperius curse can't be detected at all. While talking, the Russian wizard was so excited that he wanted to punch Percy in the face, but just as he was about to hit him, his body suddenly became limp. The whole person seemed to have no bones. Under the influence of gravity, Percy fell to the ground, and the two rolled into a ball. The sudden anomaly shocked the wizards present, and almost thought it was another attack. Connor had guessed something. When even turning his head and looking at Ivan, he could release the relaxation of strength without a curse in his cognition, and instantly subdue an adult wizard, except for Grindelwald, only Ivan Halls, the genius from England. Who did it? The Russian wizard was flushed, and he tried hard to get up from the ground, but his hands and feet were weak and unable to exert himself. Mister, I can understand your feelings, but please calm down. Anger can't solve any problems. Ivan put down his raised hand, and then looked at the men who were glaring at him on the other side. Wu continued to speak. I don't know much about Minister Igor, but from the description of Director Connor, he must be a great wizard. It is not easy to kill him silently. As far as I know, only one wizard has the ability and reason to do such a thing. Ivan added. You mean? Connor frowned. Gellert Grindelwald. Ivan said slowly. Don't forget that our purpose of convening this conference is to fight him together. He has good reasons to kill Minister Igor, and to blame Percy, to provoke a fight between us. This is impossible. We have tested every wizard who enters Congress, and he will never sneak in. Connor shook his head and retorted. Decades ago, Grindelwald put them together through disguise. This time the wizarding conference was held, they would naturally not fail to guard against it. In fact, a very concealed protective spell is set at the gate of the Magic Congress. If someone tries to use compound soup, animagus, or other transformation magic, it will be the moment the other party enters the door. Directly appear the original shape. Are you sure this kind of protective magic is foolproof? What if someone comes in through other methods? For example, a fireplace. Ivan said puzzled. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. As you can think of, we can also naturally think that all the fireplaces in Congress were closed in advance, and space magic cannot be used here. That is to say, anyone who wants to get in and out can only pass through that door. Wilkinson Shensheng responded. What about the aurors and goblins who were originally in the parliament? Ivan asked suddenly. The aurors who were in charge of maintaining order all showed unkindness, and the head of the auror was extremely dissatisfied. Are you doubting us? I'm just talking about some kind of possibility. Ivan said noncommittal. Wilkinson glanced at Minister Igor who fell on the ground, then looked at the passionate Russian wizards, and said categorically. I will check everyone thoroughly. Ivan nodded. Just as he was about to say something more, the crowd was suddenly separated. Several wizards in gorgeous costumes walked quickly to Igor's body. After discussing for a while, they waved their magic wands together and said in unison. Scene reappears. Chapter 943, The Missing Key. Scene reappears. Strands of golden light and fog emerged from the magic wands of several people, spreading in all directions, and the onlookers retreated and retreated, vacating an area of about 30 square meters. After a while, the golden mist gradually condensed into an illusory figure, which was no doubt Minister Igor. Seeing this, Ivan breathed a sigh of relief. He almost forgot about the Magic Congress of North America, a magic that could trace the traces of magic power in his grasp. That being said, the truth of this matter will soon be revealed. Percy obviously thought the same way. Her eyes widened and she didn't want to miss a picture. The illusory magical image is very vague, and I can only roughly see that Minister Igor is pacing non-stop in the aisle, as if waiting for someone. After about a second or two, Percy's figure appeared on the other side of the aisle. Secretary Igor looked a little surprised, and quickly stepped forward and said something to Percy. However, because this is magical power, it is impossible to see the specific mouth shape at all, and everyone present cannot restore the content of the conversation through lip reading. You can only see that Percy suddenly drew out his magic wand during the conversation. Aiming at Minister Igor, he released a killing curse. The dazzling green light flashed in mid-air. The latter obviously did not expect that the other party would suddenly want to assassinate him. A look of astonishment and incomprehension appeared on his face, and then he was hit by the killing curse so straight and fell to the ground. Immediately afterwards, Percy leaned down and touched Minister Igor's body. After a second, the magic image ceased, and the golden mist instantly dissipated. It seems that things are clear now. It was the British wizard who killed the minister. A Russian wizard said fiercely. Percy's face was pale, and he never expected that the reproduced picture would actually be like this. Did you really kill the minister? No, it's not me, it's the Imperious Curse, someone controlled me with the Imperious Curse. Percy hurriedly yelled, but no one paid any attention to him. Connor stroked his chin, keenly aware that something was wrong, and immediately waved his hand to let the aurors from the Department of Mysteries perform scene reproduction over and over again. Stop here. Connor suddenly stopped by speaking for the third time. The golden magical image instantly froze, and the two illusory figures were still in the air. It was the scene where Percy released the killing curse on Minister Igor. Connor stared attentively for a long time, then turned his head to look at Ivan, and asked. What do you think, Halls? Obviously, Minister Igor is not defenseless against Percy. Ivan pointed to Igor, the static illusion ahead. Everyone at the scene looked at Ivan's point and found that Minister Igor's hand had already touched the wand on his waist when Percy was swinging his wand to cast a spell, and his body should be leaning to the left to dodge. But for some reason, until he was hit by the killing curse, Igor didn't move again, as if he was shocked. But this is very unreasonable. After all, Percy was not attacking ordinary people, but the minister of the Russian Ministry of Magic. Since the other party is prepared, it is impossible to make such a low-level mistake. It should be the effect of the imprisonment curse. There must be a third wizard present at the time. Ivan slowly said, and the story of the matter has been roughly restored in his mind. Grindelwald first used the Imperious Curse to control Percy, then followed the other party to meet Minister Igor with the invisibility cloak, and finally used the imprisonment curse to assist Percy in the killing, and blamed the British wizards to provoke conflict and destroy the next negotiation. But even after understanding this, Ivan still has many questions in his mind, such as how Grindelwald slipped into the tightly guarded North American Congress headquarters, and how to get Secretary Igor out alone. A few gentlemen, take the liberty to ask, why did your minister come to such a remote place alone? Ivan looked back at several Russian wizards and asked strangely. Ministers of various countries are usually heavily protected, especially in other people's turf. It is a bit unreasonable not to keep up with the defending aurors when traveling. This, we don't know. Before going out, Minister Igor only told us that he wanted to meet an important person and talk about one thing. The Russian wizard said hesitantly. At the time they also thought something was wrong, but Minister Igor has always acted arbitrarily, and coupled with his strength, this is the headquarters of the Magic Congress, so they did not say anything to stop it. Important person, talk about one thing. Ivan thought for a while and suddenly looked at Pierce. Minister Pierce, put yourself in your place and think about it. Under what circumstances would you make the same decision as Minister Igor? Pierce thought for a long time, and finally hesitated and shook his head. He was not the reckless Igor, and he would be concerned about his safety no matter what. Then what if I have your black material in my hands, or we need to talk about something that is not convenient for outsiders to know? Ivan increased his tone a little bit. Pierce's face suddenly changed. If it was like what Ivan said, then he might actually leave the aurors for the appointment alone. Connor's heart moved even more, but after looking at the wizards who were watching, he finally swallowed the words that had arrived. Is there no way to extract more pictures? Yvonne pointed to the still magical image in front of www.ndlnovel.com and asked, "The information he possesses is still too little. It was really difficult for Dewo to figure it out." "No, we were able to reproduce this magical image because of the killing curse released by Mr. Percy, which has residual magical power." Connor sighed helplessly, and then waved his hand to indicate to the Department of Mystery Affairs. The aura dismissed this magic. The frozen golden image returned to its original state again, and Percy in the illusion shot that spell to kill Igor, and then squatted on the ground. Did he look for something in the end? Someone suddenly yelled from the crowd. Yvonne was stunned for a moment. He listened to Percy's explanation before, so they didn't think about it in this direction. Now it seems that this is indeed possible. Connor seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He stepped forward and exchanged a few words with the Russian wizards in a low voice, and then asked the aurors to take off Percy's clothes and inspect them carefully. Finally, his expression became very serious. "Ugly," said word by word. "The key is gone. Grindelwald came for that one." Chapter 944, Nuclear Weapons in the Wizarding World. "Key? What key?" Yvonne asked curiously. Since Connor told him that the North American Ministry of Magic would hold this joint conference, this so-called key has been repeatedly mentioned by several people, and it seems to be quite important. Connor looked around, looked at the noisy crowd around, walked a few steps, and said in a low voice, "Have you seen the magic exposure level clock placed above the hall?" Yvonne nodded. Pierce did a science popularization for him as soon as he entered the door. That thing can be used to monitor conflicts that erupt around the world and use this to assess the exposure of the wizarding world. The levels are respectively no threat, low threat, medium threat, high threat, dangerous, unexplainable severe situation, and the highest level of emergency. Connor continued to explain. More than 50 years ago, during the time when Grindelwald was active, many tragedies were created, and the entire magical world was on the verge of exposure. The silent person incident is the most dangerous one. At that time, the Muggles in New York witnessed the existence of magic with their own eyes, and the war between wizards and Muggles was almost forced to start. So after that, in order to settle the dispute between Muggles and wizards, and to avoid repeating the same mistakes, the entire magical world has gathered the wisdom of hundreds of alchemists to create an alchemy device that can attack an entire city in an instant. The Muggle releases the confusion curse to make them forget everything that is not in line with their perception. Connor said very solemnly. But the same can distort their thoughts and let these people kill each other. Yvonne muttered to himself, touching his chin. This can almost be said to be a nuclear weapon in the wizarding world. Then the so-called key should be used to activate this alchemy device. No wonder both Connor and Pierce were extremely cautious when mentioning this. If some radicals learn about this alchemy device, then the speech of wizards controlling the world may have their heads up again. However, Yvonne guessed that such a powerful alchemy device would consume a lot of magic power when activated, so it is obviously unrealistic to control all mankind with this, otherwise the wizard would not need to hide himself so carefully. Should there be more than one key? Yvonne remembered that a few weeks ago, Connor had reminded himself that Pierce remembered to bring the key, but now the Russian minister had another key on him. 5 in all. Pierce said slowly. Although it didn't explain which 5 people directly held the key, Yvonne already had the answer in his heart, which can be seen in the row of seats during the meeting. The reason why the keys are divided into 5 parts and separated is probably to prevent the holder of a certain key from acting arbitrarily, because ambition and selfish desire cause irreparable consequences. And handing the 5 keys to the leaders of the 5 magic powers can ensure that the alchemy device will only be activated when the magic world really needs it. In this way, the recent frequent attacks are probably not a coincidence, but the layout of Grindelwald. The purpose is to encourage them to convene this conference, collect the keys, and then master that thing. Then who suggested that you bring the key to this joint meeting? Yvonne asked again. This person was obviously suspected. It's the Minister of France. Connor said hesitantly. Everyone at the scene immediately turned their gazes and looked at the French minister, who frowned in dissatisfaction. This meeting is indeed what I proposed to convene, but that is because Grindelwald has already caused a lot of riots in Europe. If it is left in such a way, it is likely to become uncontrollable. So we need a few in France. The key cities will be cleaned up. Yvonne stared at the French minister for a long time, and then looked at the French orators. Although he could not see any flaws, he still had some doubts in his heart. Grindelwald has been active in France during this period. If the other party has not been able to infiltrate the French Ministry of Magic for more than half a year, he absolutely does not believe it. What about Mr. Iris? He should be your confidant. Didn't you bring him here this time? Yvonne suddenly thought of the man who could threaten himself with the man he had seen before at the French Ministry of Magic. Which? At the beginning, he suspected that the other party might be a saint under Grindelwald, but he couldn't be sure, because Eric's resume had no flaws. I worked at the French Ministry of Magic for more than 10 years and helped Aura arrest them. Less saints. If it is a bitter trick, the price is too great. Of course not. Iris needs to stay in the French Ministry of Magic to take care of some affairs for me. The French minister said impatiently. He needs to ensure that he still has absolute control over the ministry when he is away, so it is impossible. Bring all your cronies with you when you go out. Listening to the French minister's explanation, Yvonne didn't say anything. He could detect that the other party hadn't lied. Without sufficient evidence, he would not be able to persuade the North American Congress to initiate an investigation into a minister and his entourage of a magic power. There was a lot of discussion among the onlookers, and the form on the court suddenly became a stalemate. Seeing that the investigation had no results for the time being, several Russian wizards immediately targeted Percy and wanted to convict the British wizard who killed Igor. Then consider arresting the possible behind-the-scenes man. Stripped of his coat and only a pair of pants left, Percy curled up and shivered on the ground under the condemnation of the Russian wizards. www.mtlnovel.com. Thanks to Pierce's scrupulousness that Percy was an English wizard anyway, he opened his voice to defend him. 2 sentences. According to the common law in the magic world, if a wizard is controlled by the Imperious Curse, then the other party is also regarded as the victim. The crimes committed during this period are countless. The real criminal is the one who releases the Imperious Curse. It's just that the Russian wizards don't buy it. The Imperious spell is very secretive. They can't tell whether a wizard has been in the Imperious before. Percy just pretended to have suffered the Imperious, but it was actually grind. Was accomplice. Presumably Mr. Percy must be happy to take Verita serum, or to be tortured to prove his innocence. Yvonne interrupted the words of several Russian wizards. No, I'm not happy. Percy wanted to shake her head subconsciously. Taking Verita serum is not a comfortable thing, not to mention that in order to ensure the effectiveness of Verita serum, Aura usually asks the target something very embarrassing. Question, after basically asking, this person is not far from social death. However, under Ivan's indifferent gaze, Percy swallowed the words that had arrived. Chapter 945, Clues and 5 Keys. After Percy was captured by the 2 Aurors, the crowd gathered in the aisle gradually dispersed. However, this attack still left a lot of shadow in the hearts of many guests. The dignified Russian minister, the head of a magical power, died silently in a remote corner. The murderer may be the famous dark demon Grindelwald. Adding these 2 points together makes people feel uneasy to sleep. Had it not been for Wilkinson's repeated assurances, the North American Congress would definitely send additional personnel to protect the safety of all of them. I am afraid that some elite wizards who are greedy for life and fear of death have already left. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Connor, who had finished the interrogation, went to the minister's office tiredly to report. Are there any clues from the investigation? Wilkinson asked, sitting on the head of the office, tapping his finger on the wooden table. Connor shook his head. After taking Verita serum, Percy said everything that should and shouldn't be said, but unfortunately they didn't get any new clues. I have sent someone to investigate the Aura and the fairies who are in charge of the guard recently, and they don't have any problems. Connor added. That's weird, it doesn't appear that someone sneaked into the Magic Congress in advance. Wilkinson said slowly. In other words, Grindelwald is mostly hidden among the guests, avoiding the magic detection at the gate in some way. Having said this, Wilkinson paused suddenly, then looked at Connor and spoke again. No, maybe there is another possibility. Another possibility? Connor frowned, not quite understanding what Wilkinson meant. Do you think someone deliberately killed the Russian minister under the guise of Grindelwald, thereby taking the key from him? Wilkinson said his guesses word by word. Hearing this, Connor was obviously stunned for a while, and then he was shocked in a cold sweat. Indeed, there is no evidence that Grindelwald did this. All they can be sure is that a powerful wizard took control of Percy Weasley and used him to kill Minister Igor. In addition to Grindelwald, in his impression, there is another person who has the ability to do the same thing. Are you suspicious of Yvonne Halls? But I've tried it before, and the other party doesn't seem to know the key. Connor said deliberately. Although there was some suspicion in his heart, Connor didn't want to, or maybe he didn't want to believe that this matter had something to do with Yvonne Halls. Because that represents the worst case. Today's magical world can't withstand the ravages of 2 dark monsters. The result of 1 or 2 trials doesn't mean anything. Maybe it's just a disguise. In short, we can't rule out this possibility. Don't forget that Percy Weasley is a wizard of England. Yvonne Halls has many opportunities to fight. He casts the Imperious Curse. Wilkinson emphasized. I understand, Chairman, I will send additional staff to monitor. Connor nodded. As the person in charge of this case, he will naturally not be affected by personal emotions, even if the possibility is not high. You must also be prepared. At the same time, in the private bedroom of the lounge, Pierce, who was worried, looked at Yvonne and spoke after he waved back from Dlex and the others. Grindelwald is clearly targeting us, otherwise he would not deliberately control Percy and let him kill Igor himself. If we can't find him out in a short time, I am worried that Grindelwald might will continue to kill people in the Magic Congress, and try to plant it on our heads. It's not possible, it must be. Yvonne corrected Pierce's statement, and he didn't take any chances at this point. But on the other hand, this is also a good opportunity to hit Grindelwald. You must know that it is almost impossible for a powerful wizard like them to be captured or killed, and even if they lose in a duel, they can escape calmly. However, it is different now. In order to hold this World Wizarding Joint Conference, the North American Magic Headquarters is heavily guarded, with a large number of protective magic deployed in the open and secretly, and all the means of spatial displacement are invalid. The only trouble is that Grindelwald possesses a Horcrux. Unless they carry it with them, they can only destroy Grindelwald's body at most, and cannot completely kill it in a single battle. Ivan's calmness relieved Pierce, who was worried a lot, and he quickly broke free from the shadow brought by Grindelwald. As Yvonne said, although Grindelwald has caused a lot of trouble to them, it also puts himself in a dangerous situation. Once they get out of the way, the situation will be completely reversed. Then what should we do next? Pierce asked after clearing up his emotions. Naturally set a game, and then find a way to lead the snake out of the hole. Yvonne briefly explained, and after a pause, he continued to speak. If I'm not mistaken, you should also have one of that key. Pierce nodded, and immediately took out a silver-white, lifelike raven that was only half the size of a palm from his sleeve. This is the key. Yvonne took the raven in surprise. He had imagined what this mysterious key would look like, but he actually saw it beyond his expectations. What surprised Yvonne even more was that with his current alchemy knowledge, he couldn't see how this thing works. Is it true that it is the crystallization of the wisdom of hundreds of alchemists? It is not so easy to crack. www.mdlnovel.com. This thing will be put here for the time being. Yvonne looked over and over for a while, and finally put the silver raven into the pocket of the wizard's robe. In this case, unless Grindelwald beats himself, it is impossible to gather all the keys anyway. Of course Pierce didn't dare to have any opinions, and even wished to do so. With the enemy of Grindelwald staring at it, this thing is simply a hot potato. Whoever holds it may become the next target of Grindelwald's attack. After Yvonne put away the keys, he discussed the next course of action with Pierce. The two talked like this until the middle of the night, and Pierce solemnly left the bedroom. After the door was closed, Yvonne groaned and took the resurrection stone out again. If Connor and others were here, they would be surprised to find that Igor, who was already dead, appeared at the station in another form. In this bedroom. Chapter 946, The Second Deceased. Please also tell me, Igor, who is the person who will meet you there tonight? Yvonne asked, looking at the figure in front of him. Who else? Of course it's the French minister. I don't know where this got the evidence that I killed the previous minister. He used it as a threat and wanted me to help him become the leader of the coalition, but I rushed there to find out. This is a complete scam. What he wanted from the beginning was my life. Igor roared in anger. There was no change in Ivan's expression, and he continued to ask various questions slowly, and Igor was also able to answer fluently, without the slightest flaw in his words. But Yvonne would not take these seriously, because he knew the essence of the resurrection stone, but it was different for others. Don't look at what the resurrection stone reveals as a false fantasy, but this information is only known to him for the time being. From the perspective of other people, this Igor may be more real than the real. If he said that the resurrection stone was summoned Igor's soul, I'm afraid no one would doubt it. The testimony of a dead person can be used when necessary, and even reverse the situation. Yvonne slowly put away the resurrection stone, recalling the scenes that happened tonight in his mind. He was pretty sure that Igor's death was 100% related to Grindelwald, but the other party did it very cleanly, leaving few clues. This is also the reason why the investigation ended in a deadlock. Yvonne believes that even if Wilkinson and Connor conduct a thorough investigation of the fairies and auras stationed in the North American Magic Headquarters, there will be no results, because with Grindelwald's means, it would never be possible to leave such obvious the flaws. Fortunately, sometimes without a clue itself can be one of the clues. This shows that Grindelwald is very familiar with this place and knows that the auras of the Department of Mystery have mastered the curse of scene reproduction, otherwise he would think of a way. Sneaking in, it is impossible to plan a perfect attack in just a few hours. This may have something to do with Grindelwald disguised as the Minister of Magic Security in North America during the last Wizarding War. However, Yvonne felt that it should be more than that. After all, Grindelwald's actions were a bit too smooth, and he directly ignored the heavy protections arranged in the Magic Congress of North America. This is very abnormal. In addition, from the fact that Igor went to the appointment alone, it can be seen that most of Grindelwald's disguise is a big man, and he has the opportunity to master Igor's black material. Only in this way can I obtain the initial trust of the other party through brief contact or magical communication. Based on these points, Yvonne will be suspicious of the French minister. Of course, North American Executive Director Connor, Congress Chairman Wilkinson, the President of the Asian Magic Association, and the heads of other small countries and their entourage are all suspects. Yvonne touched his chin, suspecting that there were too many targets, and it was not easy to 100% confirm that it was someone based on the current situation. But Grindelwald's goal has now been revealed, about 2 points. The first is to get 5 keys to hold the wizarding world's nuclear weapons in your hands. The second is to sow discord as much as possible, bankrupt their plan to form a coalition force, and even throw the scapegoat on themselves. That said, there will be the next attack soon, either tonight or tomorrow night, because Igor's death will also speed up the process of the meeting. Once countries reach an agreement with the coalition forces and leave the headquarters of the North American Magic Congress, it will not be so easy to collect all the keys. Yvonne is not sure if I change to someone else, but a proud person like Grindelwald can never be satisfied with a small fight. This is also his chance to break the game. Yvonne gradually fell into contemplation. If he was Grindelwald and wanted to achieve these goals smoothly, what would he do next? The next day, early in the morning, the people in the North American Magic headquarters were still panicked. After a night of precipitation, the impact of Igor's death did not subside, but the spread of the news caused even greater panic. However, the morning meeting was not cancelled because of this. Wilkinson and others are very clear that the more the enemy wants to stop, the more they must implement it. Strange, why hasn't the French minister arrived yet? Pierce glanced at the clock hung on the wall of the conference room and frowned. No one. Yvonne naturally noticed this, and silently shook his head in his heart. Grindelwald started faster than he thought. It seems that the suspect can cross out one. Sure enough, more than a minute later, several Aurors rushed into the conference room in a panic, whispering a few words in Wilkinson's ear, and then the congressional chairman's expression changed and he immediately took Connor and others. Leave in a hurry. After a few people left, the meeting room suddenly became a mess. There were many smart people on the scene. Just a little thought would tell you that the second attack must have occurred, and it was almost always related to the absent French minister. Just as the crowd protested, the guarding Aurors were forced to take them to the lounge. The truth is the same as they guessed. The French minister is dead. It's just that the method of death was beyond everyone's expectations. He died directly in his room. The cause of death turned out to be suicide. No one wants to believe this result, but the Aurors of the Department of Mysteries released scene restoration over and over again, and they couldn't find the trace of the second person casting the spell in this small room. This discovery made the wizards present shudder, and Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was getting goosebumps. What the is going on? Chairman Wilkinson? I remember you promised to each of us last night that you will send more people to protect our safety. The result? The president of the Asia Society grabbed Wilkinson. The caller said annoyedly. Previously Igor, now a French minister, 2 head-level figures died in the Magic Congress of North America so unclearly. How could this not make him feel frightened? If it was not someone else but himself who was attacked last night, wouldn't he also have died in his sleep? Enough, I'm fed up. I'm leaving now. In the crowd, a witch screamed in horror. The successive attacks had completely defeated her heart's defenses. The French minister's strange method of death, even more it is beyond her cognition. Although the attack is only aimed at the ministers of major countries, who knows if it will evolve into a large-scale massacre. Chapter 947, What can the Auror do with these wastes? There are not a few people who think like this witch, and the voices of terminating the meeting and leaving the Magic Congress one after another. Yvonne did not speak the whole time, but just watched indifferently, paying attention to the faces and reactions of the people, and then looked down at the French minister who fell on the ground, and was surprised to find that there was no expression of panic or fear on the other side's face, but rather a look of fear. There was a weird calm that was chilling. Since several hours have passed since the death of the French minister, the remaining magical image is blurred. The wizards of the Department of Mysteries can only detect that there is no trace of a second person casting a spell in this room. The cause of death is the same. It was a killing spell, and related magic power was found in the wand that fell on the ground. According to the Auror's analysis, the French minister woke up suddenly in the middle of the night last night and cast a life-killing curse on himself. The effect was also very good. The blow was fatal, so he died silently. Alarm anyone? It was not until this morning, before the meeting began, that the French entourage saw that the minister hadn't come out of the room for a long time, and found out that it was wrong. It is naturally impossible for a minister of a large country to suddenly have the thought of suicide, so there is one possibility left. The other party, like Percy, has been under the Imperious curse. Many smart wizards also thought of this, and they looked a little more vigilant in the gazes of their colleagues beside them. Even the ministers of a large country were recruited. Who can guarantee that Grindelwald controls only 1 or 2 people? Maybe when you relax your vigilance, a wizard next to you will suddenly pull out his magic wand and release a life-killing curse on himself. In such an atmosphere of extreme distrust, the dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts almost reached a critical point. Connor and other Aurors worked hard to maintain order, but they didn't help at all, and finally they all had to look at Wilkinson, the chairman of the Magic Congress, and ask for his decision. Quiet. Wilkinson raised his hand, the tone became very high under the blessing of the Hong Liang curse, directly overwhelming the noisy discussion on the court, attracting most people's attention. Everyone, I implore you to calm down. This is just Grindelwald's conspiracy to divide us. He killed Russia and the French ministers one after another to force us to surrender with violence. If this meeting is really the case, ending hastily, it will only make the other party's arrogance more arrogant. Wilkinson tried to persuade him. However, the wizards around did not buy it, and a middle-aged wizard asked harshly. Are you going to let us all stay? Your Excellency? What about the safety of our lives? Who can guarantee us? Just rely on these Aurors? Now 2 people are dead, but they can't even find the shadow of the murderer. Here. These words of the wizard made the Aurors who were in charge of guarding their faces blue and white, but they couldn't refute it because they hadn't found any clues until now. In the voice of everyone's doubts, Wilkinson said slowly. One day. I also ask everyone to give us another day. In any case, the Magic Congress of North America will give you an explanation. If there is still no trace of the murderer during this time, then I will not stop you anymore. Go and stay. After repeated persuasion by Wilkinson, the representatives of the wizards who panicked because of the successive attacks reluctantly calmed down. Now that the North American Magic Congress has made a promise, they can't force them too hard. Connor looked a little worried on the side. Wilkinson's words were too full. He didn't think that one day would allow them to find any decisive clues or evidence. What would be the explanation at that time? You know, the ministers of the 2 great powers died in the North American Magic Congress. If they can't catch Grindelwald, they must face the blame from both sides. Or does Chairman Wilkinson actually have an idea? Searching for memory in a large area is absolutely impossible. Although sensation can detect whether a wizard is under the control of the Imperious Curse, it must search the memory in depth to find the abnormality. The wizard representatives present are all elites and even leaders of various industries. Their memories are extremely precious. Let alone the implementation of this proposal, he will be drowned by everyone's saliva if he dares to speak out in public. But other than that, he couldn't think of a second way to catch Grindelwald in a short time. He couldn't use Wilkinson, Pierce, and others as bait, right? These big people are more afraid of death than the other. Connor sighed secretly, then turned to look at the French wizards, and asked. Mr. Bruno, you stayed in the lounge last night. Did you find anything unusual? Bruno shook his head hesitantly, but soon he spoke gloomily as if thinking of something. Your Excellency, the minister just discussed with us the murderer of Igor last night. He suspected that someone was killing people wantonly in the name of Grindelwald. Don't forget, this is the headquarters of the Magic Congress of North America. Grindelwald is absolutely impossible to steal. Sneak in silently. How is this possible? Apart from that demon, who else can kill the 2 ministers so easily? The president of the Asian Magic Association frowned and questioned. He knew Igor's strength. Before he became a minister, he was a famous duel master in Russia, but the murderer used a confinement curse to directly immobilize Igor. This is definitely not something ordinary wizards can do. Of course there is. In fact, there is an otherworldly genius wizard among us who has retired in the hands of Grindelwald. Bruno said, staring at Yvonne www.mtlnovel.com for a pause. Later, he asked. Your Excellency Halls, where were you last night and this afternoon? Of course in the lounge room, many people can testify for me. Yvonne explained slowly. Pierce and Dawlish nodded immediately, willing to guarantee Yvonne with their own reputation. They are all British wizards, and they will naturally speak for you. Bruno said reluctantly. When he first met in France, he saw that the little wizard in front of him was definitely an extremely dangerous figure. This is not only because of how outstanding Ivan's strength is, but more importantly, the contempt for authority and the law that the opponent showed when he was in the French Ministry of Magic, which made him shudder. Bruno had no doubt that there was no such thing as Pierce and others to disrupt the situation. The little wizard in front of him definitely dared to do something against them in the French Ministry of Magic. Chapter 948, he is the only one who can compete against Grindelwald today. Wait. Did you make a mistake, Captain Bruno? Don't you think that this kid is capable of killing Igor? The president of the Asian Magic Association looked at Bruno confusedly and asked strangely. Tao. What makes him even more puzzled is that Wilkinson, Pierce, and others seem to have acquiesced to this statement. Under everyone's attention, Yvonne responded in a hurry. Captain Bruno, please show evidence before framing someone else. I think you may have forgotten that there was another attack in the Magical Congress of North America yesterday evening. I think Director Connor should arrange it last night. It takes enough manpower to patrol at night. Yes. I arranged for Aurors from 3 brigades to patrol the corridors, and set up a lot of security magic in secret places. Your residence is the key defense area. Connor said very solemnly. It is what makes him feel puzzled. In order to prevent the attack from happening again, he had made sufficient preparations. Hundreds of Aurors from the Magic Congress of North America patrolled the entire station day and night, and it was impossible for a fly to come in. Unfortunately, none of these preparations seemed to come in handy. The French minister still died silently in his room. The only clue was that the other party was suspected of being under the Imperious curse. That's right, they can't even be sure of this. After all, this is a minister of a country, different from the reckless Percy, who is accompanied by his entourage all the time. It can also be learned from the testimony of Bruno and others that the other party did not meet with any wizard alone during the meeting, which means that even if Grindelwald wants to release the Imperious curse on the French minister, there is no such opportunity. What really makes them feel weird? Since there are these auras and protective magic, the possibility of outsiders sneaking into the lounge is almost zero. On the contrary, I suspect that you are the murderers of the French minister. The strongest fortress is often breached from the inside. Isn't it? We all know that the most active place in Grindelwald is in France. Yvonne said word by word. Hearing that, everyone present looked at Bruno and others questioningly. Ivan's words are very reasonable, and only a trusted servant like Bruno can easily release the Imperious curse on the French minister. Nonsense, we can never do that. A French Auror flushed and shouted angrily. Ivan's remarks were undoubtedly an insult to their duties. Bruno said without hesitation. Each of us can undergo Veritaserum interrogation and memory testing to prove our innocence. But in the same way, I also asked the Magic Congress of North America to conduct a memory search on Mr. Halls. Yvonne frowned, somewhat surprised. Memory is a person's most precious and private thing. He didn't expect Bruno to be willing to do this in order to clear his suspicion, and even planned to pull himself into the water. Could it be that I guessed it wrong? Grindelwald did not come in disguised as a wizard from France, and Bruno and others had no problems? But if that's the case, when was the minister controlled? Before you come to the meeting. Yvonne vaguely thought of something, but before he could think deeply, Wilkinson, who was listening to the side, asked. Can you? Halls? Do you agree with Mr. Bruno's proposal? Of course not. Yvonne refused decisively. Everyone's memory is extremely private. I believe you should be very clear about this. If Your Excellency Halls is taking this into consideration, then I can assure you that after searching the memory, the censors of the Magic Congress will use the forgetting curse to delete things they shouldn't know. Wilkinson explained said. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I can't believe anyone. Yvonne interrupted Wilkinson's words bluntly. The atmosphere in the corridor suddenly cooled down, the Aurors of the Magic Congress tightened their wands, and Bruno and the others were as excited as they were holding on to something. But before they could speak again, Yvonne grabbed a silver raven from his sleeve and spoke. In order to prove my sincerity, I can leave the keys to you for safekeeping. Isn't this what Grindelwald really wants? Ivan's actions shocked Pierce. You must know that this thing is not just a key, but also represents Britain's right to speak in the International Wizarding Federation. How could it be so easily handed over? However, when he gestured to Ivan's eyes, he saw that the latter shook his head insignificantly. Although I don't understand what Yvonne is doing, Pierce can only be patient and keep his mouth shut. So you plan to leave the keys to us for safekeeping? Wilkinson was very surprised by this and asked in surprise. Aside from searching my memory, this is the only way to remove some suspicions for me, isn't it? Yvonne shrugged, and said regretfully. Wilkinson took a deep look at Yvonne, and finally reached out and took the silver raven. Since the current situation is endangered, this key will be temporarily stored in the Magic Congress, and we will naturally return the original after the meeting is over. While talking, Wilkinson brought in several Aurors from the Department of Mystery and asked them to confirm the authenticity of the key. After getting a clear answer, they put it away, and then looked at the Asian Magic Association. Chairman, proposed. The current situation is very clear. Whoever has the key will become the next target of Grindelwald's attack. There will be more attacks. We might as well centralize the management of the remaining keys and put the aura on. We are on guard at all times. No, we can't put all the keys in the same place, so once Grindelwald succeeds, everything will be over. The Asia Society president shook his head and rejected Wilkinson's proposal. He didn't intend to make it so important. Hand over the things. By the way, please let me take the liberty to ask, why is the key representing England in the hands of this Mr. Halls? The Asia Society president asked inexplicably. The wizards gathered in the lounge were also very curious about this. Pierce had already had a draft and explained it with ease. Halls's strength is above me, and he is the only person who can compete against Grindelwald. I gave him the key to keep it naturally in order to be more secure. Chapter 949, Goat into the Mouth? Pierce's words surprised the wizards present. They all looked at Yvonne. It is hard to believe that such a young wizard can compete with the legendary Dark Lord Grindelwald. Although the European Times has done a lot of publicity for Yvonne in recent years, for many wizards from Asia and Africa, the name Yvonne Halls has not even heard of it. However, those who can come to the capital are all elites in the wizarding community. Since the real bigwigs have not questioned this, naturally there will not be people with short eyes who jump out to make trouble. Some smart wizards are even more. He secretly remembered the appearance of Yvonne in his heart, and labeled him not to be easily provoked. Due to another attack, the morning meeting was forced to cancel. Bruno and other French wizards were also taken away by the Auror for investigation according to their previous statements. As one of the suspects, even though Yvonne handed over the key representing England, he still failed to completely remove the suspicion. He was still the key observation object. It can be said that every move was stared by several Aurors. I don't understand, why did you hand over the keys just now? This is a very important proof. After the gathering of people dispersed, Pierce asked in confusion. If you want the fish to bite the hook, of course you need to be willing to bait. Yvonne said slowly. So it seems that you already have a plan. Pierce asked eagerly. Counting from the time they entered the Magic Congress of North America, this was only a day, but there were 2 attacks in succession, and the dead were minister-level figures. How could this make him not worry? What's more, now the chairman of Congress has doubts about them. If he can't figure out a way to get Grindelwald out, maybe something terrible will happen. Yvonne did not answer Pierce's question head-on, but asked. Secretary Pierce, what do you think of the protection of the North American Magical Congress? Are there any omissions? Pierce pondered for a while, then shook his head. The Aurors in North America have already done everything they can do. Even if we come here, we can't arrange better, unless Grindelwald has some kind of powerful magic beyond our cognition. I can hardly imagine that the other party will. How did they attack the 2 ministers under such strict control? Of course it's impossible under normal circumstances, but what if there is a problem within the North American Magic Congress? Yvonne sneered. Pilston was stunned for a moment, frowning suddenly. You mean, it is possible for Grindelwald to control or pretend to be a senior official of the Magic Congress? But, how come? Grindelwald put them together like this during the last Wizarding War. Even if the North American side is stupid, it will deliberately guard against this. Pierce said puzzledly. Connor made it very clear yesterday that they have set up detection magic at the entrance of the capital to ensure that every wizard who enters has no problems, and those Aurors, fairies, and house elves who have stayed in the magic capital for a long time also all were checked. No matter how thorough their investigation is, there will always be one exception, isn't it? Yvonne said, seemingly pointed. Could it be, you suspect that Wilkinson, the chairman of the North American Magic Congress? Pierce immediately understood what Yvonne meant, and couldn't help taking a breath, and the goosebumps all over his body began to rise. I remember you told me that there is usually an independent fireplace in the minister's office, which is not affected by the lockdown, and you don't need to go through that entrance. Once something goes wrong, no one dares to find out about this Congress. In the chairman's body, in a sense, this identity is perfect. Yvonne slowly explained. This, isn't it possible? Grindelwald should have no chance to replace the chairman. Pierce shivered. If it was like Yvonne said, wouldn't they stay in the enemy's nest all the time? Don't forget, a few days ago, the French minister and Wilkinson had a secret meeting. At that time, they probably wouldn't carry too much manpower. Yvonne said at the same time, he couldn't help but think of the person named Iris. The goddess of the master. He had felt a slight threat on this person at the beginning, and now he thinks that the other party may have been disguised by Grindelwald. He probably just snatched the resurrection stone by himself, and he could not help but be killed by the boiling intent in his heart. So clearly perceive it. As a confidant of the French minister, Iris was taken right away during the secret meeting, and no one would doubt it. With mental arithmetic and unintentional, it is not impossible for Congressman Wilkinson to be controlled or replaced by Grindelwald. One of the evidences that the French minister committed suicide in his room. Of all the magic I know, only the Imperious Curse can do this. Yvonne said eloquently. Presumably he was controlled by Grindelwald before the formal meeting. The person who threatened Igor was probably the minister. So there was no Wilkinson's name in Igor's visitor list yesterday afternoon. In a sense, he was Grindelwald's white glove. Now that the French minister has died, all leads have been cut off. Then we are dead. Pierce said staggeringly. If the chairman of Congress is Grindelwald, then this parliament building will become a terrifying Jedi, and they can't even escape. It's not that bad. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Grindelwald can't control everyone with the Imperious Curse. In addition, North America has entered a state of alert very early, and within a few days he can do very limited things. Yvonne said with relief. If Grindelwald has the ability to control and replace most of the Aurors, they will be thrown away during the meeting. If I were Grindelwald, I would not abuse the Imperious Curse. Every time I control one person, there will be more flaws. As the chairman of Congress, he has countless ways to provoke conflicts, and they are reasonable and will not be suspected. Yvonne added. Pierce nodded, so it seemed that the situation was not at its worst. Wait. Since you doubt Wilkinson, why give him the keys? When Pierce thought of this, the whole person was not well, and he hurriedly asked. Grindelwald's goal is very clear, which is to the keys scattered in the hands of various ministers, but Yvonne took the initiative to give the keys out when he knew the identity of the other party. Isn't this a sheep's mouth? Chapter 950, I have a very important witness. The reason is very simple. If we don't give it, then we will probably have a fight with the Aurors in North America. Yvonne explained. He was pretty sure that the French minister must have said something to Bruno and others last night, so today the French wizards suddenly attacked him. It is not difficult to see that this was Grindelwald's plan from the source, and the purpose was to use the subject to blame him for the death of the two ministers as much as possible, and even put him under house arrest and arrest in the name of investigation. Once he was angered by successive provocations and chose to resist, it would be more in line with Grindelwald's expectations. After all, the current North American capital has been built into an iron barrel. There are more than 400 Aurors stationed here, and a lot of protective magic is arranged inside. Even for such a powerful wizard, the front confrontation will never yield good results. Precisely because of this, he made a behavior that made Grindelwald feel incredible, handing out the key representing England. If the chairman of Congress is really as he imagined, is Grindelwald disguised, then this move will inevitably bring a great impact to the other party. Because no matter what the order is, the key in his hand must be the most troublesome for Grindelwald, but he easily delivered it to the opponent's hand. Such an obvious contrast will definitely make Grindelwald suspicious, doubt the authenticity of this key, or even doubt whether he has discovered his identity. This mystery and unknown will become his amulet. Coupled with the act of handing over the keys to clear some of his suspicions, Grindelwald has no excuses to attack himself. What if Grindelwald doesn't care about it and just wants to imprison us for this reason? Pierce. He is a wise man, he will not do things that are uncertain, and he will give priority to figuring out whether I have manipulated the key to determine whether my identity has been exposed. Yvonne patiently explained and paused. Later, he continued. If things really develop like you said, I can only take a gamble and launch an attack on the chairman of Congress first to see if Grindelwald's transformation magic can be lifted. As a last resort, Yvonne didn't intend to do such a risky thing. Because Grindelwald is likely to be defensive. Fortunately, if the attack was successful, if it failed, he would be guilty of attacking the chairman of the Congress. Even if he jumped into the Yellow River, he would not be able to clean it up. Listening to Ivan's explanation, Pierce couldn't help sweating on his back. He didn't expect that in the short few minutes of negotiations, he had stepped onto the brink of war twice. But where Grindelwald has acted more aggressively, he may be gone now. What shall we do next? Pierce tried to adjust his emotions so as not to be noticed by the Aurors who were watching them. I have a plan, but I need to confirm Connor's position first. Without his help, we would not be able to move freely in the magic capital, let alone contend with the chairman of the North American Congress. Yvonne said slowly. Then, the specific content was transmitted to Pierce and others through the magic imprint. The first step of the plan is naturally to find a way to get rid of the Aurors who are monitoring them. There will definitely be Grindelwald's eyeliner among these people. If they don't want a solution, they can't do anything. After talking about the plan as concisely as possible, a few people started to act. When passing by the door of the lounge, the group suddenly split into two teams. Dallas and the others went straight back to the room, while Yvonne, Pierce, and some of the accompanying persons walked in the other direction. The North American Aurors who were in charge of monitoring did not want to give up on either side. They divided into two teams to continue to monitor, and at the same time reported the abnormal situation here. However, Yvonne and Pierce's subsequent performances were very unusual. They just moved from the lounge to the living room, met with the heads of several small countries, and discussed cooperation matters. This relieved the Aurors who were originally tense, and temporarily stopped applying for support. Wait, are they missing one person? After following Yvonne and the others through a corner, a female Auror suddenly frowned and asked. He remembered that there were 7 people on Ivan's side when the team started, but now there are only 6 people left. Since there were a lot of people in the living room just now, and the key surveillance objects Yvonne and Pierce were under their noses, he didn't realize this problem until now. There is indeed one less wizard. We'd better inform Mr. Chairman immediately. Another Auror glanced and confirmed, and quickly took out a contact badge from the wizard's robe pocket, just inputting magic power. At that time, the whole person suddenly froze in place. What's the matter? Crick. The female Auror strangely stepped forward and patted her colleague on the shoulder. Seeing that the other party was still motionless, she immediately realized something was wrong. However, before she exclaimed, a faint voice rang in her ears. The soul comes out of the body. In the next second, the female Auror was also stuck in place, and Ivan's figure slowly appeared from behind them. After noticing the movement here, Pierce hurriedly gathered around with his entourage, followed by another Yvonne. This was naturally the effect of the compound decoction. Just when they passed the corner, Yvonne asked one of the British wizards to take the compound decoction and transformed into his own appearance with the help of the obstacles of vision. But he himself used the phantom spell to hide, hiding in the dark and launching an attack. It's going well? Your Lord Halls? Pierce asked seriously. www.mdlnovel.com. 2 Bright Whistle, 2 Dark Whistle, a total of 4 wizards have already dealt with it. Yvonne nodded and used Imperious Curse to control the 4 wizards, even though he couldn't help feeling a little strenuous. But in order to get rid of the surveillance of these people, he had to take a risk only once. Next, you try to delay for some time, don't be seen by others. It's enough for me to find Connor alone. Yvonne exhorted. Pierce knew very well that he could not help, let alone any comments, but before Yvonne left, he still asked entangledly. How sure are you able to convince the director Connor? But we don't even have the evidence to report Wilkinson. I'm afraid we can't convince the public just based on these speculations. Who said we have no evidence? I have a very important witness. Yvonne interrupted Pierce's words and said categorically.